Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
Chapter 1-1, A Desert It Is. Hot. That was the first thing that crossed my mind as my eyes cracked open, assaulted by a flood of blinding light. My whole body felt like it had been steamrolled, heavy, sore, unfamiliar. No, that couldn't be right. I'd gone to sleep in my bed. I was staring up at a boundless, blue sky, the sun glaring down like a merciless god. My skin prickled under the heat. There wasn't a cloud in sight. Where was I? Wherever it was hot. Too hot. With a groan, I pushed myself up, my back peeling away from scorching sand. Every nerve screamed. My body felt alien, as if it had been swapped out while I slept. I looked down at myself, ragged brown shirt, torn pants, unfamiliar calluses lining my palms. Then I touched my stomach. Rock-hard abs. The fuck. Panic hit me like a wave. Sand. 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 It was all sand. In every direction. Before I could comprehend anything, a scorching hot pain shot through my feet. Ah! I gasped in pain, jumping in agony while cursing my situation. The sand was trying to cook me alive. I scanned frantically for anything to stand on, finally spotting a white rock jutting from the ground. It was still hot, but not molten. I clambered onto it, exhaling with relief. Then a whisper brushed against the edge of my mind, calm, surreal, otherworldly. Aspirant. Welcome to the nightmare spell. Prepare for your first trial. My breath hitched. Then I grinned. The nightmare spell? Shadow Slave's nightmare spell? No way. I mean, I checked all the boxes. 16 years old? Check. Depressed college student? Yup. Tragic backstory? Unfortunately. Bullied? Absolutely. I knew it. It was only a matter of time before I got Ice Guide. But into Shadow Slave of all places. My hands trembled. I looked at them, shaking, tingling. Was this excitement? Pant, pant, pant. I was hyperventilating. I sucked in a lungful of air, coughed violently, and shook my head to clear it. What the hell am I doing? I muttered, oh no. My fans will think I'm some weird pervert. I took a deep breath again. Let's start this again. A gust of wind tore through the desert, scattering dunes like dust. Dunes broke down as they became one with the storm. Below the tyrannical sun, the air shifted, twisting and turning as the sand grains gently moved. There sat a blurry speck of a man, seemingly young with long wavy white hair. Ice legs were folded as his hair gently waved along with the wind, revealing pearl blue eyes. His lips slowly tugged upwards, making a smirk. How was that for an introduction? Shit. It was cool, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. Asher finally stretched out his hand and slowly scanned his surroundings. Endless dunes rippled in every direction, the horizon shimmering with heat. I should probably find a way out of here, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. The desert was vast, too vast. Where am I? He frowned, trying to piece it together. As someone who'd only read Shadow Slave up to Volume 5, he wasn't exactly an expert. Still, something about this place tugged at his memory. Then it clicked. Ah. He knocked his knuckles together. This is the region where Nephice met that skeleton. But, something was off. Wait, shouldn't I have woken up in the waking world first? Before the first nightmare? His brow furrowed. Why am I already in the dream realm? A thought struck him. Nightmare spell. He hadn't checked his status yet. As if summoned by instinct, the word flickered in his mind. Status. A chime rang faintly in his ears. Then, whoa. Name, Asher. True name. Rank, aspirant. Soul core, dormant. Memories. Echoes. Attributes, spectral sight, mark of anomaly, nimble intellect, soul veil, dream spawn. Aspect, weight manipulation. Description, the wielder has a control over the weight of matter, enabling them to control and manipulate weight to a small extent. Asher's lips twitched a little, not bad. But not good either. This definitely wasn't enough to get him through the first nightmare unharmed. Still, he had his questions. Why the hell am I a dream spawn though? Is it because I came into this world and spawned in a nightmare? And why do I have this memory? He tried instinctively summoning it. Soon, a pearl-like orb sparked into existence. He tried summoning the runes for the memory, but nothing popped up. 2 more futile attempts later, he returned the orb back to his soul sea. Then, he tried summoning the runes for his attributes since many of them were a mystery to him. Mark of anomaly, attribute description, your soul is aflame with the curse of anomaly. Nimble intellect, attribute description, your thoughts race where time dares not tread, weaving clarity from chaos before the world can blink. Spectral sight, attribute description, where eyes fail, yours wander, tracing the truths that hide behind breath, bone, and veil. Soul veil, attribute description, untouched by soul or scream, you walk cloaked in silence, feasting on the fading echoes of those made hollow by your hand. Dream spawn, attribute description, you are born of two worlds, belonging to both, but welcomed in neither. Your soul exists on the edge between nightmare and reality. Asher cast a peculiar gaze on his attributes. I see, so the thing responsible for me thinking like this is due to nimble intellect, I'm guessing. He closed his runes. Not bad. It was still annoying that this attribute were cryptic as hell due to the nightmare spell, but his attributes were not bad at all. In fact, for an average awakened person, they would have been amazing. Except, Asher wasn't a normal awakened. He didn't know martial arts. He looked at the blinding sun casting on top of him as he chuckled. Hee, I'm screwed. The words slowly sank into him as he looked around the barren land around him. His expression crumpled. I'm fucked. He collapsed onto the rock, simply laying down as he looked at the sky. I'll have to wait for the night, huh? It was the only plausible way for him to leave this place. He can't possibly walk on burning sand. So what now? He suddenly jerked without warning as he began to flail his body. What the fuck is this boring-ass nightmare? He shouted to himself. That's when the earth quaked. Huh. No, it wasn't that the world quaked. No, the rock under him did. That's strange. He looked at the look he was on. Huh. Confusion filled his face as he saw two dark, not to black, orbs floating underneath the rock. Curious, he tried to tap the rock to see if the orb suspended in the rock would move. The ground trembled once more, but the orb stayed the same. His confused expression quickly crumpled as the rock began to lift itself up in the air. What the fuck? He quickly clung to the rock he was on as a figure revealed itself from the ground. Though Asher couldn't see the entire figure, he knew he was at least 8 meters in the air as a golem, of sorts, held him high. The golem walked a certain direction as Asher tightened his grip around a rock. Seemed the golem had no sense of touch. Asher himself was shocked with how fast he was thinking. This must, nimble intellect, he thought to himself, but there was one thing that was faster than his thoughts, that was in fact his mouth, which kept uttering the same thing. I'm fucked, no I'm actually fucked. Royally fucked. There was no way he could get off this thing. Sure, the golem may have not noticed him for now, but it surely will once he tries to jump off, and when that happens. TSKKKKKKKKKKKKKK. What should I do? He looked around, desperately trying to find something, anything to use to get himself out of this predicament. That was when Asher spotted something in the distance. And it seemed the golem did too. The creature suddenly veered to the right, its massive stone limbs crashing against the sand as its pace quickened. Asher gripped the rock for dear life, his arms straining, his heart hammering. In the distance, figures. Men draped in loose, wind-swept robes, desert dwellers. Their silhouettes shimmered in the heat, clustered near grotesquely mutated camels that twitched and hissed under the sun. As the golem bore down on them, panic broke out. The men shouted, scrambling behind their beasts, shielding themselves from the monster's approach. But one man did not run. He stepped forward. From the center of the group, he slowly raised a hand to his hood and pulled it back. A gust of wind tore through the dunes, catching the edge of his robe. It fluttered off in one clean motion, dancing like a banner behind him. Underneath stood a young man, tall and lean, his skin bronzed by sun and battle. Auburn hair spilled over his shoulders like firelit silk, tousled perfectly by the desert wind. But it was his eyes that froze Asher, piercing emerald green, glinting with calm fury. The man unsheathed his sword with a whisper of steel. He didn't flinch. He didn't speak. He stared down the charging golem with the patience of a storm. Did he? The guy with the sword. Help me. Asher screamed, flailing on top of the golem like a confused backpack. The warrior looked up. For a second, he just blinked. Then, to Asher's absolute disbelief, he grinned. Hey, foolish one, the man called, voice smooth and sharp like wind over a blade. How about you help me beat it? Asher's jaw locked, panic rising like bile. His grimace must have shown because the man laughed, actually laughed, before shifting his weight and vanishing into motion. The golem's massive arm crashed into the sand, missing its target by inches as an explosion of grit filled the air. The impact shook the desert like thunder. Asher squinted through the haze, coughing. Then, emerging from the golden storm, a silhouette. The young man strode forward, robe trailing behind him, sword gleaming. He looked up once more and flashed a wicked smile. Don't fret, he said, eyes burning green. This creature can't hear. Chapter 2-2 Uris. Asher gritted his teeth as his skin peeled from the scorching rock hugging him. Sparks erupted as the young swordsman slashed the golem's hand, his blade screeching against stone. The boy landed with a skid, his grip tightening around the hilt. This kind of defiled isn't really my forte, he muttered, eyeing Asher. I'll need your help. The hell am I supposed to do? I've never even held a blade. Asher shouted, wobbling as the golem thundered forward. You don't need to. The swordsman sheathed his blade with a click. I'll create an opening, you just need to take it. Asher's expression twisted. The fuck do you mean? Bitch, explain properly. The youth let out a tired chuckle as he sidestepped another massive swing. It's heart. I'll expose it. You break it. How, genius? With what? My charming personality. Asher snapped. It's like glass, the swordsman called back, flipping midair to dodge a crushing blow. A punch should be enough. Asher itched to grab his head in frustration, but he was too busy clinging for dear life. Chee. His thoughts broke from a scream as the boy pummeled the golem with his sheathed sword. It was doing damage, but not enough. Asher's thoughts cycled, his hands trembling. Nimble intellect made his thoughts accelerate but didn't suppress his emotions which were threatening to take over. He was panicking. A lot. It seemed as though the youth was also struggling. Still, amidst the chaos, a wicked grin crept across his face. Hey, sword guy. I have a plan. The youth glanced at him. On 3, strike the heart. He gave a subtle nod. 1, 2. A tremor pulsed through the sand. The golem paused, as if sensing something. A strange pressure pressed down on its hulking frame, a presence it couldn't locate. It had no nerves, no instincts, only raw, brute reaction. Its massive head jerked back and forth, snapping like a broken compass, searching for the unseen threat. It twisted unnaturally, peering over its jagged stone shoulder. 3. Now. A blur of steel flashed through the haze. The youth surged forward with explosive grace, his emerald eyes locked on the beast's chest. With both hands clenched around his blade, he struck. The impact rang out like a gong, metal against stone, loud enough to make the air itself quiver. But the golem retaliated. With a guttural, grinding snarl, it swung. A colossal arm whipped forward like a boulder launched from a catapult. It slammed into the youth mid-stride. Boom, his body was launched into the sand, vanishing in a cloud of dust. I leave it to you, foolish one. The voice cracked out from within the storm as the golem's shadow swallowed him whole. Asher's breath caught in his throat. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Now or never, huh? He whispered. Then, he ran. Full of hesitation. No grace. Just raw adrenaline. The world around him spun, the heat distorting everything into waves. But he could see it, the ruby heart, glinting like a cursed jewel in the golem's exposed chest. Time stretched as Asher was falling down. He had one chance to do this. One chance. I won't fucking miss. The golem turned its head too late. Crack. Asher's punch connected with the gem. A shockwave rippled out. The heart fractured. Then, shattered, shards exploding into the air like crimson glass caught in a sandstorm. The dust carved into his skin like razors as the whisper came. You have slain an awakened monster, stone golem. He slammed into the ground hard, lungs refusing to draw breath, saliva flinging from his lips as he coughed and gasped. He blinked, then saw it. The golem was tipping. Oh shit. His mind thought fast. He rolled. Clumsy. Desperate. Wham. The golem's lifeless husk crashed down, barely missing him. A wave of sand and debris erupted into the air like a cannon blast. Choking, Asher flung himself upright, panting, blood mixing with sweat. His eyes were wild. Are you kidding me? Let me breathe for one damn second, you rocky piece of shit. He collapsed onto the sand again, chest heaving. You have received a memory, Stoneblade. Stoneblade, despite its unassuming appearance, its weight belies a quiet strength, a reminder of forgotten ages and the secrets they hold. A wide grin split across Asher's face, brief, involuntary. Then it melted away, overtaken by the sting in his eyes. He slammed his forearm over them, voice cracking as he muttered. That was the scariest shit ever. I almost died. His voice trailed into the wind. For the first time in his life, death hadn't been a concept. It had been a breath away. He lifted his battered arm, crusted with cuts and sand, studying it under the burning sun. Looks like I really am in another world, huh? A voice cut through the silence behind him, cool, amused. Well done, foolish one. Honestly, I thought you were going to die. Hey bitch, can't you see that I am in a very emotional moment? Asher deadpanned as he wiped his tears. Ah, my mistake. I assumed if the sand didn't bother you, neither would I. Asher blinked. Sand. The youth gave a mischievous smile. Yes. The sand. A familiar warmth suddenly crept up Asher's body, too familiar. His expression snapped to horror. Wait, am I on fire? He scrambled to his feet in panic, hopping onto the golem's carcass like it was a lifeboat, spinning around in frantic circles. Sword guy. Are my clothes burning? Be honest. The youth barely glanced back, shaking his head casually. You're fine. Then, like it was nothing, he walked off toward the camels and the crowd of robed men, who instantly surrounded him with cheers and gratitude. He laughed along softly, tugging his hood up with practiced nonchalance. Asher stood alone in the swirling dust, dumbfounded. The youth turned, calling back over the wind. Well, foolish one, would you like to join us to Aurelia? I mean, thanks to you, I managed to kill it without losing a limb. Asher clenched his jaw. His eye twitched. His hand twitched. Every part of him twitched. Would you, please, stop calling me, foolish one? I have a name. He sighed, long and dramatic. It's Asher. Call me Asher. The youth gave a mock salute and pointed. Fair enough. Then do me a favor too, quit calling me sword guy. Asher raised a brow. Oh yeah, what should I call you, then? The youth grinned, emerald eyes gleaming. Uris. That's this handsome man's name. Asher froze. His mind went blank for a second. Then, wait, Uris? The Uris? Uris of the Nine. That Uris. His thoughts spiraled into chaos. But Uris was already moving again, his voice playful. By the way, you still haven't answered me. Are you coming? Asher crossed his arms, staring at him like he was trying to decide whether or not this was all a fever dream. Yeah, I'll come. He paused. But I have a request. Uris tilted his head. Shoot. Asher looked down, lifting one foot pitifully. Can I please get some damn shoes? Chapter 3-3 Ambush. How far is this Aurelia anyway? Asher finally sighed, dragging his blistered feet through the sand. We've been walking for 3 damn days. His ragged shirt clung to sunburnt skin, his once bright pearl-like eyes now dulled and sunken. His cheeks had hollowed, lips cracked. But still, no complaints. At least the sandals Uris had tossed at him 2 nights ago held up, though they were melting slightly from the scorching dunes. Still better than nothing. We'll reach when the sun hangs directly above us, Uris said casually from atop his camel. Asher's face lit up, finally, an end in sight. But then he heard a sharp tch from one of the riders nearby. He leaned in toward Uris. What's with these assholes? Uris sighed, exasperated. They're nobles in merchants' clothing. Lord's orders were to keep them safe. Seeing a slave walk beside them like an equal must be distasteful. Asher blinked. Slave. Uris gave him a curious glance. Your appearance. The clothes. It's obvious what you are. Escaped your caravan and wandered into the sands, didn't you? There was a beat before Asher nodded slowly. Right, yeah, slave. Uris narrowed his eyes slightly, but didn't press. Foolish thing to do, he muttered. Escaping into a desert. I guess it is. They walked in silence. Then Uris stiffened. His eyes widened. Duck. Asher obeyed instinctively, dropping to the sand as a violent gust blasted over his head. Something splattered behind him, wet and heavy. His breath caught. A low thump followed, and something rolled to a stop near him. He turned slowly. A head stared back at him, lifeless eyes wide with terror. Asher's stomach twisted violently. He doubled over and vomited into the sand, while burning his throat. Asher, get up. We have to retreat. Of course he knew that. He wanted to move. But, why won't my legs move? His knees shook uncontrollably, rooted in place by terror. Another hot wind whipped past him, followed by the distinct clang of steel and a wet, meaty splatter. Behind him, the battle raged. His thoughts spun, chaotic and fast. He forced himself to breathe, slow, deep inhales. Focus. This isn't real. It's just an illusion. No one actually died. He slowly got up, a memory sparking into existence in his hand. Memory, stone blade. Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier, 2. Memory type, weapon. Memory description, it's a sword made of stone tougher than diamonds. Memory enchantment, dull. Enchantment description, while its edge may fail to slice through a leaf, its force is imbued with unexpected strength, capable of shattering bones and rending flesh with each impact. Asher checked the runes before and he was pleasantly surprised, but this was in fact the first time he was going to use it. He lifted his eyes, and wished he hadn't. The creature was grotesque. All twisted meat and slithering limbs. A nightmare dragged from some hellish abyss. Tentacles flailed, each the size of a man, covered in pulsating veins and bone-like ridges. Some ended in claws, others in gnashing teeth. Uris? He was holding his own, barely. Blades flashed as Uris slashed through the monstrosity's limbs, slicing with precision and force. But there were too many. Blood ran down his arm, his cheeks marked with fresh cuts, his jaw tightly clenched. Asher's gaze swept across the terrain. The desert was red. The mutated camels, mangled. The merchants, disemboweled. Torn apart. Everyone was dead. No, wait. One still lived. A man cowered behind a camel's corpse, whispering prayers through trembling lips. His whole body shook like a leaf in a storm. Then Uris shouted, Asher. It's an awakened terror. We can't fight this, we need to run. I know that, bastard. But how? Asher shouted back, desperation cracking his voice. They couldn't just outrun this thing. An awakened terror? Seriously? What kind of bullshit difficulty spike is that? Before he could whine more, a flash of light. A wall of smoke. It was an explosion. Asher instinctively shielded his eyes. Through the haze, Uris emerged, sprinting with the surviving merchant slung over his shoulder. It's paralyzed for now. He yelled, but I don't know how long that'll last. Try to keep up. Asher didn't need to be told twice. Asher bolted, sprinting through blood-soaked sands, his breath ragged and stomach lurching from the stench of cooked flesh. Uris, was that your aspect? Asher shouted between gasps, feet pounding the sand as they fled. Uris looked at Asher as if he was retarded, still running while carrying the merchant. No, you fool. I awakened a week ago. I haven't unlocked my aspect yet. Asher blinked. Then, what was that? A bomb, Uris said casually, adjusting the merchant over his shoulder. Made from condensed soul essence and sorcery of names. Asher felt a vain throb in his temple. You had that the whole time. Why didn't you use it on the golem? Uris just smirked. To use in times like this, of course. Asher nearly tripped. This bastard. Asher clutched his knees, chest heaving. His lungs burned, his legs trembled, but he was alive. He had run for his life today, quite literally. We're finally here. He gasped, his voice raw, eyes locking onto a small settlement shimmering in the desert heat. Yes, Yuris replied flatly. His tone was devoid of relief. The skinwalker didn't follow us. Asher blinked, still panting. Skinwalker? What's that supposed to be? Yuris glanced at him, eyes sharp and cold. An abominable defiled. It wears its victim's face. It's grotesque. A chill crept down Asher's spine. At the town gates, Yuris finally set the merchant down. The man murmured broken thanks, gaze empty. He didn't seem entirely there. Poor guy, trauma must have shut him down, Asher thought. But something tugged at his senses, spectral sight, flared to life. Asher squinted, peering at the merchant's chest. A black orb pulsed just beneath the solar plexus. Huh. He turned toward Yuris. A white gold orb glowed from within his chest. Asher's blood ran cold. Oh shit. He spun, too late. A pressure exploded behind him. His sword shimmered into existence, and he instinctively lashed out. No, not instinct. His mind just processed it fast. Bone crunched. Blood sprayed, shattering the man's skull. You have slain an awakened human. Name unknown. The whisper brushed against his ear, but he had no time to process it. He staggered back, eyes locking with Yuris. Why? Asher choked out, voice cracking. Yuris' expression twisted. Cold. Condemning. You grotesque thing, he spat. There's no point in playing human. In the blink of an eye, 4 more figures descended, awakened, their speed inhuman. Asher managed to block the first strike, but the second took him in the ribs. The third shattered his hand. By the fourth, he was on the ground. He had only killed the first by surprise. Yuri stared down at the dead man with a quiet frown, almost mournful, before his gaze shifted to Asher. We'll find your weakness eventually, Skinwalker. Asher writhed beneath the weight of his captors, blood dripping down his brow. His voice cracked in fury and desperation. I'm not a Skinwalker, you bastard. I'm Asher. Asher. The real Skinwalker is that. A sharp boot slammed into his face, snapping his head sideways. Not another word from your defiled mouth, one of the awakened hissed. A scabbard struck his nose. Bone cracked. Blood gushed. Asher's vision blurred. His body refused to move. Darkness crept in. The last thing he saw was the merchant's expressionless face. A/N, comments. Chapter 4:4, Bullshitting to Victory. Clank. The sound of chains rattling echoed through the cell as Asher thrashed against the restraints. Fuck. He screamed, the word ripping from his throat like a wound. It was no use. He wasn't screwed. He was very screwed. Dead even. Ugh. Why me? His voice cracked in frustration as he tugged futilely at the shackles bolted to the wall. While most of his mind spiraled in panic, a small, stubborn part kept thinking, analytical, relentless. The part of him that refused to die without answers. He'd come to a few conclusions. Well, 4, actually. First, nimble intellect was ridiculously overpowered. If he didn't have it, he would have been dead 10 times over by now. No question. Second, spectral sight bore uncanny resemblance to Sunny's ability post-blood weave. Too similar, even. It let him read enchantments directly from the interface in the nightmare realm. That level of clarity wasn't normal. Third, he was definitely replacing someone in this nightmare. Just like Sunny in his first trial, who had inherited 2 out of 3 attributes from the slave he had possessed, Asher now had 5 attributes. That alone was insane. It was logical to assume Mark of Anomaly and Dreamspawn came from the host. Possibly even Soul Veil, if you accounted for his soul literally being transported into the nightmare. Which meant, whoever this slave was, he wasn't ordinary. A slave with nimble intellect and spectral sight. That didn't make any damn sense. Asher gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to bash his head against the wall. Who the hell did I inherit? Lastly, the Skinwalker. That grotesque freak seemed to be the objective of this nightmare. Which meant, I have to kill an awakened terror to get out of here. He muttered, eyes wide. He let out a long, broken groan and flailed again, the chains shrieking against the stone wall. Whyyyyyyyyyy. Shut it, you corrupted beast. A guard barked from beyond the bars. Asher froze. Slowly, he turned to glare at the silhouette behind the grate. Just a normal human. Not even awakened. You're not even awakened, you mouthy little shit, Asher thought bitterly, sniffing as tears of rage threatened to rise. He took a breath, then called out, hey, listen. Just get Yuris. He'll tell you I'm not what you think. I'm human, through and through. The guard approached and spat straight into Asher's face. I don't want to hear anything from that foul, corrupt mouth. Asher stared at him, the spit sliding down his cheek. A vein throbbed in his temple. I'll kill him. I will kill this smug little NPC. He's not even real. What's the harm? There's no karma system in this hellhole. He forced a smile, tight, twitchy. Hey, come on, man. Just call Yuris. That's all I'm asking. The guard scoffed, glaring at Asher with disgust, but before he could spit another insult. Shut up, wretch. The man froze. His face paled as Yuris stepped into view. Without another word, Yuris pushed open the cell door and walked in, his expression unreadable. The guard quickly bowed his head and slipped away as ordered. Yuris. Finally, thank God. Listen, I think there's been a huge misunderstanding. Yuris didn't respond. Instead, he calmly opened a leather satchel and pulled out a glinting knife. Asher recoiled. Whoa, hey, hold on. I'm telling you, I'm not a skinwalker. You said so yourself, right? Too expressive? Too. I know, Yuris interrupted. He turned, offering Asher a strange, almost kind smile. A defiled creature could never be this emotive. Then what the fuck is this? Asher demanded, eyes darting between the knife and Yuris' calm face. Oh, this. Yuris took Asher's bound hand and pressed it flat against the cold table. This is torture. Stab. The blade plunged through his palm. Asher screamed. Raw. Wordless. His whole body spasmed against the chains. Yuris grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked his head up, forcing their eyes to meet. Now, tell me, who are you? I don't know. Asher sobbed, breath hitching, chest rising and falling in sharp, uneven bursts. Stab. A second blade joined the first. More screaming. More pain than language could carry. Yuris watched him, emotionless. Then, without a word, he returned to the satchel. You know, he said casually, rummaging through the leather pouch, no slave caravan ever passes through the desert. How would they even keep the slaves alive? He pulled out a nail puller. Asher's blood ran cold. Don't do this. Please. I'm not lying. He gasped, voice breaking. Yuris ignored him, returning to Asher's side and gripping his trembling hand. Asher tried to flex his fingers, but the damage was already done. Every nerve screamed. His instincts screamed louder. He could summon his aspect, call forth the blade, or the orb. But, what was the point? He wouldn't beat Yuris. Not in this state. Not ever. Who are you really? Yuris asked, his voice low, steady, inescapable. You're no slave. The nail puller hovered over the first finger, poised. Asher clenched his jaw, bracing for the agony when. Stop. Yuris of the Nine. Yuris froze. Slowly, he turned his head back to Asher. His pupils dilated. His breath hitched. Then, without warning, he slapped the knives off the table and seized Asher by the collar. Who are you? Asher could feel the heat of Yuris' breath on his cheek. His eyes bored into him like fire and frost at once. Ask Azarax, Asher rasped, eyes narrowing. Yuris' expression shattered. Blood rushed to his eyes. In a single motion, he shoved Asher back, hard, slamming him against the stone wall. Asher's voice trembled. Azarax knew of the Nine, for a long time. Asher was making a gamble. A stupid, reckless, life-or-death gamble. He didn't know much about Yuris, not really. But he did know one thing, the Nine were in hiding. Hiding till the time came. It was a shot in the dark. A bluff without a hand to back it. Asher wasn't even sure if Yuris had met Azarax. Or if he'd joined the Nine. But from the look in Yuris' eyes, that flash of panic, that storm of emotion, the bluff had landed. Asher winced through the searing pain in his hands, lifting the bloodied shackles. Remove these, Yuris. Yuris stared at him coldly, like a butcher deciding whether the meat still twitched. Why would I? You know of the Nine. That's reason enough to kill you. Asher opened his mouth, then shut it again. Damn it. There's no point pretending, he said finally, voice low. The Imperial nobles already know. They learned about the Nine, recently. Yuris' face twisted. He let out a guttural scream and slammed his fist into the wall. Crack. The stone exploded, sending chunks flying. You mongrel. And you wait until now to say that. Asher swallowed hard. Yuris was unraveling. He's unstable. Emotional. Not thinking clearly. If it weren't for the searing pain in his palms, Asher might have smiled. Perfect. It couldn't be helped, Asher said carefully. After all, Oro died recently. He wasn't sure what Oro's connection to the Imperials really was, but it sounded right. It sounded like something. Yuris gripped the edge of the table so tightly his knuckles turned white. His face drained of all color. Then, what about the goal? Yuris whispered. Who replaces him now? Asher raised his shackled wrists again, blood dripping from his torn palms. Remove these, he said quietly, and I'll tell you. Every word was a lie. A stall tactic wrapped in a prayer. Yuris stood frozen, jaw clenched. Then, crack. The table shattered under his grip, splinters flying. The room shuddered. A low, visceral sound echoed from above, like tearing flesh. Screams followed. Something is happening outside. Yuris' face darkened. Shit, he muttered. Without looking back, he tossed the iron keys onto the floor. They're yours. Free yourself. We'll finish this, later. Asher blinked. Then he looked down at the keys, lying just inches from his reach. He grinned, bloodied, pale, still trembling. Thanks, he said, voice dripping with dry relief. Much appreciated. Chapter 5-5, Chaos, 1. Huff. Asher wheezed as he tied a strip of cloth tightly around his wounded palm. I hate this, he muttered, biting down on the fabric and pulling to knot it firmly. The pain throbbed through his hand. He clicked his tongue in frustration, just as the ground trembled again beneath him. Something big was happening outside. No doubt. But first, he had to get out of here. The heavy dungeon doors groaned as he stepped into the scorching light. And then, boom, a shockwave slammed into him. Dust and sand tore at his face. He turned away, shielding his eyes. Bah! He spat grit from his mouth, coughing. Ugh, I just want to sleep, he groaned. With a grimace, Asher summoned his sword. Pain flared in his hand, but he ignored it, cracking his neck and pushing forward. In the distance, he saw it. That grotesque, familiar monster. The hell did I say? Asher muttered. Tried to warn all of you. He paused, weighing his options. Maybe he could sit this out. Let Euris and the others deal with the skinwalker. It was an awakened terror, after all. But he sighed. I have to do something. He moved, wading through chaos. Blood painted the streets. Civilians huddled behind debris. Some were crushed beneath it. Children sobbed, freshly orphaned. Guards knelt beside fallen comrades, trembling. Asher's stomach twisted. This is a dream, he whispered, trying to steady himself. An illusion. None of this is real. He gripped his sword tighter. None of it. Eventually, he spotted them. Euris, locked in battle with the skinwalker, flanked by 4 other awakened. Hey Euris. I'm here to help. Asher shouted. His voice cracked, hoarse from earlier screams. Still, it caught their attention. The awakened turned toward him, stunned. And clarify that I'm not part of that thing. He added, pointing toward the skinwalker. Euris looked a bit hesitant but quickly nodded. The others seemed to relax around him, at least slightly. Well, that's one misunderstanding cleared up. Asher sighed in relief. Still, there seemed to only be 5 awakened in this town, one of whom Asher killed. But including Euris, there are only 5 people who could fight this thing, the rest are cannon fodder, including Asher himself of course. He heard a splattering sound as he swallowed his bile. Ah, never mind. 4 awakened. A sickening sound made his skin crawl. He turned, just in time to see a body rise from the blood-soaked ground. The fallen awakened. Back on its feet. Asher's eyes locked onto the glowing orb in its solar plexus, once bright, now dark. He narrowed his gaze, then looked toward the skinwalker's main body. He grinned. Knew it. 4 orbs embedded in the main body. That meant. Euris. Asher yelled. The cores. There are only 4 in the main body, 2 in the ones it's taken over. Maybe in the future, skinwalkers could take bodies without transferring soul cores, but this one wasn't there yet. This one still had rules. The awakened froze for a split second, staring at Asher in disbelief. Even Euris faltered. It was just enough time. The skinwalker twitched, its flesh convulsed. Tentacles surged outward, merging into massive arms, each 4 meters long. From the center, a humanoid horror emerged. Its upper body protruded, meat sloughing off in chunks, face curled in something almost like a grin. One awakened was flung like a ragdoll, crashing through a nearby house in a cloud of dust. Another screamed as his arm was severed clean. Asher blinked, a dawning realization settling in. That was definitely his fault. Euris ducked beneath a blade tentacle, gritting his teeth. Are you sure? He shouted across the chaos. Asher squinted, trying to focus through the dust and blood. Of course you idiot. If we kill its vessels, it should regress 2 classes. One of the uninjured awakened fell back, stumbling closer to Asher. He flinched on instinct, his grip tightening on his sword. I'll take care of this one, the awakened said, raising his weapon toward a reanimated corpse that staggered toward them. Its neck hung at an unnatural angle, head twitching like a puppet on broken strings. Don't do this. Beaks. The creature rasped, its voice warped but eerily familiar. The awakened froze. His sword wavered. Eyes wide. Face pale. Can't you see, Beaks? The thing crooned, smile stretching too wide. I'm still alive. Asher felt his stomach turn. Ugh. He glanced at the man, Beaks, apparently, and saw the doubt in his eyes. Shit. Hey, man, Asher started, voice cracking. That thing's not him. It's trying to mess with you. Don't fall for it. Beaks turned to him, confused. Asher's face slowly turned red. Damned social anxiety. I was speaking so well with Euris as well. To be fair, it was the damned circumstances, but I spoke to that bitch of a guard as well. Oh, but that was also damned circumstances. Beaks blinked, clearly thrown off by Asher's stammering, then offered a shaky smile. Yeah, thanks. Asher let out an agonized groan and dragged a hand down his face. Unidentified voices coming from him. I am taking the merchant. He declared, turning abruptly. Wherever he is. Beaks only nodded, still rattled. Asher sprinted off, refusing to look back. Curse it all. Asher shouted into the chaos, his voice ragged, sword gripped tight. A blur of movement, wood splintered against his side as a wooden rod shattered on impact, driving jagged shards into his ribs. Son of a... Before he could fully process the pain, a body crashed beside him. A guard. Blood pooled beneath the man, one arm gone, the stump twitching violently. Help, please. The guard gasped, voice weak. Asher staggered, glancing down. The man was maimed but alive. Then something flickered in the corner of his vision. He shoved his boot against the guard's abdomen, kicking off just as a blade slashed through the air. Thunk. A dagger buried itself deep into Asher's upper thigh, just where his heart would have been, if not for his quick thinking. Pain tore through him like fire. GHH. He hit the ground, breath hitching. Blood soaked through his makeshift bandages, trickling down his leg. Lifting his gaze, he froze. From the broken silhouette of a crumbling house, the merchant emerged. Another knife glinted in his hand, his movements disturbingly calm. Wrong. Asher's face went pale. Panicking, he hurled his stone blade. A desperate throw. It missed by a hair. The merchant dodged easily, not even flinching. With unsettling grace, he pivoted straight toward the downed guard. Steel flashed. The guard gurgled. The merchant stood over the corpse, eyes hollow and glassy, now wielding the dead man's sword. Asher summoned his blade back into his hand with a sharp breath, forcing himself to stand. His leg screamed. Every step was agony. The merchant turned. Their eyes met. Asher's voice came in hoarse gasps. "Looks like I don't need to find you." The merchant tilted his head slightly, then charged. Asher tightened his grip, gritting his teeth. "Come on then. Let's finish this." Chapter 6-6, Chaos, 2. Shing. A thin line of blood traced down Asher's cheek as he narrowly dodged another strike. "Shit." His voice came out raw, ragged, unsurprising after a day filled with screaming. Another blade whistled past, slicing the air as Asher staggered back. He was barely holding on. He couldn't do anything to this merchant. He didn't know how to wield a sword. All he could do was dodge. This fight wasn't fair. The merchant was relentless, precise, and worst of all, dead. The body it used might have been that of a dormant, but its soul core pulsed like an awakened. The damn thing didn't even flinch when hurt. Pain meant nothing to the dead. Asher weaved to the side, narrowly avoiding another swipe. His movements were quick, too quick for someone who was supposed to be a slave. He didn't question it anymore. His body was moving because it could, because it remembered how, even if his mind didn't. Then, an opening. Asher's eyes narrowed. He lunged in and swung at the merchant's wrist with everything he had. Crack. The sound was sickening. The bones shattered beneath his blade. Asher allowed himself a grin. But it died just as fast. A sudden, searing pain tore through his abdomen. Cuck. He spat blood, stumbling backward as heat radiated from his wound. The merchant had punched him. Not with a blade, just raw, brute force from its shattered hand. And still, it didn't even blink. Asher clutched his side, trembling. His body screamed in protest. "It hurts." He coughed, swaying slightly. Across from him, the merchant stood motionless, panting. "I guess its muscles still needs oxygen." His hands throbbed. His legs burned. His lungs strained. Every inch of him was breaking down. He couldn't last much longer. Still, Asher raised his blade. "Come." The merchant responded, stepping forward with eerie calm. It raised its sword in its remaining hand, lifting it high, aiming straight for Asher's shoulder. It was going to cleave him clean in two. But Asher didn't back down. He mirrored the motion, blade arcing upward, his target, the merchant's neck. Their weapons closed the distance in a heartbeat. And then, done. A subtle, almost imperceptible pressure descended. Just enough. The merchant's blade dipped too early, missing by a hair's breadth, but Asher's strike did not. TWAK. A vicious crack echoed as the blade smashed into the merchant's neck, twisting it at an unnatural angle. But it wasn't enough. Asher snarled, drew his sword back, and slammed it down, straight through the top of the merchant's skull. Crunch. The head caved in, pulpy and broken beneath the dull edge of his blade. The enchantment didn't let it cleave, but it crushed. And right now, crushing was more than enough. Asher stumbled back, chest heaving, blood trailing from his lips. He looked down at the mangled corpse, and nearly gagged. Disgusting. He doubled over, retching violently. Of course, killing the already dead won't give him anything, hence why the spell didn't say anything. Asher collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving as if it were trying to break free from his ribs. Dust clung to his sweat-slicked skin. Blood, his own and others, soaked into his torn clothes. Above him, the sky burned orange with smoke and heat. Distant shouts rang out, cries of pain, steel clashing, something collapsing. The sounds blurred together like a cruel lullaby. He shut his eyes, letting out a long, weary breath. "Just let me wake up already." He groaned. But reality didn't offer mercy. No, he couldn't stop here. There was still one thing left. "I need to kill it." The skinwalker. It was still alive. And he wanted the memory it would drop. He deserved that much, after everything. After the pain, the blood, the horror. He forced himself upright with a grunt, swaying slightly. He didn't dare look at the merchant's mangled corpse, his stomach couldn't take it. Somewhere ahead. Boom. A deafening blast rocked the air. Asher flinched, then squinted through the rising dust. There it was. The skinwalker. Weak and vulnerable. This was his chance. He staggered over to the fallen merchant's blade. It was heavier than his own, but solid. Still sharp. Without hesitation, he tore more cloth from his already shredded shirt, wrapping it around the hilt in his bleeding hand, binding them together. He winced as the fabric dug into raw skin, pain lighting up every nerve in his arm. But this body could take it. The skinwalker let out an ear-shattering shriek as Yuri's parried a whipping tentacle sinew. It lost a core, he muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing. Without missing a beat, he reached into his robe, retrieving two glass-like orbs. He channeled soul essence into them, the cores glowing faintly blue. With a sharp breath, he sprinted forward. Explode. He invoked the name, hurling the bombs. Boom. A violent shockwave surged outward. The skinwalker reeled back, bellowing in pain as its grotesque mass twisted violently. Thrux. Now. Eury's shouted. From behind the creature, a towering figure appeared, an awakened warrior gripping a massive battle axe. Rah! Thrux roared as he cleaved deep into the beast's side. But the skinwalker didn't scream this time. Instead, a sickening sound came from Thrux himself. A bloated, veiny arm shot out, coiling around him. His face drained of color. Before he could even scream, a razor-sharp tentacle slashed across his neck. Blood sprayed into the air as his body crumpled. Eury's jaw clenched. Your sacrifice was necessary. He muttered coldly. From the haze of smoke, he leapt forward, slashing through the giant arm that had claimed his comrade. Blood exploded across the ground, but he didn't stop. He slid behind cover, panting hard, eyes locked on the defiled monstrosity. Then, he noticed something. Parts of the creature were beginning to wither and cave in. It lost another core. A voice croaked behind him. Eurys. Eurys turned. Asher stood barely upright, his body a mess, shoulder slashed, thigh bleeding freely, face pale and drawn. How the hell are you still moving? Eurys asked, incredulous. Asher gave a breathless chuckle, blood flecking his lips. No clue, but I'm not lasting much longer. Beak stepped up behind him, equally battered but still able to stand. Eurys pushed off the wall, standing tall once more. His gaze returned to the shrinking beast in the distance. There's only 3 of us left. He said grimly. But it's weak. It's bleeding. This is our shot. He looked between the 2 men. One last attack. Let's end it. A/N extra chapter if we reach 100 collection by the end of the week. Chapter 7-7 The End. The 2 nodded wordlessly. Eurys was the first to move, sprinting straight toward the towering monstrosity. Aim. For the humanoid torso. He shouted, leaping onto the creature's writhing form. Asher gritted his teeth and flanked the beast from behind, limping but determined, while Beaks veered beside him, cutting down flailing tentacles with sharp, practiced strikes. I'll clear the path for you. Beaks shouted, already lunging ahead. Asher gave a hesitant nod, his limbs heavy, body screaming in protest, but he ran. Beaks was a blur of motion, swinging wildly yet precisely. Tentacles lashed from the beast's side, each strike a blur of meat and malice. Beaks intercepted them with brutal strength, his blade tearing through corrupted flesh as he carved a path straight toward the creature's flailing base. Asher followed close behind, limping, blood dripping from his thigh with each jarring step. The ground trembled beneath them, mud and gore and shattered bones squelched beneath his feet. He focused on the torso. If he gets that, all of this shit ends. He just needs to cut that torso. Above, Yuri sprinted across the defiled's front. His figure, like a comet streaking through chaos, robes flaring, sword gleaming with soul light. The skinwalker roared, its scream cutting through the battlefield with sharp sinew tentacles. They whipped toward Eurys, but he didn't flinch. He ducked, twisted, using the momentum to launch himself into the air. Time slowed. Eurys came face to face with the towering monstrosity, his sword poised to pierce its humanoid chest. A jagged tentacle whipped toward his heart with lethal precision, but Eurys didn't panic. Instead, he smiled. Behind the creature, a white-haired figure emerged from the smoke. The fool used me as a feint, Eurys realized. In that instant, he abandoned his strike, letting his sword fall mid-air as he twisted his body, prioritizing the dodge. A clean maneuver until a barely perceptible force shifted his stance. It was minute, almost meaningless shift, almost. The change in the center of gravity was just enough to throw off his balance. SHLK. The tentacle found its mark, embedding deep into Yuri's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief, locking onto Asher, who didn't spare him a single glance. With a hoarse growl, Asher drove his blade into the skinwalker's back. The creature shrieked, a guttural, gurgling wail echoing across the ruined battlefield. Asher's grip tightened, blood dripping from his fingers as he twisted the sword, angling it downward. He summoned every ounce of strength he had left, channeling his aspect through his weapon. The blade grew heavier. But something halted his progress. The blade met resistance, the spine. A sharp pain tore through Asher's chest. A tentacle impaled him clean through. The agony was unimaginable. His vision blurred. His legs buckled. But he didn't let go. With a primal scream, he forced the blade downward, tearing through flesh, until, crack. The spine gave way, paving away a clean cut along the torso as the spell whispered. You have slain an awakened devil, Skinwalker. You have received a memory, second skin. Asher smirked, though his lips trembled. Darkness crept at the edge of his vision, and his legs gave out. He collapsed, his blood-soaked body thudding beside Yuri's. The two lay there in the wreckage, victors, perhaps, but broken all the same. Why? Yuri's rasped, turning his head with effort. Blood poured from the hole in his chest. Even you're not going to make it. Asher coughed violently, crimson spilling from his mouth as he grinned through the pain. Bastard. I didn't need to make it. He forced a ragged chuckle. You stabbed me, remember. I'm petty like that. His breath hitched as he winced, vision swimming. Wake up, Asher. Your nightmare is over. He closed his eyes, voice growing faint. TCH, none of you were real anyway. Prepare for appraisal. Asher let out a low groan. Damn, I should have at least kicked that smug guard in the face. The pain surged again, a final wave of unbearable heat and pressure. End it, please, just end it already. He screamed internally, desperate for the nightmare to end. And then, silence. Suddenly, the battlefield was gone. The pain vanished. Asher floated in a weightless void of runes and light, a cold, humming expanse of shifting geometry. He had entered the inner workings of the spell. This was actually be part of the previous chapter, tongue sticking out. Chapter 8:8, in the workings. Asher looked around him, clearly in a trance. Then, all of a sudden, he began to laugh. Not giggling, no. A full-blown, hysterical laugh. I did it. He gasped. He touched his chest, no hole. He checked his thigh, it wasn't profusely bleeding. He looked at his hand, it wasn't mangled. Asher laughed again. I beat it. I beat the damn trial. His voice dropped low as he slowly kneeled down, gazing into the endless cosmos below. He clutched his knees as a few tears streamed down his cheeks. I lived. There had been a moment when Asher genuinely doubted he would survive. Yet, against all odds, he did. Prepare for appraisal. The spell finally whispered again as Asher looked at the runes in front of him. Lost in the desolation of the nightmare desert, an interloper from another world stood between realms. Hunted, chained, and bled by those who called him kin, he endured. One betrayed him, and still he followed. When the terror rose, he stood among the last. There was no justice in his blade, only reckoning. He did not win. He made sure it ended. You have entered from an outer realm. You have defeated an awakened monster, Stone Golem. You have defeated an awakened human, Uris of the Nine. You have defeated an awakened human, name unknown. You have defeated an awakened terror, Skinwalker. Asher looked at the runes with anticipation. You have achieved the impossible. Final appraisal, marvelous. Your pettiness truly is ineffable. He blinked at the runes before snapping, damn spell. He yelled, I was petty once in the whole nightmare. You base my entire appraisal on my pettiness. Pettiness. He raged as he tried to touch his runes. After all the blood and sweat he went through, this thing assessed him based on his pettiness. Dreamer Asher, receive your boon. You have been bestowed a true name, Singularity. Asher's anger slowly receded as he looked at his true name. Slowly, his lips curled upward a bit, as he tried to hold a grin. That's a pretty cool-sounding true name. He looked at his true name again, his smile widening. I may forgive the spell. Your aspect is ready to evolve. Evolve aspect? Asher couldn't hold back his grin any longer. Yes. Awakened aspect weight manipulation is evolving. New aspect acquired. Aspect rank, sacred. Aspect name, falling star. Asher sighed in dejection. Alas, he tried. No, he really did try his best, yet it wasn't enough to earn him a divine aspect. Aspect, falling star. Aspect rank, sacred. Aspect description, you are a fragment of a boundless force, a fallen echo of the realm's law. Gravity bows to your presence. Your existence is defined by descent, into ruin, into power, into truth. Innate ability, event horizon. Ability description, the weight of the world hums, and you listen. Where mass gathers, where space trembles, where silence bends beneath unseen force, you feel it. Nothing heavy moves unnoticed. Nothing immense hides from your gaze. Asher stared at his aspect, so it seemingly transitions from weight to gravity. He sighed, still disappointed in not receiving a divine aspect. But he received a true name. So it seems he was very close to Sunny in terms of performance, except Sunny's nightmare was simply, much more unfair. Still, Asher smiled. His aspect was to his advantage as he was a physics student in his past world. His past world. Asher thought broke as the spell spoke again. The first seal is broken. Awakening dormant powers. Asher suddenly felt a sharp pang in his chest. It was not painful, yet it wasn't pleasant. Asher felt his body change. His soul changed. Empowered even. Asher felt masochistic. The sensation was addictive. With a blink, Asher felt as if a cold breeze passed through him as he shivered. He looked around him to realize he wasn't in the inner networks of the spell. My sea of soul. It was as if he was in the middle of a nebula. Stars all around him. Asher's bright core stood still at the center. Better than the 7 wonders of the world. Asher mused as he enjoyed the sight in front of him. Awakening aspect ability. Aspect ability acquired. Aspect ability name unbound. Aspect ability description, the force around you seems more malleable. Asher still looked at the space around him, mesmerized. All power has a price. You have received a flaw. Asher suddenly flinched as he heard the word flaw. His thoughts were interrupted as he felt an invisible force kick him out of his sea of soul. Your flaw is emotional amplification. Flaw, emotional amplification. Asher's face went pale. He shook his head slowly. No. He rubbed his eyes, hoping, praying, the runes would change. They didn't. His heart raced. The flaw was already in motion. Please don't do this. He whispered, dread curling in his gut. Not now. Not when he was just starting to break through his introversion. I'm dead. He was dead. A cripple. How could he talk to people now? His social anxiety, already bad, was now doubled. Twofold. Twofold. Ah. A strange sound escaped his lips, somewhere between a whimper and a gasp. Before he could even process the panic rising in his chest, a familiar orb appeared, hovering silently in the air. Then, it shattered. Loud, violent, echoing through the spell like a bell-tolling doom. Your memory has been destroyed. Huh. Asher stared at the shards. From between them, a small, barely visible dot descended, pulsing with energy. The dot absorbed the fragments, swelling, growing, until it towered over him. Asher's eyes widened as his mind tried to make sense of it. His jaw slackened. Then, the sound. Shackles. Clinking, heavy. From the center of the expanding mass, an arm reached out, inhumanly large. Somehow, impossibly, it felt larger than the spell itself, as though it stretched through dimensions. A hand made of void. Cold. Endless. It reached toward him. Asher gulped. He couldn't move. Fear rooted him in place. And then, wake up, singularity. The void cracked. Fractures split across the darkness like shattering glass. A deafening roar followed, and the world around him burst apart, splintered into 1,000 shards, vanishing like sand in the wind. And that was the moment he woke up. A/N, sup everyone, I hope you enjoyed the first nightmare. I wish for your thoughts and feedback. Also, donate some power stones if you got any. Chapter 9. Finally. The ceiling was white. My chest heaved as I gasped for breath, heart pounding like a war drum. The remnants of the nightmare still clung to my mind, sticky and cold. I shivered. The room felt like it had dropped 10 degrees the moment I recalled the end of it. That hand. I didn't know what it was. But I knew that if it had touched me, something terrible would have happened. Definitely. I pushed myself upright, unease crawling over me like a second skin as I took in my surroundings. Then I looked down. A sinking feeling hit me like a stone in my gut. I was restrained. Panic surged. I struggled, wrists tugging at the bindings. My thoughts spiraled. Am I a lab rat? Why the hell am I restrained? I need to get out of here. Now. I see you're up. My thoughts came to an halt as I flinched, a sudden surprise washing over me as I felt my heart beat faster. Short, raven black hair. Icy blue eyes. My eyes widened as I pointed a finger at the beautiful lady before me. YUAR-, I stuttered as I looked at one of my favorite characters in the novel. I stuttered immediately as my thoughts cycled. I am. The woman asked, responding to my stutter. So dash. I caught myself, my gaze sweeping the room once more. Cog spun quick, the sterile, white surroundings suggested an underground bunker, likely a police station. A sense of caution settled over me as I assessed my situation. I could deduce that I was not a legacy. The government would most likely think I am an outskirt rat due to not having any data on me. Since I am an outskirt rat, I should probably not know a particular awaken's name. Sure, I could make up an excuse that I idolize her or whatever, but I didn't want to even raise a small suspicion from where I am or who am I. So be beautiful, this was the only valid thing I could say. Jet raised her brow, before sighing, I see. She got up, removing my bindings. Thanks for the compliment, at least you're not as shameless as the other one. She said without a hint of amusement. My throat got a hic. Other one. That was when I remembered how Sunny and Jet met as a O shape naturally found its way on my mouth. I appraised her once more as my sight landed on her chest. A deep flush crept up my cheeks, intensified by the amplifying effect of my flaw. They are unnecessarily big. I concluded my analysis, but before I could look away. What are you looking at? Oh come on. I was even following the one Mississippi rule. I stuttered as my nervousness grew. I quietly cursed my flaw, turning to the other side. And nothing. Jet narrowed her eyes as she came closer to me, and why you read? Shit. My flaw makes it so that every time I tell a truth, my face turns red. As I said those words, I realized my mishap. I called her beautiful earlier. Jet raised a brow, having just removed my restraints. As she raised her torso, my gaze seemingly magnetized to her. A sharp sting erupted on my cheek, accompanied by the sound of my bed toppling over from the force of her slap. A red outline burned on my cheek as I recoiled along with the bed from the blow. I felt the slight need to cry due to the pain as I looked up at the monster approaching me. I restrained myself from crying like a child while Jet bent down to my level and said with a twitching smile, "Congratulations on surviving your first nightmare, Sleeper Asher." I mumbled, rubbing my cheek as I walked toward the shower, still crying from Jet's slap. My face throbbed, and I could still feel the faint imprint of her palm. It hurt. I shuffled toward the shower, as, in Jet's words, I reeked of the nightmare spell. Grabbing the doorknob, I paused, face falling into a flat, stoic expression. What do you mean? No. You just moved your head. Do you think I'm a fool? A voice, shouting. I opened the door to find a black-haired boy with pale skin yelling, at his shadow. Also, he was half naked. I blinked as I looked at the scene as the boy finally noticed me. He blinked as well as I suppressed my laugh. My flaw didn't help. I was compelled to speak up when Sunny's face flushed red. It's a misunderstanding. He said. That's not fair. It only compelled me to laugh harder. In the end, I could only snicker as I voiced, weirdo. Sunny looked at the guy in front of him as he clenched the towel in his hand, proceeding to walk out the bathroom in silence. PFTT. Once out, Sunny said in a seething tone, just because that bastard is a bit good-looking, it doesn't mean he can pity me. I wheezed a laugh and called out through the door, I heard that. Still chuckling, I stepped in front of the mirror. I tried to compose himself, but the laughter lingered in my chest like a ticklish echo, and then my towel slipped. I didn't even notice, because what I saw in the mirror made my jaw slowly unhinge. Staring at me was a 16-year-old, tall, lean but muscular, a chiseled jawline that could cut stone, long, shoulder-length white hair with streaks of vibrant blue woven beautifully. And his eyes, my eyes, were a pristine, glassy shade of sapphire, practically glowing. I took a step closer to the mirror, jaw still slack. And then I shouted, full volume, no hesitation. Look so hot. Somewhere in the hallway, I heard the sound of a trip, a stumbled step, and then Sunny's voice, barely audible but laced with disdain. Narcissistic bastard. Seated beside Sunny, Asher shifted uncomfortably in the stiff, police-issued tracksuit. The synthetic fabric itched against his skin, unfamiliar and sterile. He tied his long hair into a man bun, though the side bangs still fell stubbornly against his neck. Wrinkling his nose, he stared down at the unappetizing meal on the tray before him, doing his best to mask the disgust twisting his features. Not to your taste? Jet asked, raising an eyebrow as she met his gaze. I would have expected to serve something more appetizing after walking out of a hellhole. Asher simply replied. Sunny gobbled up some more synth paste as he nodded profusely. I came au rigout. Jet nodded, agreeing with the complaints as she shrugged. We can't do anything about it, the government budget is tight. Asher nodded slowly, nudging his tray away. Surely the academy will have better food. Surely. The pause that followed felt heavier than expected. Jet and Sunny stared at him, expressions unreadable. Asher blinked, then tilted his head slightly, piecing it together. They are probably shocked that I reject free food since in their mind, I am an outskirt rat. But you really don't want it? Jet asked, surprised. I am good. Jet gave a slow nod and cleared her throat, slipping into a more official tone. All right then, I'll begin. As per protocol, I am obligated to inform you of a few things. It is mostly a formality. First of all, concerning your nightmare. She paused, eyeing the now fidgety Asher and the still hungry Sunny before letting out a resigned sigh. You are entitled to receive free psychological counseling. No matter what traumatic experience you have encountered, there is no shame in asking for help. Your mind is as important as your body, it's only right to keep it healthy. Are you interested? She looked at Asher. Would you like to schedule a session? Asher immediately pointed at Sunny. He might. Sunny froze, mouth half open, glaring at him with a betrayed look. Huh. Asher fought back a smirk. No shame, right? I mean, who argues with their own shadow? Sunny slammed back a glass of water, clearly preparing a counterattack. Hey, people argue with their shadow. Didn't I hear you talking to your mirror, huh? Asher blinked. That was a perfectly rational reaction. Anyone would talk to their reflection if their face looked this good. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? Are you retarded? Asher smiled. Alright, enough. Jet cut in, rubbing her temples. Please stop bickering. Sunny froze mid-retort. Asher lowered his gaze, lips tightening. I'm sorry, he mumbled. His face grew red. I shall take it that both of you deny the need for psychological counseling. Both nodded slightly as Jet continued, turning to Asher first. You can also talk to me. Was it very hard? Asher's face twitched. His hand shot up to cover his mouth as he stifled a gag. The memories, blood, viscera, the stench of death, surged up like bile. His disgust, already heightened, made it a battle just to keep his stomach in check due to his amplified disgust. I see. Jet said softly, reading enough in his reaction. She then shifted her attention to Sunny. It was simultaneously much worse than I expected and exactly as bad as I expected, Sunny replied. That's a good attitude. I won't pry any further. Us outskirt rats are way more resilient than people think. Jet said with a rare smile. That confirmed it. He was categorized as an outskirt rat. Since his name conspicuously absent from any records, that was the only logical conclusion they could draw. As for how they knew his name, Asher had no clue. Jet informed him that they found him at the doorstep of the police station and after a bit of inspection, they determined that he was in a nightmare. What did surprise Asher, though, was that he came to the police station as Sunny. Plot purposes I guess. A/N, pretty long chapter huh. Chapter 1010, talking. Holy shit. Asher breathed, his mouth falling open as he took in the scene before him. Massive crimson gates towered above, casting long shadows over the snowy ground. These were the gates to the awakened academy, and just like in the novel, it truly was a city within a city. The walls that covered the surrounding only made Asher's awe increase further. Thanks to his flaw of course. Sunny seemed to have shared the same sentiment as him, silently staring at the walls. They both didn't talk to each other, only stared. Eventually, perhaps just to break the awkward silence, Sunny muttered, "It's big." Asher glanced at him and gave a small, awkward smile. "Yeah, it is." Surveying the snowy landscape that stretched out before them, Asher couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation tinged with nervous excitement. He was going in there. He was going into a magic academy. Of course he was excited. He walked closer to the gate along with Sunny when he noticed another sleeper in the distance. A tall, slender girl of around his age, with clear gray eyes and a detached look on her face. She had strange, silver-white hair that was cut short and neatly parted to the side. It's her, he realized. Nephi's. Her aura. It was indeed something. But, what confused Asher was rather the whiff she was giving off. It was familiar. He glanced at Sunny, who was also staring at her, brow furrowed. You. Asher said quietly, catching Sunny's attention. You go talk to her. Sunny's face twisted into an immediate scowl. I refuse. In fact, you go talk to her. He stole another glance at the girl. She's been staring at you for the past minute anyway. Asher blinked and slowly turned toward her. Sure enough, Nephi's was looking directly at him, her gray eyes narrowed in faint scrutiny. He quickly turned away, ears burning. Sunny grinned. Are you flustered? Sunny didn't even hesitate. And no. Asher snapped, a little too defensively. It's called social anxiety. Still, he risked another glance. Nephi's was still watching him and then, without warning, she took a step forward. Asher stiffened. Sunny's eyes widened slightly too. Perks of being good-looking, I guess, Sunny muttered with a scoff. Just then, the enormous gates groaned to life. A low, mechanical creak echoed across the snowy field as the massive slab of reinforced metal began to descend, unfolding into a long, narrow bridge. Nephi's looked at him for a second before looking at the bridge. Eventually, she began to walk towards the bridge as Asher sighed in relief. Thank God. Sunny, sparing a glance at him, walked front as Asher shouted, Hey, wait for me. Sunny. Asher hid behind Sunny's frame as he shivered. There are so many people, my sixth sense is telling me that I am in danger. Sunny grimaced, looking slightly up, annoyed by how tall Asher was. What the hell is your sixth sense now? Asher turned around, not making eye contact with Sunny as he chuckled a little. An introvert's intuition. Sunny blinked twice before forcefully separating himself from Asher. He scoffed as he showed Asher a middle finger as he left, leaving a weeping Asher behind. In half an hour, Asher saw Sunny get slapped by several women and punched by many men. Of course, Asher already knew this would happen, yet it was as humorous as ever. He was also pulled into a few conversations, which went like this. What happened in your nightmare, Asher? Oh yeah, I am very curious as well. I got trapped on an island full of transgender men who were itching to touch me every chance they got. I had to run around the island for a month before my nightmare was finally over. It was disgusting. And here I thought killing an awakened monster was horrible. You have my sympathy. Yes, that sounds very traumatic. It was. Asher's certainly a looker. Wanna get to know each other, . Oh, I am friends with Sunless. Oh, haha, let's talk another day, haha. Overall, other than the occasional stuttering, he felt as if he was talking pretty well. His looks gave him a bit of confidence and he had the power to back it up. He still couldn't initiate conversations, but if someone spoke to him, it was easier. Still, it was a pain to speak too much as he had to think a lot on what he was going to say. That's when he heard chuckles. Asher turned his head to see Sunny arguing with a bunch of guys. Among them was a man with brown hair and emerald eyes. That must be Castor, he thought as he walked up to them. Something else? Right. I communicated with a bunch of gods, even though they were all dead. I made one of them wake up. He gave me a blessing. I was blessed by a god, do you all understand? Sunny was interrupted as Asher placed his hand on Sunny's mouth. It was too pitiful to watch. He knew it all in act, yet. I am sorry about my friend here. He lost a part of his brain after his nightmare. Asher chuckled awkwardly. Sunny looked at, eyes wide as he began flailing. What was this bastard saying? The group stared at him, not saying anything. He is a great guy once you get to know him. Why did I do this? I see, Castor said, breaking the tense silence. But before he could say more, one of his goons let out a loud laugh, pointing at the still struggling Sunny. Hey, do you have a divine aspect too, like your buddy over here? Asher flinched at the attention. And no, he said quickly, hands raised. I only have a mere ascended aspect. A hush fell over the group. Castor's eyes widened. Even his goons paused. Sunny stopped flailing in place, his head snapping toward Asher with surprise. Sure, it wasn't a divine aspect like his, but the fact that someone from the outskirts had the same rank of aspect as a legacy, that was no small thing. Castor forced a smile, strained and unconvincing. Oh, then I guess that makes us rivals. Asher gave him a slow nod, watching as Castor and his entourage turned and walked away, their muffled snickering trailing behind them. Then Asher's expression abruptly twisted into one of disgust. He let go of Sunny's mouth and recoiled. Did you seriously lick me? Yes. Sunny quickly said. His gaze on Castor's retreating form, eyes narrowed. You know they didn't believe a word you said, right? Sunny muttered. Asher hummed nonchalantly. Sunny felt a sudden tug on his sleeve and turned to see Asher rubbing his palm against his precious tracksuit. Bastard. Sunny shrieked, yanking his arm away. What do you think you're doing? Asher grimaced, inspecting his hand. I'm trying to get your saliva off me, he said, going in for another rub. Sunny instinctively took a few steps back. Seriously, what are you doing? What do you think? Asher asked, voice deadly serious. Sunny retreated further. Don't come near me. A nerve visibly twitched in Asher's temple. He smiled, dangerously. Listen, bud, it's your spit. Sunny scowled. Then go wash it off. No, what are you, 5? Yes. Thack. Sunny yelped and bolted. Asshole. Asher shouted, chasing after him. Come back here and accept your fate. Fuck off. Chapter 11:11, Academy. I think you rubbed enough. Sunny snorted, looking at the man-child rubbing his palm on his sleeve. It was a shame really. This was probably his first proper clothing he had worn in a while. No, I can't have your enzymes break down my perfect skin. Asher cried as he rubbed even harder. Sunny's brows twitched. This bastard. He couldn't shout however. They both were victims already of countless eyes, to a point where Sunny himself was uncomfortable. Asher meanwhile was melting under the heat. Why you should be grateful I am still talking to you. Asher voiced, causing Sunny's blood pressure to spike. I would be more than happy if you didn't talk to me. But then, he remembered Jet's words. No one can survive in the dream realm alone. Tisk. Did you just click your tongue? Yes. Sunny answered with zero hesitation. Asher was about to say something when his eyes wandered elsewhere. There was a girl in front of them. Pale blonde hair, big blue eyes and exquisite face, she looked like a beautiful porcelain doll. Cassie. Asher realized, his face unknowingly contracting into a grimace. She was someone Asher didn't like. After what she did, it was perfectly reasonable hate as well. Sunny looked at the girl, quickly understanding her flaw as he looked back at Asher. His expression said it all. He was uncomfortable as well, just like everyone else. Sunny sighed as he walked up to the table. Talk. Footsteps continued to follow him from behind. He frowned. Hey Asher, why are you following me? Sunny asked in a cold tone. Asher tilted his head in confusion. I have nothing better to do. Sunny didn't say anything, proceeding to sit at the table, the noise clearly flinching Cassie. Asher frowned looking at her. At times like this, he wished he had a different flaw. The girl before him was an important character in the story. A very important one at that. He knew he had no choice but to befriend her. More importantly, he needed Cassie to not utter a word about his attributes as she could see them. Asher observed Cassie. The latter was clearly reading Sunny's attributes. Then she turned to Asher to read his. NOWA. Hastily, she averted her eyes from Asher's, leaving him to frown in confusion. She just read my attributes. I know they're unusual, but why does she seem so frightened? Is it because of my mark of anomaly attribute, or is it just shock? He cursed. Damn it. I can't make sense of this seer. I am awakened rock. Sleepers, welcome to the academy. His thoughts were interrupted with the sudden voice. Asher flinched as he saw a tall man. An absurdly tall man. He looked at Sunny, who was clearly holding a snicker, presumably due to his thoughts. And so, the opening ceremony started. Despite knowing most of everything, Asher still listened. After all, his memory was volatile. That is all for today. Next, follow the instructions sent to your communicators to find your assigned dormitory. Once settled, you may proceed to the cafeteria for some late supper. There will be a round of interviews after that, to prepare your suggested curriculums. Get a good night's rest. Your training starts tomorrow. Everyone rose from their seat while Asher stretched his arms. Sunny also got up, looking at Asher for a second. Asher, noticing his gaze, just smiled awkwardly, seemingly saying, what? But Sunny felt his eye twitch at the dazzling smile as he said, I'm leaving to dorms. He gulped as he turned around. See you around. The last 3 words left him breathless, but he remembered Jet's words again, his face turning stern once more. Asher tilted his head as he nodded a bit. See you later. Asher instantly felt a rush of joy as he clenched his hand. He said it, barely stuttering as well. With this, he was confident that he could speak to Sunny like a normal human. He looked around, there didn't seem to be anyone. I should go as well. He got up, but that was when he saw Cassie still there, silently looking at the table. Do you want help getting to the dormitories? Asher asked with a frown. Even though he didn't like her, it was still against his morals to not help a blind person. Cassie didn't respond. Asher rolled his eyes. I'm talking to you blonde girl. Cassie looked at him, eyes wide but quickly looked them, avoiding eye contact. Sorry. She did that so I don't feel uncomfortable. Asher realized, the thought making him frown. So, will you come? Oh okay. Asher grabbed Cassie's hand, making Cassie flinch. Asher, he introduced himself. See Kasha, a pleasure. As Asher stepped into his room, a sense of relief washed over him. Closing the door behind him, he let out a long sigh. Finally, he muttered to himself, the tension of the day slowly melting away. He severely miscalculated how hard it was talking to people. He dropped to his knees as he looked at his room. It was small, but cozy. Grr. His stomach made a sound as he sighed. He didn't eat since getting out of the nightmare, so it made sense. I wonder when dinner is. But then he grinned. He should have time to check his stats. Name, Asher. True name, singularity. Rank, dreamer. Soul core, dormant. Memories, second skin, stone blade. Echoes. Attributes, spectral sight, mark of anomaly, nimble intellect, soul veil, dream spawn. Aspect, falling star. Aspect rank, sacred. Aspect description, you are a fragment of a boundless force, a fallen echo of the realm's law. Gravity bows to your presence. Your existence is defined by descent, into ruin, into power, into truth. Innate ability, event horizon. Ability description, the weight of the world hums, and you listen. Where mass gathers, where space trembles, where silence bends beneath unseen force, you feel it. Nothing heavy moves unnoticed. Nothing immense hides from your gaze. Aspect ability name, unbound. Aspect ability description, the force around you seems more malleable. Aspect legacy. Flaw, emotional amplification. Flaw description, every feeling, from joy to sorrow, is amplified twofold. A/N, hello. So listen. For those who have read my previous novel, what are your thoughts on the remake? And if you didn't read, don't read. Anyway, I do want to say that, from now on, it's going to my one chapter a day. I know, don't cry. But, I will post an extra chapter every 100 power stones. Yeah, gimme your stones. Chapter 1212, Food. Asher was about to check his memory when his breath caught. His eyes locked on the soul fragments count. Soul fragments, 47/1000. What? He blinked. How? He hadn't fought anything, hadn't even been near a nightmare creature since waking up, and he definitely didn't absorb any soul shards. And as far as he was aware, soul fragments didn't function as shadow fragments, and even if it did, he had way too many for it to even make sense. Frowning, he flipped back to his status screen and scanned through his attributes. It didn't take long before his gaze settled on a particular set of runes. Soul veil, untouched by soul or scream, you walk cloaked in silence, feasting on the fading echoes of your kind made hollow by your very hand. He reread the description, brows knitting tighter. Feasting on the fading echoes of your kind made hollow by your very hand. Asher stared at it for a long moment, then frowned. He was not the best at deciphering poetic nonsense. In fact, he hated those interpret the poem questions on the SAT. Ugh, I can't do this right now. He waved the screen away with a sigh, shoving the mystery to the back of his mind. It wasn't urgent. He'd figure it out later. It definitely wasn't that he couldn't understand it. No, it was the mood. That was all. Absolutely the mood. Not the fact that he sucked at poetry. Not at all. Now then. He summoned his runes for the second skin. Memory, second skin. Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier, 4. Memory type, armor. Memory description frowny face once, a man wrapped himself in flesh that was not his own. In time, he forgot the shape of his true body, and the flesh forgot the soul within. When the final echo of his scream faded, only the skin remained, stretching, writhing, longing to be worn again. Memory enchantments, reactive sheath, vein woven. Ah. Asher instantly saw it, the reason he hadn't received a divine aspect. His fist clenched. The urge to scream, to curse the spell, bubbled up inside him like bile. But what would that change? Nothing. Memory tier, 4. He read the line aloud, voice tight. The appraisal had referred to the skinwalker as an awakened terror, but that was misleading. The spell counted indirect kills, collateral effects, illusions of grandeur. In truth, when it came down to his own hand, Asher had killed an awakened devil, not a terror. Not enough. His nails dug into his palm, drawing faint lines of red. Frustration boiled inside him. Of course he was angry. The damned spell had robbed him. He was glad he'd killed Uris in the end. That decision, brutal as it was, had earned him something precious. Something most would never touch. A sacred aspect. Still, his eyes drifted back to the memories tier. Tier 4. Too low. Far too low. Vein woven, the armor forms microconnections with the wearer's nerves over time, increasing responsiveness and movement synchronicity. Reactive sheath, where pain lingers, mass gathers. The shell remembers. The enchantments were solid. Asher allowed himself a small nod of approval. He hadn't expected any active abilities, it was still just an awakened tier memory, after all, but the passives were potent. Yet, even as he appreciated them, a shadow of disappointment lingered. What would it have been, if it had been tier 6? Or higher? The difference in power, potential, it gnawed at him. He struck the wall beside him, cracking the surface with a dull thud. A few flakes of paint crumbled to the floor. Dragging himself to the bed, he let his body fall, face down into the mattress. Why? He felt the mattress get wet. The knowledge that a divine aspect had been within reach, that it had slipped through his fingers, stung worse than any wound. And his flaw, it only made everything worse. He remembered the vein-woven attribute as he summoned his armor. It was a bodysuit. A full bodysuit. One would expect it to be the same color as his skin, but no. It was black. Pitch black. He could wear clothes over this. Then slowly, vein-woven should start to take effect. His eyes shifted to the clock on the wall. It ticked quietly. A small smile touched his lips. Dinner time. Asher's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cafeteria spread. Starving was worth it, he thought triumphantly, piling his plate high with layers of meat, rice, bread, and fragrant curries. It was a precarious mountain of food, and he struggled to balance it as he searched for a seat. No sign of Sunny. Guess he went to his appointment, Asher mused, settling at an empty table. He glanced at the clock, not much time left. His eyes dropped to the feast in front of him, and he grinned. He sliced into what looked like steak. Was it steak? Who cares? Dipped it into a dark, savory sauce, and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, his eyes lit up. The meat melted on his tongue, tender and rich with flavor. He rolled it around in his mouth to savor the texture. This wasn't a crumbling, post-apocalyptic world anymore. No, this was heaven. He dove in without hesitation, piece after glorious piece vanishing into his mouth. He savored every bite, yet his pace was relentless. Before long, only a few scraps remained. Tearing off a chunk of bread, he dunked it into the leftover soup. His body gave a small, involuntary twitch of delight. Minutes later, the plate was clean. He leaned back and rubbed his full stomach, grinning. Hee. His purpose had been fulfilled. I could die in peace now. No, I meant peace. Peace. But alas, the world never let him enjoy his peace for long. Did you see that guy? He stuffed his face like he's never seen food before. Kakik. Oh yeah, my father warned me that outskirt rats might get in. I expected them to be pathetic, but this? Really? His pervy friend was here earlier too, ate the same way. God, this food isn't even that good. No way. Asher froze for a second, stunned. Are they serious? People were judging how he ate. As far as Asher was concerned, he ate quite elegantly with utensils. Hadn't even spoken with his mouth full. What, was enjoying a meal a crime now? But the laughter kept going. The whispers lingered. And the stares, they clung to him like thorns. His chest felt tight. The warmth from the food was gone, replaced by a cold prickle running down his spine. He slowly stood, tray empty, hands shaking just a little. Yeah, I have my appointment anyway. He walked toward the exit, head down. But even as he walked, the glances followed him. Eyes trailing him, watching every step, the way he moved, how his shoulders hunched, the way he held himself. His thoughts twisted. Was I really that weird? That loud? Did I walk strangely? He tried straightening his posture, then stopped. Now it felt too forced. Why are they all staring? Couldn't these legacies mind their own damn business? He clenched his fists in his pockets. I hate this. Chapter 13:13, Changing Star. Puck. Asher silently poked at his food with his fork, chin resting against his palm. It was the next morning, breakfast, but he couldn't shake the unease clinging to him. Every clink of a spoon, every half-glance from nearby tables made his skin crawl. He stared at the bread on his plate. How do I even eat this without looking weird? Sunny, seated next to him, bit into his bread without hesitation, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Asher let out a quiet sigh and pushed his plate away. Hey Sunny, take my bread. I'm not hungry. Sunny paused, glancing at him. He didn't say anything, but eventually took the bread with a shrug. Asher stood up, still feeling the weight of invisible eyes on his back. He knew Sunny valued food, really valued it. Growing up in the outskirts did that to a person. Asher wasn't like him. He hadn't starved, not in the same way. But even so, he understood how much a clean plate meant to someone like Sunny. He caught the slight scowl on Sunny's face as he watched Legacy's abandon half-eaten trays without a second glance. Asher was about to walk away when something caught his eye. Something he loved. Ice cream. He skidded up to the counter and didn't hesitate. 1 scoop, 2, then 3. 3 whole scoops of bliss. He was about to head back to his seat when he noticed her. Cassie. She'd finished her breakfast early, and now sat silently, staring at the floor with her hands folded in her lap. No food, no drink, just stillness. Asher winced. He turned around as he saw another cup. Plop. Cassie flinched, her head lifting slightly. Just slightly. I got you ice cream, Asher mumbled, his face turned away, voice barely above a mutter. He stared at nothing in particular, as if embarrassed by his own kindness. Cassie tilted her head toward the sound, her expression blank for a moment. Then, slowly, she gave a soft, sad smile. Thanks. She reached out, hands gliding over the table as she searched. Slide. Asher gently nudged the cup toward her fingertips. Only once she'd found it did he allow himself a flicker of satisfaction, his expression brightening for just a moment before flattening again as he sat back down beside Sunny. Sunny, watching the whole thing unfold, raised a brow. Do you lick? Shut up. Asher cut him off, grabbing his own spoon. He took a bite. And then he froze. His whole body twitched. His eyes widened as the creamy sweetness hit his tongue. Synthetic or not, this was divine. He quickly took another bite, had to confirm it wasn't a fluke. Another shudder. Ah. He risked a glance toward Cassie. She was quietly eating, composed, blind eyes cast downward, her motions precise and dignified. Sunny looked away, guilt nipping at his gut. She didn't have a chance in hell, and everyone knew it. It was strange why there wasn't a social worker helping her. How was it? Asher asked, licking a smear of ice cream from his spoon. Sunny glanced at him. You mean the appointment? Asher nodded, mid-bite, his expression twisted in a way that made the act of eating ice cream somehow unsettling. "SOSO," Sonny muttered, taking a sip of his cola. That was when a wave of noise rippled through the cafeteria. Heads turned. A massive screen had lowered into view, its display flickering before revealing a ranked list, names of the new batch of sleepers, ordered from weakest to strongest. Sonny's eyes scanned it slowly. Sure enough, there he was, second to last. Right above the blind girl. Cassie, her name was. He kept scrolling up though, trying to find the name of the idiot next to him. Then, his gaze froze. His eyes tracked further up the list, and stopped. There, third from the top, was a face he knew too well. He turned his head toward Asher, slowly, like a rusted hinge. "You're ranked third." Asher blinked. Then, with a wide, shameless grin, he showed his teeth. Jet's voice echoed in Sonny's head like a bad omen. Sonny let out a hollow laugh. Great. Yet the commotion was loud, too loud. Sonny read the higher rankers as his eyes widened. A portrait of the silver-haired girl could be clearly seen on top. To the right of it, two simple lines of text were displayed. Name, Nephice. True name, Changing Star. Asher, feigning surprise, muttered under his breath, "Damn," catching Sonny's attention. "At least, this bastard didn't get a true name. If he did, I might have yelled mine out." He nodded at his thoughts. He exhaled and shifted his gaze toward Nephice, who stood quietly with a steaming cup of what looked like coffee, scanning the cafeteria, probably searching for a place to sit. Unluckily, she chose the worst time. Everyone was staring. The silence in the cafeteria was deafening, heavy silence. Then, breaking it, Castor stepped forward. With a slight bow, he spoke, "Lady Nephice. I am Castor, of the Homley clan. I trust your trial went well." Nephice narrowed her eyes at Castor, little bit perplexed by the question. After thinking for a while, she smiled brightly and shrugged. "It is what it is." Then she proceeded to look around once again. Castor awkwardly returned the smile. "I see. I am very glad that you returned unharmed. Not that I doubted your ability. Thanks, I'll take my leave now." As she said that, she began walking to a particular direction, seemingly found a place to sit at. All eyes in the cafeteria followed her. Asher, losing interest, continued to eat his ice as Sonny continued to sip his cola. Tea. That was when a radiant figure stole everyone's attention. Asher turned his head and nearly choked on his ice cream. Beside him, Sonny wasn't faring much better. His jaw dropped, and a splash of cola dribbled onto his shirt. Of course, it wasn't the two of them that had the most shock. The crowd rubbed their eyes as they saw Nephice take her place right beside Asher. No one spoke. Not Asher, not Sonny, not even Nephice. She just sipped her coffee in silence, eyes calmly fixed on Asher. The crowd was paralyzed. That was when Nephice revealed a bombshell line. "Can I sit here?" Chapter 14:14 Aspect. Asher blinked as everyone around them did the same, then, a single united thought surged to all of them, mentally screaming, "You're supposed to ask that before you sit down." Asher's brow twitched. Sure, I guess," he stammered. Nephice nodded, then continued drinking her coffee. Asher gulped, trying not to mind the stares around him as he took another bite of the ice cream to cool things off, but there was one gaze that melted everything whatever was in his mouth. He turned to his side, seeing Sonny look at Asher with what could only be described as "fuck you." As Sonny realized he just lost his quiet school life, his perplexed expression only mirroring the audience's confusion. Why is she sitting in that corner? Who is that guy? Are they both in a relationship? What the hell are you talking about? Is she friend with that lowlife from the outskirts? Maybe she is from the outskirts as well. Now that I look at it, he does look sickeningly cute. Asher felt an urge to giggle as he heard the last comment, but the situation wasn't exactly ideal. Instead, he just put his hand on his mouth, muffling the little snickers. But his mind was quickly breaking down what was happening. Nephice was not an extremely cold person or anything. She just really sucked at conversing with people and was equally if not more introverted than Asher. So, it was extremely strange for Nephice to do what she did. Why is she acting like this? Asher's thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Nephice staring at him with her striking gray eyes. I'm Nephice. I see that your trial went well," she asked with a polite smile. Asher and Sonny both nearly spat blood. "She's copying Castor," they screamed internally. Even Cassie, across the room, tilted her head with a barely concealed smile. Asher coughed into his spoon. Yeah, sure. I am Asher by the way." Asher added with a bit of awkward chuckles. "I see. I am very glad that you returned unharmed." Nephice continued after taking a sip of her coffee. Asher used every fiber in his body not to laugh, while Sonny clamped his hand over his mouth to stifle any chuckles while burying his head into the table. Nephice, bless her soul, seemed to be trying her best to converse. "Well, I didn't exactly come out unharmed," he admitted. Nephice frowned, clearly thrown off by the plot twist. She stared at her coffee like it might provide a dialogue tree. Her brow furrowed in deep existential conflict. Luckily, most of the cafeteria couldn't hear them over the general noise. Asher felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see Sonny, recovering from his near-death experience by cringe. With a glance, Asher understood the unspoken message, ask her why she is sitting here. Asher turned back. Hey, can I ask, why are you sitting here? Sunny flinched behind him. Not that direct, you moron. Nephis, finally free of her burdens, looked at Asher with a flicker of confusion. She pointed to herself. Because we are. Her fingers shifted to Asher. Similar. It clicked. Asher froze as a familiar, subtle sensation washed over him, a whiff of something familiar. She meant dream spawns. As far as he knew from the novel he read, there were only 2 dream spawns in the entire story, Asterion and Nephis. And now, apparently, him. Dream spawns were rare, mysterious, isolated. Most people didn't even know what the term meant. But for someone like Nephis, someone in a place where she knows no one, spotting another like her must have felt like discovering a long-lost sibling. No wonder she gravitated to him, awkwardness and all. If Asher hadn't known who she was, hadn't read the novel, even he might have approached her just from the pull of it. That would be despite his anxiety. He smiled faintly, meeting her eyes. I guess we are. Nephis nodded, visibly relieved she didn't mess it up completely. Sunny just looked at them utterly confused, mirroring the crowd. Splash. Asher stared at the crushed apple in front of him, now a sad puddle of juice and pulp on the grass. He was in the academy's training garden, surrounded by neatly trimmed hedges and ambient birdsong, utterly wasted on someone currently trying to break physics. In his entry interview, all he'd done was vaguely describe his pre-evolution aspect. That somehow landed him 3rd in the rankings. Either the interviewers were psychic or weight manipulation had a lot more hype than he'd realized. Which is why he was here now, thoroughly confused and actively experimenting. The first problem? He couldn't manipulate weight directly anymore. That was, kind of important. Not to say it was gone, exactly. He just had to approach it differently now. Weight mass times gravity. Simple enough. But that meant he was now altering gravity itself. And yet it had its downsides. But those weren't the only things he tested. There were a lot of things he discovered with his aspect. A/N, info dump alert. Firstly, his sense. Event horizon was his innate ability. At first, it nearly made him throw up from the sensory overload. But once he got a grip on it, he realized it was insane. He could passively sense anything massive within a 4-kilometer radius. People too, with effort. The best way to describe it was like outlining the gravitational presence of objects. Not sight, not sound, just pressure and mass. Surprisingly, he could also sense spacetime distortions. Or more to put it as gates, which he sensed a few on his way here to the academy. Secondly, his range of controlling gravity is only 46 meters around him. His actual control radius was about 46 meters. Within that zone, he could twist gravity's pull in any direction, but intensity weakened with distance. Crushing an apple 3 meters away. Easy. 46 meters away. The apple might wobble. A bit. The closer the object, the more gravitational influence he could exert. Basically, his aspect was akin to a roundabout telekinesis, which was slightly disappointing because he didn't even have enough force to fly. He could push himself upward and get a small burst of jump boost, but that's it. After consuming the awakened soul shard from his appointment, the control radius and power had increased slightly. Conclusion: the more soul fragments, the stronger the pull. Duh. Hey, Asher. The introductory combat class is about to start. One of the middle-class sleepers shouted from the path nearby. Asher wiped sweat from his brow and nodded. Apparently, he was well-liked by the middle-class sleepers and totally hated by the legacies. Like detested by the legacies, though he didn't get why. Still had no idea why. He hadn't done anything. Maybe just existing was enough to offend them. Wouldn't be the first time. He flexed his fingers experimentally. The sensation of gravity humming through his body was faint but there. Maybe I can test some of my abilities in combat. He smiled. Chapter 15:15, Not What One Expects. Soon, Asher found himself seated inside a wide training dojo, surrounded by other sleepers. And unfortunately, seated right next to Changing Star. After internally debating with himself for a solid 10 minutes earlier, he'd come to a conclusion: if he kept awkwardly avoiding her, things were only going to get weirder. That didn't mean he was comfortable, though. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, he slid a few centimeters away from her side. Totally normal behavior. The class was currently taking turns throwing their strongest punches into a reinforced metal plate attached to a special impact meter. The machine displayed each sleeper's raw strength as a number. Most landed between 10 and 14. Nephis, to Asher's surprise, actually seemed interested, her pale eyes observing each participant with quiet curiosity. Asher, meanwhile, looked like he was watching paint dry. He yawned. Everyone here is stupidly attractive, he thought absently. Not that he was having lustful thoughts. Not now, anyway. Probably. Maybe. Nephis, Rock called. It was her turn. Asher didn't even bother watching. He already knew she was going to hit 16. He continued to look around. Of course, he wasn't looking at people. Asher spotted an inconspicuous shadow spying on the dojo. He stared directly at it for a moment, then flashed a grin. In a completely different room, Sunny sat bolt upright, goosebumps crawling up his spine. No way. That bastard saw my shadow. He whispered, eyes wide. That was when Nephi's, seemingly finished with hers, quietly sat down next to Asher, before proceeding to give him an intense glare. Wait, does she want me to say something? Asher stared back, mentally sweating bullets. You are strong, he said at last, voice cracking like a broken flute. Nephi's nodded, I am. Then turned to face forward again, completely unfazed. Asher blinked. It was Castor's turn now. The dojo fell into stunned silence as the numbers flashed across the screen. 21. A few people gasped. Others just stared. Even Asher raised a brow. He totally forgot Castor got more than Nephi's. Castor turned to look directly at him. His gaze lingered, cool, pointed. Asher met it with an unreadable expression. Oh, he's trying to provoke me. Cute. Asher. It was his turn. With a sigh, Asher strolled up to the machine, cracking his knuckles for dramatic effect. From the sidelines, Nephi's leaned forward. Castor tilted his head, watching closely. Even Sonny stopped chewing on his straw. Asher raised his fist, took a deep breath, and punched. The number blinked on the screen. 8. Asher stared at it for a second, then turned around to face the stunned crowd. He casually stuck out his tongue. That's the best I got. Pfft. Sonny spat the cola he'd been sipping across the floor as he laughed. Sudden, Jet's word didn't sound so loud again. A beat later, the rest of the class burst out too. Even Castor, who looked like he'd swallowed a lemon, let out an involuntary chuckle. Asher, unbothered, walked back and plopped down next to Nephi's. He turned his head and gave her the exact same unblinking stare she'd given him earlier. Without missing a beat, Nephi's returned the look. You are weak. Asher chuckled dryly. I am. He was. This was not the same body he had in his first nightmare. It was significantly worse. He didn't have much strength, and his muscles were not developed at all. If it was the body he had in his nightmare, he was sure that the score would at least be 14. The Rock gave a disappointed look to Asher before he spoke. Now, we will move to sparring and evaluate your general level of training. I need 2 volunteers to begin. Nephi's glanced at Asher as she stood up along with a muscular dude. Asher sighed as he got up and held Nephi's by the shoulder. Can I fight? He asked with a smile. Nephi's looked at Asher's eyes for a few seconds, a bit confused, before saying with the same stoic face, okay. Asher nodded as he made his way to the ring. Nephi's observed the scene with a keen interest. Meanwhile, Sonny couldn't contain his excitement as he cheered Asher on. Finally. That bastard will get the beating he deserves. I support you, muscle man. He exclaimed. Of course he did. This guy ruined the closest thing he would have akin to a school life. The muscular student cracked his knuckles, then pointed at Asher with a grin too wide to be friendly. Hey, pipsqueak. No hard feelings when I plummet your pretty face to the ground, okay? Laughter rippled through the watching crowd. A few hoots and whistles followed. Enough, Rock said, his tone brooking no argument. Instantly, the room quieted. The rules are simple, he explained, his gaze shifting between Asher and his opponent. Make your opponent's back touch the floor or throw them out of the ring. Use whatever abilities and techniques you find appropriate. Both nodded. With a smirk, Asher's opponent boasted about his score. You know, I got a score of 17, right? That's one more than that Nephi's girl. What is someone like you, who got a mere 8, going to do? Ha ha ha. He jeered. Asher shrugged. Beat you. Again, the crowd tried to contain their laughter before Rock glanced at them, suppressing it entirely. He turned to the fighters. You may begin. The muscle man charged instantly, bellowing like a bull, fists clenched and ready to flatten Asher. The spectators leaned forward, fully expecting a splatter. But Asher was adjusting his dobok, just calmly brushing off the front, like he was getting ready for a photo shoot instead of an incoming sledgehammer of a man. The muscle man hesitated for a fraction of a second, grin faltering. Was the guy serious? He came closer, and closer. This'll be over in one hit, Rock thought with a disappointed sigh. And then, time slowed. Asher tilted his head just enough to let the punch whistle past his cheek. In the same motion, his right leg snapped up and out, the air around it shimmering with faint distortion, like heatwaves bent around his foot. The kick landed square in the man's chest. Boom. The attacker was launched like a ragdoll, soaring through the air before colliding with the far dojo wall in a heap of groans and regret. The silence that followed was deafening. Jaws dropped. Even the floor creaked in disbelief. A beat passed. Then, as if on cue, a collective murmur of rippled through the spectators. Sonny stood so fast his chair toppled. His eyes twitched like a man betrayed by reality itself. That machine was broken. There's no way that was an 8. That had to be at least a 20. No, 25. He yeeted a guy who scored 17. Everyone had their thoughts snapped as they heard Asher click his tongue. Tisk, I even held back. EHHH. The throng collectively shouted. Nephi's remained impassive as always, but her eyes flicked toward Asher, unreadable. Castor's jaw was subtly clenched, his stare lingering longer than he meant to. Asher caught it and offered a sly smile. You thought I didn't fall for your provocation, bastard. A/N extra chapter for 100 collections. Thank you. Chapter 1616. Ouch. It was clear to Nephi's what Asher had done. He had feigned distraction, leaving himself wide open, deliberately. No wonder his opponent had hesitated. That single moment of hesitation was all Asher needed. But the real key to his victory wasn't just timing, it was power. He used his aspect, Nephi's concluded silently. Back in the ring, Asher's expression twitched. His eyes drifted to the crumpled form of the muscle man, now lying unconscious against the dojo wall. He sighed and walked over, lifting the man's limp body over his shoulder with a grunt. "Instructor Rock," he called out, keeping his voice even. Rock turned his towards Asher, causing him to flinch. "Too scary. I wouldn't be surprised if what Sonny said is true. His mother definitely sinned with a bear. Please let someone else take my place. I'll take him to the infirmary." Rock raised an eyebrow, watching him closely before giving a small nod. "Good attitude. Go." Turning back to the crowd, Rock's voice boomed once more. "I need 2 new volunteers." Meanwhile, Asher exited through the dojo doors and entered the quiet hallway, the unconscious sleeper still slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. That's when he paused, glancing down at his leg. It was throbbing. Sprained. Great, he thought dryly. The pain confirmed what he had suspected. The drawback of using his aspect this way, he wasn't just increasing gravity. No, he was amplifying force. Weight is mass times gravity. His mass was constant, but by cranking up the gravity around his leg to boost the kick, he had magnified the pressure exponentially. His bones and muscles, however, weren't reinforced. The limb had absorbed all that strain, and it had not appreciated it. If he had increased the force even a bit more, he was fairly certain his leg would have shattered. "I really need to stop using my powers all the time," he muttered. "This isn't an anime." Despite the dull ache crawling up his calf, a wry smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "At least I've got a legitimate reason to visit the infirmary now." With awakened medics around, a sprain wouldn't take more than a few seconds to heal. Still, it was a good reminder that raw power came with a price, and he needed to learn how to use it wisely, especially in a world like this. Asher returned from the infirmary just as Nephi's and Castor's match wrapped up. A shame he'd missed it. Asher shivered, remembering the nurse. That man had biceps as big as watermelons, and he wore a nurse's clothes. Being manhandled like a ragdoll had done wonders for his leg and shocking his nervous system. He let out an odd, strangled sound. "You." Rock's voice boomed across the room. "Asher, you're the last one. You." Another involuntary noise escaped him. Before stepping into the ring, Asher made sure to unsummon his armor. It was unfair, after all. Not that it helped much. He had to fight Castor. He stepped into the ring to face the heir of the Hangley clan. The room fell completely silent. After the earlier battles, the conclusion was universal. The top 3 are monsters. "Begin," Rock declared. Sonny leaned forward in his seat, practically vibrating with anticipation. He wasn't sure if Asher had used his aspect earlier, but Castor definitely was. The boy vanished in a blur. He went straight for the win, one blow, decisive. But then, Asher dodged. Castor narrowed his eyes. Lucky. He surged forward again, this time faster. His kick whipped toward Asher's waist, sharp and brutal, only to miss by a hair as Asher twisted his body at the last second. Castor's eyes widened slightly. "This mongrel can see me." Nephi's was looking at Asher's eyes. They were tracking everything. His mind is fast. Extremely fast. In fact, it seemed as if his body itself couldn't keep up with how fast it was. Castor's eyes got a little serious, a sense of coldness washing over him. He pushed himself harder, ramping up his speed once more. Asher's jaw clenched. He was barely keeping up. Every move was a close call. Attacking? Forget it. He could barely dodge. A kick streaked toward his face, threatening to bash his marvelous face. Asher couldn't let this guy do that. Against all odds, Asher bent his back in an angle that would make John Wick proud. However, Castor knew better. Seizing his one, singular opportunity, he launched a kick at Castor's crotch. Castor smirked a little. Though Asher dodged the kick to his face, he left himself very open. Castor clenched his fist, aiming for Asher's chest. He won. And that was why he never saw the kick. Wham! Asher's foot connected. Castor let out a strangled gasp, right before his own fist smashed into Asher's chest, sending him plummeting onto the floor as he coughed saliva. But fate wasn't done with Castor. Asher's trailing leg joined his other leg. Wham! Again. A second blow landed to Castor's already very sensitive area. A double hit. Sonny winced in sympathetic pain while Nephi's discreetly averted her gaze, unwilling to witness the unfortunate spectacle unfolding before her. Meanwhile, Castor was on the ground, face pale, clutching himself while panting for breath. It was like he was hyperventilating. Asher felt a sharp pain in his chest as he got up from the floor and looked at Castor with pity. The poor guy only has a year to live. Then an intrusive thought came to his mind. Augmenting my kick would have undoubtedly broken his balls. He shook his head quickly. It's his fault for letting his guard down on me. He suddenly smirked as he looked, while glancing at a dying Castor. A cringe line came to his mind as his body shadowed Castor. He was still grabbing his crouch, wincing in pain. Hey, you know what they say. You may have won, but at what cost? His laughter bubbled up uncontrollably. Continuing his laughter, he left the ring as Rock looked at Castor with pity. Castor, meanwhile, finally looked at Asher while gritting his teeth in pain. He began to mumble under his breath, "I swear upon the Hangley clan, I will kill you one day." Chapter 17:17, Spar. It was a rare, blissful morning. Sunny ate his breakfast in peace, savoring the quiet. Well, almost quiet. Cassie sat nearby, silent as always, but for once, she wasn't completely alone. A social worker had finally shown up to help her get around, and that small act of kindness left Sunny feeling unusually content. That is, until a shadow fell over his plate. He didn't have to look up to know who it was. Sure enough, Asher stood there grinning like an idiot, spooning ice cream into his mouth like it was the most natural breakfast in the world. Sunny scowled. "Do you eat anything besides ice cream?" Asher shrugged, unbothered. "Already had breakfast," he said, as if that explained anything. Without waiting for an invitation, he flopped down beside Sunny, still smiling like he'd just won the lottery. Sunny narrowed his eyes. "Why the hell are you grinning like that?" Asher turned to Sunny with an amused expression, causing Sunny to regret ever asking. "Do you really not know? I saw your perverted shadow staring at me when I literally kicked Castor's balls." Sunny nearly choked on his food, coughing and spluttering like a malfunctioning lawnmower. He looked around him, making sure no one was looking as he leaned closer to Asher. "How did you see it?" He managed to croak out, a cold sweat dripping down his temple. "Hello," came a calm, stoic voice. Sunny froze mid-cough, eyes widening. Turning his head slowly, he met the gaze of none other than the changing star herself. Nephice. She stood there like a statue carved from moonlight, a cup of coffee in one hand, unreadable as ever. Sunny gulped, recalling what he'd overheard while eavesdropping on Castor the day before. Immortal Flame Clan. The words alone made him want to slide under the table. And Nephice. Asher blurted, clearly rattled. "Are you, sitting here again?" She nodded once and took a seat beside him with serene finality. Sunny just stared at her, lips twitching, visibly shrinking in his seat. Knowing who she really was made the air around her feel uncomfortable. But Asher looked like he was about to combust. Too close. He thought, shifting slightly away, trying to discreetly inch away without drawing attention. Then came the tap. He turned, and was instantly pinned by her silver eyes, sharp and impossibly calm. Why you want something?" He stammered, his voice cracking like a cheap imitation of a squeaky toy. "Yes," she said, sipping her coffee slowly. Are you going to say it?" "Yes." She smiled, taking her other sip from her coffee. "I'll say it after I finish my coffee." Asher's expression deadpanned a little. "Why can't you say it now?" "Okay, drink your coffee." And that Nephice did, making sure to savor the aroma as well. Asher frowned at the start, but later, he didn't mind. He continued to enjoy his ice cream. Minutes passed in silence. Cassie, done with her breakfast, left with the social worker while Sunny tried to eat as fast as possible, regretting for the first time that he got so much food. When he finally glanced her way again, she was staring at her empty cup like it had betrayed her. Then, she turned to Asher and said, "I want to spar with you." Huh. Asher blinked, and suddenly, he was standing in a familiar dojo. Opposite him stood a silver-haired girl wielding a wooden sword. "Wait, how did I get here?" He glanced down. Somehow, he had a wooden sword in hand, too. A crowd circled the ring, watching with silent anticipation as the two locked eyes. Locked eyes. What the hell is the author saying? Nephice shifted her stance slightly. Why is she, is she taking a stance? Begin, Rock called. Nephice exploded forward like a thunderclap. Asher barely dodged the first lightning-quick strike with a clumsy sidestep, but she didn't stop. Her foot snapped out in a swift kick, followed by a clean cut toward his shoulder. Time slowed. Asher's brain scrambled for options. Nothing. There's no opening. She's not even going all out, and I still can't keep up. He blocked, but each blow rattled his arms. His hands stung. His stance was shaky. And Nephice, she was calm, composed, testing him. He grit his teeth and kept parrying, but she didn't relent. A strike slipped past and slammed into his deltoid. He flinched, just for a second, but Nephice punished him immediately. Her attacks grew sharper, faster. He found himself retreating. Step by step, she pushed him to the edge of the ring. He couldn't win this. But he wasn't going down like this. A subtle distortion shimmered around his blade. He channeled gravity into it, just a flicker, just enough. Nephice didn't stop. She launched another blow straight at him. He met it head-on. Crack. Her sword snapped clean in two. Silence fell for a moment. The synthetic wood couldn't handle the force. Asher's gravity-infused strike had overwhelmed it. But he wasn't finished. Riding the momentum, Asher surged forward, aiming his sword toward her face. Nephice didn't flinch. Before his weapon could connect, it wavered mid-air. At the same instant, Asher felt a sharp pain in his waist. What? He coughed, stumbling sideways. He hadn't even seen her move. She dodged at the last moment and countered with a kick he hadn't noticed. He tried to catch his breath, but Nephice gave him no time. The moment he steadied himself, she jabbed at him, not to hit, just to bait his guard. It worked. Her next punch hit square in the chest. He reeled, but his arms moved instinctively. He had her. When she raised a leg to kick him in the face, he ducked. This time, he was ready. Seeing his chance, he swept low, grabbing at her grounded leg to take her down. Then his eyes widened. She jumped. Twisting mid-air, Nephi's pivoted and landed a spinning heel to his jaw. His vision flashed white as stars danced in his eyes. The pain, he could handle. But his body couldn't. Just before he collapsed, his fingers closed around her leg. He yanked. They both went down. Asher lay flat on the ground in a perfect belly flop pose, face smushed against the floor. On top of him sat Nephis, calm, composed, and entirely unfazed. His jaw throbbed. Definitely swelling, he thought, wincing from the pain. But his face didn't just show a wince, it showed something much worse. Panic. He glanced at the watching crowd and immediately regretted it. Their expressions were unified in barely contained disgust. He felt like a pressure cooker on the verge of bursting, palms sweaty, breath shallow, eyes twitching under the collective glare. Lucky bastard. I bet he didn't even try to counter. I want to punch that smug grin off his face. What grin? I'm not even smiling, he screamed internally. Nephis looked down at him. Her expression was as flat as ever. You're awful with a sword, she said bluntly. Asher didn't reply. He was too busy trying to suck in oxygen. She paused, then added, but you have potential. That was when he slowly turned his head and looked up at her with a wide, unsettling grin that sent visible shudders through the crowd. Do I? She nodded, getting up from him. But, she added, turning her back to him, it's not just swords you need to worry about in a fight. She walked toward the edge of the ring without looking back. You should probably get up, she said casually. The others are waiting. I am trying. Asher's face flushed crimson as he scrambled to his feet, wobbling like a baby giraffe learning how legs work, limbs flailing in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Nephi strode away like she hadn't just authored the single most humiliating moment of his life. Oh great, he's smiling again. I am not. Asher screamed inside his head. But his twitching face said otherwise. Extra chapter for 100 power stones. Chapter 1818 Miscommunication. Asher flexed his arm, clenching and unclenching his fist. It still ached. He glanced around. The academy gym was quiet at this hour. His body, strengthened by the unnatural boost from his soul fragment counter, was already superior to most sleepers. Physically, he could overpower nearly anyone outside the top 10. But when it came to them, he was glass. More than that, he was fragile glass, held together by stubbornness and dumb luck. I need to learn the sword. And fast. Combat classes helped. Every skirmish taught him something new. The armor had been sharpening his reflexes, adapting to him. His progress was absurd, frankly, terrifying. He could feel himself growing stronger every day. But, this isn't enough. Not for what was coming. Not for the dream realm. And especially not for the forgotten shore. If fate, or the plot, dumped him there, he was as good as dead. Awakened also developed muscle faster. It was freakish. Just 2 days of training, and he was already seeing abs. He wouldn't call them shredded, not yet, but they were visible. Okay, maybe he only trained abs, but that wasn't the point. Grumbling under his breath, he left the gym. The cold night air brushed against his face, crisp and refreshing. He exhaled deeply, letting the tension roll off his shoulders. Outside, the academy garden stretched out before him, quiet, serene. The grass swayed gently in the breeze. Bioluminescent plants pulsed with soft glows, casting a pretty gleam over the marble pathways. Asher walked over to the stone railing and leaned on it, gazing at the glowing flowers below. He said nothing. He didn't need to. For once, his mind stopped racing. No thoughts, no plans, just a rare, silent moment of stillness. And it was exactly what he needed. Do you like flowers? A calm voice asked from beside him. Asher stiffened slightly, caught off guard. He hadn't even heard anyone approach. Still, the voice wasn't unwelcome, it was familiar. I mean, not really. I don't hate them either, he muttered awkwardly. I see. That voice, it definitely sounded familiar. He turned, and nearly flinched. Yuk. Standing next to him was none other than Nephis, who simply gazed front. And Nephis, what are you doing here? He stammered. She tilted her head slightly, then turned her gaze back to the glowing garden. I wanted some fresh air. Oh, right. Of course you did. Silence. The kind of silence that settled like a weighted blanket. Asher swallowed, glancing at her again. She stood perfectly still, simply basking in the moonlight. He bit the inside of his cheek. Hey, Nephis, he said, trying to keep his voice steady, can I ask you something? She turned to face him, calm as ever. What is it? I want you to teach me the sword. There. He said it. Now, he braced for the worst. Sure. That was easy. But then she added, I want something in exchange. Here it comes, Asher thought, eyes narrowing. This was how it went with Sunny, too. Spar with me once a week. Huh. Spar with me. Once a week. That's it. Nephis gave a short nod. That's it. Deal. She turned toward the dorms, already walking away. Good. Come with me. Wait, what? We're starting now. Yes, she said without pause. We'll get in trouble if we train here. My room is safer. Asher blinked, then blinked again. Your room. But Nephi's didn't answer. She just kept walking, calm, certain, efficient. So Asher followed, trailing a few steps behind like a confused puppy trying to keep up with a storm. Neither of them spoke. Until, UAA. A strange, muffled sound echoed from one of the nearby dorm rooms. Asher froze. His face turned a shade pinker as he glanced nervously at Nephi's. Why, you probably shouldn't trust a guy enough to bring him to your room. Nephi stopped mid-step and slowly turned her head toward him, her silver eyes sharp as blades. I don't trust anyone, she said coolly. And if you tried anything, I'd break your legs before you finished the thought. The temperature around them seemed to drop a few degrees. Asher's expression twisted into a reluctant frown. Kind of ironic, he thought, for someone whose powers revolve around fire. It was the next day. 3 familiar faces sat at their usual table. Sunny and Asher sipped coffee in silence, while Cassie was just being Cassie. Hey Asher, I heard some funny rumors about something that happened in the combat class. Sunny said as he nudged Asher's side with a smirk. Asher's cheeks flushed crimson as he narrowed his eyes. Since when did this guy talk so nonchalantly? Then he sneered at Cassie. I know you saw it all from the eyes of your perverted shad dash. Sunny instantly put his palm on Asher's mouth. You bastard. Fine. I won't provoke your dumbass face, just don't tell anything in the open, Sunny whispered as Asher nodded when Sunny let go. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes. Your perverted Shaw dash. Sunny put his hand on Asher's mouth again. I won't call you a bastard for a week, no, 2 weeks. Please don't tell anything. Sunny whispered again. Then, lick. Sunny jerked his hand away in horror. Why you licked me? Asher calmly sipped his coffee. I did the same thing you did. Sunny blinked. Technically, that was true. Petty bastard. You better not wipe that on me, Asher warned, narrowing his eyes. Or I'll scream exactly what your shadow was doing. Sunny paused, his hand hovering dangerously close to Asher's shirt. I won't. With a resigned grimace, he wiped it on his own pants. Nephi eventually arrived and, without a word, took the seat next to Asher. She looked at him calmly and, in her usual monotone, said, Asher, I wanted to talk about what we did together in my room last night. Pfft. Sunny spat out his coffee in a violent spray, turning wide eyes toward Asher. Around them, heads snapped in their direction. Silence fell across the table. Cassie tilted her head curiously. Half the students nearby were frozen mid-bite. Asher, meanwhile, stared ahead with dead eyes. As expected of the changing star, her communication skills are a lost cause. He nodded to himself grimly, already fantasizing about vanishing into a black hole from sheer embarrassment. Can we talk privately? He asked, forcing a twitching smile as he stood up. Nephi nodded with perfect calm, and the two left, leaving behind a stunned Sunny and a storm of wild rumors brewing among their classmates. They walked until they reached a quiet hallway. Asher exhaled like he'd just escaped a war zone. So, what did you actually want to talk about? He asked, doing his best not to sound traumatized. Nephi, completely unaffected, spoke plainly. During our spar yesterday, I noticed your reflexes outpace your physical limits. Your mind reacts quickly, your perception is sharp, but your body can't keep up. The lack of synchronization will hold you back with the sword. Asher frowned. Yes, that was indeed the case. His mind was fast, and his eyes could keep up. But his body, it was severely lacking behind. So, what's the solution? Nephi's lips curled slightly, an almost smile. Starting today, you'll run 10 laps around the academy. Every day, within 2 hours. Asher's jaw dropped. 10 laps. The academy was the size of a small town. She nodded without blinking. Endurance, muscle memory, movement economy. All of it starts with your legs. Asher stared off into the distance, already calculating the miles and the tears. You're trying to kill me. I'm trying to make sure you don't die, she corrected him. 2 or 3 more chapters before the end of the academy arc. So don't get too bored yet. Chapter 1919, last day. Just like that, the days flew by. Every morning, the same 4 people, me, Sunny, Nephi, and Cassie, sat at the same table. Slowly, we grew closer. Even Cassie and Nephi exchanged words sometimes. Sure, we still didn't know much about each other, and most of the time it was just me and Sunny talking. Well, that was a lie. It was just me. Sunny mostly nodded, grunted, or raised an eyebrow. But hey, that still counted as a conversation, right? Still, it was at least okay to assume everyone at the table was acquainted. Turns out, beneath Nephi's calm facade lurked a sadistic freak. Every time I failed to run 10 laps within 2 hours, she picks up her stick. I had come to hate that stick with every fiber of my being. Without fail, every time she raised it, I'd end up with a fresh red mark on some unfortunate part of my body. Do you know the excuse she gives? This is your incentive to run faster. Like, don't give me that bullshit, woman. You just like to hit me. I also started practicing swordsmanship. Sounds cool, right? Slicing through the air like a badass? Epic duels under moonlight. Wrong. It was all a lie. The first day, Nephi dumped 50 massive textbooks in front of me. To master the sword, you must first understand the body, she said. That meant anatomy, biomechanics, physics of the dream realm, inertia, sword friction coefficients, and, look, you get the idea. It wasn't training. It was academic torture. Still, I learned. Slowly, not so slowly with nimble intellect, but painfully. But I learned. The latter half of the month, I even began mimicking Nephi's fighting style. It was refined, efficient, lethal. She seemed surprised, pleasantly, I think, at how fast I was picking it up. Not that I mastered it, of course. My body still lagged behind. I had the instincts and reflexes, but the muscles, they weren't built yet. Even with second skin helping my reaction speed, there was a hard physical limit I couldn't bypass. Not without cheating. My control over gravity improved too, but I refused to use it during training. I didn't want to rely on a crutch. Besides, it had become weirdly satisfying to push myself through pain. A little masochistic, maybe. It was Nephi's fault. I swear. Could I finish all the laps with gravity boosting me? Easily. 15, 20 laps even. But what would be the point? I couldn't control it precisely enough in combat. I had to be better, faster, on my own. In all 4 weeks, I haven't beaten Nephi's even once in our spars. In combat class, there was Castor, nursing his ego after a certain incident involving my foot and his nether regions. His attempts to challenge me to sparring matches were met with polite refusals, much to his chagrin. Every time he looks at me, his face screams, "One day, I will kill you." He is a scary guy. But there was this one itch that gnawed me. My foster parents. I missed them. I wanted to hear their voices again. Just once. I wanted to tell them I was okay, even if I wasn't. I wanted to thank them for everything they did. But I couldn't. Nimble intellect didn't let me run from reality. I had already accepted the truth. This world was real. That life was gone. Still, sometimes in the rare, quiet moments, when Nephi's wasn't beating me half to death, I'd wonder what they were doing. Did they miss me? Did they think I'd run away? Were they still looking for me? Or had I already faded from their lives? A name etched into an old photo. A ghost. Was this all just a dream? No. The pain told me otherwise. This was my life now, whether I liked it or not. And if I wanted to survive what was coming, I had no choice but to keep moving forward. As the day of reckoning in the dream realm crept closer, I couldn't help but ask myself, how far am I willing to go to survive this world? What the hell are you doing? Sunny asked, raising a brow at Asher, who was hunched over his communicator. Learning, Asher replied without looking up, eyes locked on the screen as he spooned another bite of melting ice cream into his mouth. Curious, Sunny leaned in and squinted at the title. The Importance of Gravity. He read aloud, his expression twisting in disbelief. Asher remained unfazed. It's research, he said, voice muffled with ice cream. Sunny gave up and leaned back in his chair with a sigh. Conversations with Asher were like punching clouds, unproductive and mildly frustrating. Then he noticed something strange. Why are you smiling like that? He asked Cassie, who sat across from him, a soft and rare smile gracing her lips. Is there something on my face? Cassie shook her head gently. Happy birthday, Sunny. Sunny froze. His expression blanked. Huh. He had completely forgotten. Thanks. Wait, how does she know it's my birthday? He opened his mouth to ask but was interrupted by a sudden weight on his shoulders. Sunny, you never told me it was your birthday. Asher grinned, pulling him into a side hug like they'd known each other for years. Sunny sighed. Asher had this uncanny ability. Once he got comfortable with someone, boundaries just didn't exist anymore. Personal space? Dead concept. Wrapping his arms around someone? Sunny could gag. Here, Asher said cheerily, sliding his half-eaten ice cream cup toward him. A birthday treat, from me. Sunny stared at the offering, then squinted at Asher. The fuck do you mean? It's my treat. The ice cream is free, dumbass. Asher chuckled as he waved his hand dismissively. Don't pay attention to minor details. Haha. You bastard. Let go of me dash. Just then, Nephi spoke up. Happy birthday Sunny. She said before going back to drink her coffee. Sunny's expression softened a bit. Thank you Nephi's. You are still a pervert though. She added, stabbing Sunny in the chest. Before he could retort, however, Asher got up and pointed a finger at Sunny. You never told me thank you. You simp. Sunny got up as well with clenched fists and furrowed brows. What the fuck are you talking about? You never wished me. Huh, I wished you. No, you didn't. It doesn't matter. Tell me thank you as well. Fuck you, bastard. Hey, I have a name, you know. Nobody fucking cares. I do, flower boy. Stop calling me that. Then call me by my name. Fuck yourself. Their escalating volume turned heads at other tables. Asher and Sunny stood toe-to-toe, practically growling at each other like rabid animals. Nephi sighed, sipping her coffee as if this were completely routine now. Cassie sat quietly, listening. She couldn't see the way Sunny's fists clenched or how Asher's hair bounced with every furious gesture. But she could hear the chaos in their voices, the bonds forming through shared time and trivial fights. She turned her face slightly toward them, her unseeing eyes soft with emotion. It's a shame, she thought, showing a small smile. I wanted to spend more time with all of you. Chapter 2020, Last Day 2. Hey, it's fine. Asher stared down at the ice cream in front of him, a single tear tracing down his cheek. I'll come back soon, so don't miss me, alright. He turned to walk away, then stopped and spun back around. No, seriously, don't miss me. He snapped, glaring at the melting dessert like it had betrayed him. He hesitated, eyes locked on the slowly softening scoop. The pain in his chest tightened like a vice. He couldn't take it anymore. I'll miss you. He wailed, dropping to his knees as the ice cream shimmered in the warm light, beginning to puddle. It was terrifying. He wouldn't be able to eat ice cream again for a whole year. A whole year. His dear, sweet ice cream. Sunny blinked. And I'm the one who needs therapy. He muttered, watching the scene unfold with equal parts confusion and concern. Nephi tilted her head, observing Asher with a frown. The ice cream had started talking to him, or at least, he was answering it like it did. Sunny sighed. It's our fault. He got too comfortable around us. Nephi flinched, looking at Asher. You mean, he let his guard down? Sunny nodded. Sure, yeah. Let's go with that. Asher suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the spoon. Don't worry, he whispered to the bowl, eyes burning with conviction. I won't let you melt in vain. I'll eat you. He took a dramatic bite, as if trying to seal a sacred vow. Nephi watched him like one might watch a wounded animal trying to dance, then exhaled sharply. I'm leaving, she said. Instructor Rock had told them to be assembled by 9 a.m., after all. Before she stepped out, she gave Cassie a last, lingering glance. Sunny followed her gaze, then looked at Cassie too. There was something unreadable in his expression, maybe pity, maybe understanding. Then he turned and walked silently into the corridor. Finally finished with his last bowl of ice cream, Asher was about to leave the cafeteria when he noticed Cassie still sitting alone at their table. He let out an audible sigh and walked over. Without a word, he gently took hold of her arm, prompting a small yelp from her. Cassie, it's me, he said softly. Oh, Asher. You scared me. Sorry, he murmured. Come on, let's head to the sleep pods together. Cassie nodded, rising to her feet. They started walking side by side in silence. Or at least, it was supposed to be silent. But then she spoke. Hey, Asher. He hummed, not breaking his stride. Do you think I'll survive? Asher's face twitched. Sure. Cassie flinched at the hesitation. Why do you think so? I mean, I'm BLI. Because you will, he interrupted, voice firm. She shook her head. What kind of answer was that? Statistically speaking, it's highly improbable. On my own, I wouldn't last long. Even in a group, it's not guaranteed they'll. What if they don't want to help? She continued, cutting herself off mid-thought. Her voice trembled slightly. Asher stopped walking for a moment. She could feel the shift in his tone when he spoke again. Hey, he said quietly, but the disappointment was clear. Why are you so fixated on dying? Yeah, maybe it's the most likely outcome, but do you realize how many other possibilities there are? Do you know how stubborn reality can be when someone decides to fight back? Cassie didn't respond. What could she say? They continued walking, her footsteps heavy with thought. He was right. She had been shutting out every outcome except death, refusing to imagine any other path. But what else was there? It was just beg. Cassie's head snapped up at the word, her breath hitching. For your earlier question, he said, his voice low and firm. Beg. Beg people to help you, to protect you. There's no shame in telling others that you want to live. Cassie halted in her tracks. Asher walked a few steps ahead before realizing she'd stopped. He turned back, frowning. Cassie stood frozen. Her fingers clenched tightly around the fabric of her frock, digging in until her knuckles whitened. She bit her lower lip, hard enough that it started to bleed. Tears welled up, slipping down her cheeks without resistance. I want to live, Asher, she whispered. He blinked, caught off guard. What? I want to live. She repeated, barely audible now. Her voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. Please. I beg you. I beg you. Her knees buckled slightly, her voice collapsing into a cascade of broken pleas. Please, please. I beg you. Thump. Asher stepped forward and placed his hand gently on her head. His face was unreadable, his eyes distant. In Cassie's voice, desperate, trembling, he heard an echo of another time. Another place. A boy, no older than 10, crouched alone in the dark. His eyes hollow. His voice dry from crying, repeating the same words like a broken prayer. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. Asher's jaw tightened. Shut up, he said sharply. Cassie flinched at the sudden change in tone. Just fucking shut up, he snapped. You're not going to die, so quit talking like you already have. He leaned in slightly, his grip on her hand tightening, not out of anger, but to steady her, to ground her. His eyes weren't looking at her, they were looking behind her, into something only he could see. Seeing the boy, curled up. Dying is for idiots anyway, he muttered. And you're plenty smart. So no, you won't die. With that, he turned and continued walking, Cassie's hand still in his. Cassie followed, silent. Her sightless eyes couldn't see the way his shoulders stiffened, but she could feel it in the way his steps quickened ever so slightly. She let the tears fall. He didn't say a word. He didn't try to comfort her. but she didn't need him to. Her grip relaxed. Then, quietly, she mumbled, the words hesitant at first. Dying is for idiots. A strange calm followed, subsiding a certain pain in her heart. That felt good. Dying is for idiots. The pain in her chest eased a bit more. She repeated it again, slower this time. Dying is for idiots. She continued mumbling as the pain in her heart slowly started to thaw. She smiled a little. Dying is for idiots. Chapter in advance of 200 collections. This is the first half of the chapter. I'll upload the other half after 200 collections. Chapter 21 Last Day 3. An entire ordeal had passed, yet Asher sat motionless, staring blankly ahead with hollow eyes. Instructor Rock's voice droned on, lecturing them about procedures, strategy, survival. It might as well have been noise. Asher couldn't bring himself to care. There were a few things everyone wanted to forget. Every human must have a memory as such. Ah. He winced, clutching his head as a sudden throb pulsed through his skull. He was no different. There was a part of his past, no, a phase, he would give anything to erase. And yet, he didn't want to. Because as painful as those memories were, they were also the last remnants he had of them. There's a reason I brought you all here. Instructor Rock's voice cut through the air like a blade, snapping Asher out of his haze. His ears rang with the weight of the words, dragging his attention forward. Look closely, Rock continued. And remember this. Some of you may recognize them. For those who don't, these are what we call the Hollow. Asher turned his head, and his breath caught. Rows upon rows of wheelchairs filled the hall, each occupied by a person who wasn't truly there. Their faces were blank, eerily serene. No twitch, no tremor, not a sound, just stillness, motionless, empty. They didn't respond to the group's presence, not even a glance. As if life had passed them by and left their bodies behind to wait for something that would never come. And then, something clicked inside Asher. A strange unease bloomed in his chest as he summoned his runes. Soul Veil, untouched by soul or scream, you walk cloaked in silence, feasting on the fading echoes of your kind made hollow by your very hand. Made hollow by your very hand. His brows knit into a deep frown. He stared at the hollow in front of him, unease turning into a slow, creeping horror. He wasn't the only one disturbed. All around, other sleepers stood in stunned silence, shifting uncomfortably under the weight of the truth before them. If his guess was right. I get people's soul fragments when I kill them. It made a terrible kind of sense. He had killed an unknown awakened during his first nightmare. If all of that person's soul fragments had been absorbed into him, since awakened at that time could barely afford soul shards, it would make sense for a village awakened soul core to only be filled this much. If you're lucky, once your spirit is destroyed, your body dies with it. But if not, you'll become just like them. Hollow. Rock's gaze swept across the group, lingering briefly on Castor and Nephi's before settling on Asher. So don't die out there. As the sleepers were guided to their individual rooms, a heavy sense of trepidation settled over Asher. His heart pounded in his chest, and a cold sweat clung to his palms. Unlike the others, his fear wasn't just of the unknown. It was the weight of knowledge of a future he wasn't supposed to see, and the burden of what that knowledge meant. With a shaky breath, Asher climbed into the pod. The seat embraced him with a mechanical indifference, cold and rigid. I'm probably going to end up in the Forgotten Shore, he muttered to himself, not as comfort, but as raw probability. The pod began to hum around him, machinery clicking into motion like the turning of a lock. As the lid began to close, sealing him in darkness, every creak of metal sounded making his heart jump. Anxiety curled tighter around his chest. Was he ready? He had trained relentlessly, pushed himself to the brink again and again. But was it enough? The doubt clawed at him. And yet, beneath it all, a flicker of something warmer stirred in his chest. A spark. Excitement. A shaky laugh escaped his lips. I did what I could, he whispered. Let bygones be bygones. A slow smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. For all the fear, he couldn't deny the thrill in his veins. The dream realm. The dream realm. He was finally going to enter it, not as a reader, not as a spectator, but as a part of it. The darkness deepened. Then came a voice, bright, cold, and familiar. Welcome to the dream realm, Asher. A/N, guys, I am so sorry it took so long for the dream realm. It is definitely not normal for so many chapters in the academy. I am very thankful for everyone being patient, and I'll tell this right now. The start of the dream realm will be slow, but the plot twists will be crazy, man. Trust. Chapter 22 Water. The cold embrace of water slammed into my senses. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see. I didn't even know which way was up. My limbs flailed as I spun in the suffocating dark, submerged somewhere deep in an endless sea. Panic scratched at the inside of my skull. And yet, I smiled. The Forgotten Shore. I had spawned in the middle of the ocean. Just my luck. Mind racing, I forced myself to focus. I needed to get out, fast. These waters were home to things I didn't want to see. Things I didn't want to touch, or hear, or even think about. My lungs screamed for air. Event horizon, enveloped around me. I felt the gravity pull down on a particular direction, prompting me to swim against it. BAEH. I gasped for breath, coughing as saltwater burned down my throat. A cold wind sliced across my face. I blinked. Everything was black. No stars, no moon, just clouds and shadows, no time to rest. I spun, searching, there. An island, far, but not unreachable. Relief surged through me, and I didn't waste a second. I shifted gravity again, using it to thrust myself forward, cutting through the water. A sudden shift in gravity beneath me sent a jolt of panic racing through my veins. Something's coming, I realized, dread settling in my gut like a stone. I swam faster. My muscles burned, tense and screaming in protest. I gritted my teeth and pushed through the pain. My face went pale. It's getting closer. It had noticed me. That's when I felt the true terror of my flaw. Beside me, raised a tentacle. Then another and one more after that. My body froze due to fear, amplified by my flaw. I felt terror gripping me in its icy claws. Rising from the depths before me were tentacles, their grotesque forms twisting and writhing in the darkness. Frozen with fear, my body betrayed me as I watched them approach. Desperation clawed at my mind. I needed to move, escape, but my body refused to obey. My heart pounded like a war drum as I began to sink. Salt water filled my throat, choking me. I'm screwed. But then, just as sudden as they came, the tentacles stopped. They sank back into the abyss as a massive dorsal fin sliced through the water beside me. The presence turned, chasing after the fin, and the suffocating pressure in my chest began to ease. I broke the surface with a violent gasp, coughing up seawater between ragged breaths. There was still more water, I was still not safe, but I could see the island now. I swam for it. Cook. I hacked up more water, collapsing onto the sand the moment I reached the shore. My chest heaved. My lungs burned. But I was alive. That was the same creature Sunny had encountered. The tentacles. The shark. If not for that fin, I would have died right there. My flaw. I always knew that even looking at a corrupted nightmare creature as a sleeper was suicide, but this was something else. With my flaw amplifying my emotions, fear grew to be something more. It was paralysis, helplessness. And then it hit. My stomach lurched. Acid burned up my throat as I vomited seawater and bile. Even after my stomach emptied, I kept retching, gagging on nothing but air and panic. I have to stop. I might puke out my intestines. But I couldn't. My hands were trembling. My face was pale. I was still trapped in it. Still experiencing fear. Eventually, my body gave in. I lay there, gasping, the tremors slowly fading. Holy shit. I whispered. It had been nearly a week or so since the winter solstice. It was night and Sunny felt about as comfortable as a cat at a dog show. In front of him were two extremely beautiful girls. Though he knew them better than most, they were nothing but acquaintances to him. He could still not trust them fully and he was sure that the feeling was mutual. Cassie had a smile the entire time as she was simply happy to be reunited with the few people she knew, to an extent. Nephice leaned against a stone with her arms crossed with a thoughtful look on her face. She was still extremely skeptical of Sunny. Though he was Asher's friend, she still didn't trust him. Of course, she could hardly trust Asher as well. Moreover, Sunny was the Academy's infamous pervert. The atmosphere was very awkward as Asher was missing. Sunny coughed to break the silence. It's seeming that we are only missing that Asher, he said in a friendly tone. He received little more than a pair of noncommittal hums in response. It's funny that we still don't know anything about each other than our names, he said, the desperation evident in his voice as he searched for some semblance of connection amidst the awkwardness that threatened to suffocate them all. He got no response. Where the hell is that damned bastard when I need him? He chuckled awkwardly. Since we're going to be depending on each other, should we share what abilities and memories we have at our disposal? He suggested. He was confident that this would get them talking and thwart the ice between them. After all, in a world as crazy as this one, a little camaraderie could go a long way. The silence stretched on, punctuated only by the soft rustle of the night breeze. Sunny couldn't help but feel a sense of futility wash over him. Fuck my life, he thought to himself as he looked at the night sky with a warm smile on his face. In a world where trust was a rare commodity and alliances were forged in the crucible of necessity, he finally realized how important social skills are. Sunny finally sighed. Fine, I'll start. And just like that, the conversation went on to be one of the worst decisions Sunny has ever made since after the conversation, the two girls were convinced that Sunny was a desperate pervert. A/N, yo why is my FF stuck all the way in the bottom loudly crying face. Chapter 23 Finding. You have slain an awakened beast, carapace scavenger. FWW. Asher exhaled sharply, limping toward the carcass of the fallen scavenger. Well, not really limping. His legs were mostly fine, aside from some minor muscle tears. It was his torso that was a mess, riddled with bruises, cuts, but it was still manageable. Still, he kept going. His pain tolerance was abnormal, thanks to a tiny part in Nephi's training sessions back in the waking world. He'd pushed himself too far when he swam, forcing his body to move under increased gravity, letting the force strain his muscles far beyond normal limits. Every breath ached, but he was alive. Dropping to a crouch, he began dissecting the scavenger, peeling back its armor with practiced motions. This wasn't the first crab he'd killed. Not by a long shot. The method was always the same. Find an injured one. Sneak up. Jump on the weak spot. Break it. This one had been particularly pathetic, down to 4 legs and 1 claw, practically begging to die. With a grunt, Asher reached into the opened carcass, trying to dig out the soul shard. His expression twisted in revulsion. Ugh, disgusting, he muttered, bile rising in his throat. Why is it always near the intestines? And of course, his stone sword was dull, completely useless for anything other than glorified hammering, so he had to do it by hand. Yuck, he gagged, elbow deep in crab guts. Who the hell designed these things? The stench was vile. The texture was worse. His stomach churned with each squelch. Yeek. After what felt like an eternity of gagging and digging, his fingers finally wrapped around something smooth and solid. He yanked it free with a wet squelch and held it up to the sunlight. The soul shard shimmered, beautiful, clean, and radiant, a stark contrast to the filth he'd pulled it from. He stared at it for a moment, catching his breath. Then, with a shrug, he crushed it in his hand. The familiar warmth of flowing essence coursed through him. Your soul grows stronger. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he checked his runes. Soul fragments, 64/1000. He turned around, looking at a particular direction. His range, when it came to finding gates, was absurd. He turned his head, eyes narrowing toward a distant point on the horizon. He could feel it. The gate of the Crimson Spire. It was far, very far, but its presence tugged at something deep in his core. Asher's range for sensing gates was absurd, borderline unnatural. Even back at the academy, he'd been able to detect them from miles away. The stronger the gate, the clearer the signal. Weaker ones, he barely felt them. Then his head snapped around as a sigh escaped his lips. Oh, come on. I didn't even finish collecting the meat yet. He hurriedly stuffed what he could into a makeshift sack fashioned from seaweed and scrambled away from the carcass. Well, not away exactly. He couldn't outrun what was coming. Instead, he climbed up onto a tall coral formation, keeping himself just out of reach. Moments later, 3 carapace scavengers scuttled into view, drawn by the scent of blood. They fell upon the corpse like starving wolves. Asher grimaced. Most of the time, they didn't notice him up here, but few times, he gets. Shriek. A piercing cry ripped through the air as one of the scavengers turned its eyeless gaze toward him. Seriously? That's the second time today. He groaned. The other 2 followed, shrieking in unison. Cold sweat broke across Asher's brow as the creatures began skittering toward the coral he was perched on. His legs trembled despite himself. Even after killing more than a few of them, the fear never quite went away. Especially with his flaw. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mass to stay balanced, then leapt to a neighboring coral. The scavengers slammed against the one he'd just left, unable to comprehend that the structures weren't connected. Beasts. Asher thought. Still. He kept moving, bounding from coral to coral until the scavengers were far behind him. Better safe than dead, he muttered. This method, though safer, was partly to blame for his torn muscles. Maintaining his adjusted weight for long periods took a toll. Every landing sent a sharp jolt through his joints. Panting, he finally stopped and reached into his sack, pulling out a chunk of raw crab meat. Without hesitation, he bit into it. It was cold, slimy, and uncomfortably chewy, but ironically, it was his only real source of hydration. The thick mucus inside was surprisingly effective at staving off dehydration. Unfortunately, it tasted like salty, rotting snot. He gagged, swallowed, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. God, I miss bottled water. He stopped dead in his tracks. Standing before him was a colossal statue, headless, weather-worn, and gripping a massive stone sword. Even in ruin, it radiated a grim majesty. Asher stared, momentarily caught in awe. Then he grinned. 2 to 3 days' worth of travel. He muttered, eyes scanning the surroundings. He glanced up at the sun, hanging high and hot directly overhead. Not much time left. He turned, searching the terrain, then spotted a nearby hill. Oh, there. It wasn't far. Just enough distance to kill a bit of time. He leapt down from his perch, boots hitting the earth with a dull thud. That's when he felt it. A presence, subtle, but unmistakable. Ah. He whispered, a slow smile curling on his lips. How lucky am I? He turned toward the sensation, eyes sharpening. An injured scavenger desperately trying to walk away from something. 3 in 1 day. What? Cassie's dream. It was a strange one. Sonny scratched his head as he tried to process what it was meant. His arms were still sore from the earlier swings Nephi's made him do, but his mind wasn't exhausted. Yet, he couldn't help but glance at Nephi's from time to time. In Cassie's previous vision, she wasn't there at the gate. Even if Nephi's had an idea, she didn't show it. Sonny was totally and utterly lost. He couldn't even begin to decipher the hidden meaning behind the vision, if it even was one. Her dream was just so disjointed, full of weird symbolism and vague, uncertain images, much more like a charlatan's prophecy than a vision gained through an aspect ability. In other words, it was ridiculous day. And that's how it started, a ridiculous day. Some time later, they were sitting on the western edge of the stone platform, looking at the scavengers below. Sonny's shadow was busy scouting a path to the next high landmark. Sonny gaped at 2 extremely large, luminescent crystals in the distance. His eyes widened. Are those? Yes. Shards of 2 transcendent soul cores. Nephi's answered quickly. Transcendent, 2 of them. Sunny and Nephi's, however, focused their gaze on 2 menacing scavengers. Sunny felt cold sweat running down his spine. What the hell are those things? Nephi's tilted her head. Monsters, I guess. Sunny and Nephi's watched as the 2 monsters approached the carcass. The scavengers were visibly afraid of them, rushing to get out of the way. They both watched with anticipation as the monsters were about to take the transcendent soul shards. All of a sudden, a blur shot past them, crab, darting through the terrain with impossible speed. Clutched in its pincers were 2 glowing soul shards, and riding on its back was a figure. The 2 monsters let out an ear-piercing shriek, loud enough to echo across the battlefield, loud enough for Sunny and Nephi's to hear from a distance. Both of them turned sharply, watching as the strange crab mount sped off, pursued by the enraged creatures. Nephi's narrowed her eyes, trying to focus on the fast-moving speck. Is that a person on top of the scavenger? Her voice was tight with disbelief. Sunny, whose vision was far keener, froze. His expression turned pale. Damnation. Nephi's glanced at him, sensing the sudden shift. Sunny, do you know that figure? The crab slowly brought those crystals towards the dot. 2 3-meter crabs, along with a few dozen smaller, 2-meter crabs, tried to catch up to the crab that was running away. The figure looked around and smiled at a shadow following it. Sunny flinched. He looked at the carapace monster and made a not-so-brave smirk. I will be taking these. As he said that, he got the 2 soul shards closer to him with the help of the crab's pincers, before breaking them. The glowing essence poured into him. Soul fragments, 92/1000. He grinned. Worth it. The chasing crabs shrieked in fury. The crab screeched as the figure trembled. What the hell? Those look so scary. Still, his mount moved with frightening speed, darting over coral and rock like a ghost, easily outpacing the enraged scavengers. He glanced down and muttered under his breath. Fuck. I think I pissed my pants a little. Up ahead, the ancient, headless statue loomed larger and larger. The figure shouted toward it with desperation. Throw a rope down. Back atop the hill, Cassie, still shaken from her earlier nightmare, perked up at the voice. That sounds familiar. She whispered, but neither Sunny nor Nephi's responded. Their eyes were fixed on the rapidly approaching figure. Sunny. Nephi's pressed. Respond. It's AAA. He stammered, lips trembling. Nephi's stepped in front of him. Who is it? Sunny swallowed hard. Asher. A/N. I can't believe I am saying this only after a day, but thanks for 300 collections. Extra chapter. Next goal, 15 reviews and I'll make another extra chapter. The rest stay the same, 400 collections extra chapter, but let's aim for 125 PS per extra chapter, a bit of a challenge for you guys. Chapter 24 back. Nephi's eyes widened slightly as she took another look at the rapidly approaching figure. Without a word, she summoned a rope and threw it down the side of the statue. Sunny, meanwhile, remained frozen, jaw slack. See crazy bastard, he muttered under his breath. The crab Asher was riding, no doubt an echo, was absurdly fast. Not blurring fast, but fast enough to keep pace with the frenzied scavengers. The only reason he wasn't caught was because the monsters were trampling over each other in the chaos. Sunny's gaze drifted to Nephi's, who was now leaning over the edge, watching the scene unfold with unsettling calm. Sunny cursed. She almost beheaded me, thinking I was a nightmare creature when we first met in this godforsaken place. Why don't they suspect him to be a nightmare creature? But then again, he already knew the answer. Sunny chuckled as he mumbled, no nightmare creature is as crazy as that bastard. That stunt, riding a crab echo, stealing soul shards, laughing like a lunatic, was exactly the kind of calculated insanity Asher specialized in. Under all the theatrics, Sunny knew he was clever. If he hadn't drawn so much attention to himself, they might have never noticed him, which meant climbing the statue would have been impossible. But all of this would work, provided he knew that we were here. He narrowed his eyes. How? Nephi's glanced at him, and without speaking, Sunny understood what she wanted. He moved beside her and helped tug on the rope. But after a few seconds, his hands paused. Hey, Neph, isn't this too light? He asked, squinting at the rope. Did Asher even grab it? Nephi's frowned, just as puzzled. Before either of them could answer. What's happening? Cassie asked quietly from behind. Sunny said Asher is here. Where is he? Both Nephi's and Sunny turned to her, and blinked. They had completely forgotten Cassie existed. But before anyone could process that revelation, the sound of heavy breathing reached their ears. They spun around, and saw Asher sprawled on the stone platform, drenched in sweat and looking half dead. He raised a trembling hand, eyes pleading. Water. I need water. Oh. The three snapped out their reverie, Cassie quickly summoning the endless spring. Nephi's crouched down to Asher, handing him the casket. Asher didn't even raise his torso, greedily drink as much as he could. Soon, his eyes blurred with tears as he continued to drink the water. Water tasted so good. Damned flaw. He cursed in his mind. Wah. He finished his fill as his chest heaved up and down. A shadow of an hand blocked the sun, as he saw the figure in front of him. He smiled, taking the hand. Pleasant seeing you here, Nephice. He rose up, seeing Nephice nod. Before he could say anything else, a strong force clamped him by the shoulders. Can you even comprehend how expensive those shards were? Sonny screamed, his eyes wide. Asher, despite the pain, managed a wheezy laugh. Is that the first thing you say after your dear friend almost got mauled by a bunch of obese crabs? Sonny's eyes narrowed, as he looked at Asher from head to toe. You looked messed up. There were no grave injuries, just a lot of cuts here and there. It would definitely heal over a night's rest. Indeed I do. He looked around, spotting Cassie as he expressionlessly said, Glad you're alive, Cass. Cassie flinched, looking down and nodding. I am. Asher hummed in response. Then he took a deep breath, before falling down onto the ground again. I'm alive. He was, battered, hurt, a bit broken, but, alive. What is this place anyway? He asked looking at the sun. Somewhere not discovered yet. Nephi stated matter-of-factly, seeming cooking some crab meat. Asher nodded, before narrowing his eyes on Sonny. Sonny grimaced, Why the hell are you staring at me like that? Asher smiled, You look like you know something. Sonny sighed, looking west, We are in some place called the Forgotten Shore. It was written in the description of my weapon. Asher nodded, raising his torso, What a honest guy you are, Sonny. His tone clearly showed sarcasm, but Sonny didn't mind. Sonny smirked, Well of course, I am the most honest man in the whole world, world actually. Then he frowned, Wait, why are you talking like you Alria Dash? I also got the same description on my sword. He said as he summoned an azure blade. How do you have the same weapon as me? He raised a brow as he saw the blade in Asher's hand. Asher looked at Sonny and gave him an, Are you retarded? Look as he said, Well, I killed one of those obese carbs, of course. Sonny frowned, How many did you even kill to get an echo and a memory? Asher stuck his tongue out, 10 hee. Huh. Asher shook his head, I only killed injured, still even those thing got me good few times. Sonny's face showed shock, but just when he was about to reply however, Nephice intervened. She handed Asher a bowl while saying, Eat up and heal. We have a lot to discuss. Asher nodded with a smile before taking a bite out of the crab meat. As soon as he did, Nephice hurriedly asked, Did you get any armor-type memory? Asher shook his head as he looked at Nephice properly. His eyes widened. Asher knew that Nephice didn't have armor at this point in time and wore a thin garment made of seaweed as a substitute. What he didn't expect, however, was the unexpected peaks of her chest. Nephice, noticing Asher's gaze, quickly covered her breasts with a hue of pink washing over her face. She hissed with narrowed eyes, I understand why you and Sonny are friends now. She paused and said with a grimace, You both are perverted degenerates. Asher frowned while Sonny got unexpectedly offended, I am not a pervert. I just said and did some things. Nephice threw him a glance to show her disgust. Asher clicked his tongue. He was a man who respected women. His damned flaw amplifying his lust. He involuntarily looked again. Damn it. Chapter 25 explaining. A/N, I kept coming back every hour to see if you guys hit the 125 PS, it was 122 for so long. I won't be able to post it later, I am doing it now. Might not post TMRW as well, sorry in advance if I don't. For sat in a loose circle beneath the sun, its heat bearing down from directly overhead. Before anyone could speak, Asher raised a hand. Before you explain anything, let me say how I found you on top of the statue. Sonny's ears perked up. He already had a theory, but now he'd get confirmation. I heard a scream from the top, Asher admitted. Sonny sighed. Of course. That scream could have shattered rock. You must have been close, Nephi said, tilting her head. I was, Asher nodded. I mean, can you blame me? I saw a 200-meter statue and thought, what the hell is that? Curiosity got the better of me. Nephi accepted the explanation with a slight nod, it was reasonable. Sonny narrowed his eyes. He is hiding something. His body language said so, Nephi probably saw it as well. Alas, they both didn't judge. They were hiding a fair share of secrets of their own. After a pause, they proceeded to explain all their abilities to Asher. That's all our abilities and memories, Asher. Now it's about time you explain yours, Sonny said, surprisingly calm. Asher nodded in understanding. Of course, he knew more about their aspects than themselves, but he had to play his part. Asher smiled as he began, I don't really have affinities to anything in particular. I can, however, think fast. I don't know the amplifier but I can think very fast, meaning I can learn very fast as well. Sonny's jaw practically hit the floor. That's fucking cheating. That makes sense on how he progressed in the sword was so fast, Nephi said aloud while nodding in understanding. Sonny whipped his head towards Nephi, incredulous, you taught him as well. Nephi nodded as he looked at Sonny with a confused expression. Why else do you think he comes to my room every night? Sonny's look turned pink as he said in a low voice, I thought you both did stuff together. Nephi grimaced as Asher turned crimson due to his flaw, his eyes darting to Nephi's outfit again. You pervert, Nephi said to Sonny with disgust. That's when Cassie spoke up, her face tinged with pink. Actually, everyone in the academy thought the same as Sunny. Nephi blinked a few times, then turned to Asher, her cheeks ablaze. Don't you dare have any thoughts unless you want to die. That brought Asher crashing back to earth. He cleared his throat, desperately redirecting the conversation. Ahem. Moving on. He pointed to his eyes. I have some sort of ocular ability. I'm still figuring it out, but I can see soul cores, how bright they are, how many. And I can see really far. Nephi and Sunny exchanged a glance, surprise etched across their faces. Nephi and Sunny exchanged astonished glances before turning back to Asher. That's it right. Sunny said, his lips dry. Asher looked into the air, with narrowed eyes, presumably looking at his runes. Soul Veil, untouched by soul or scream, you walk cloaked in silence, feasting on the fading echoes of your kind made hollow by your very hand. He lost count at this point. How many times he looked at this attribute window. He finally understood it. Smacking his lips, he looked front and said deadpan. I also have a high resistance to soul damage. Nephi looked at Asher with a shocked expression this time. How high? She asked. Asher smiled a bit. Very high. That was a lie. His narrowed at a phrase. Untouched by soul or scream, you walk cloaked in silence. The first half of the description. He was certain. Soul Veil made him immune to any kind of soul attack. Nephi and Sunny looked at Cassie for confirmation. Asher's eyes narrowed. This was precisely why Asher actually told most of his attributes honestly, still downplaying them a bit, but still saying them. The seer was a damned prick. What Cassie said next, made Asher purse his lips in frustration. I can't see Asher's attributes, Cassie said as she gulped her saliva. Asher's expression turned unreadable as he gazed at the ground, deep in thought. He had anticipated this possibility when Cassie first attempted to read his attributes back in the academy. There are only two plausible explanations, he reasoned silently. 1. Cassie's ability enables her to peer directly into my soul to perceive attributes, categorizing it as a soul attack. This could suggest that Soul Veil is responsible, acting as a firewall that permits only the spell to enter my soul while keeping other intruders out. He paused his thinking, looking at Cassie. But then there is also my affinity with anomalies which somehow blocks Cassie from viewing my soul. It sounds like complete bullshit and completely logical at the same time. Nephi and Sunny also had unreadable expressions on their faces. You can't see them, like at all? Sunny asked, looking at Cassie. Cassie shook her head. No. When I look at him, all I see is emptiness. It was the same in the academy as well. Nephi nodded. I see. She looked at Asher. Go on. Right. My ability allows me to manipulate the weight of my body. I can also selectively alter the weight of specific body parts while maintaining the overall weight of my body. Additionally, I can adjust the weight of my echoes and memories, though my limit currently is 2 items at a time. Nephi gave him a look of acknowledgement as she understood the reason behind Asher's echo's abnormal speed. I see, you made his entire echo's body light except its legs so that it can move faster. Asher snapped his finger as he gave Nephi a playful wink. Bingo! He exclaimed, while internally adding. And I also gave it a little gravitational push from behind, because those monsters were sprinting like they were late for a demon convention. Nephi couldn't help but grimace at Asher's wink. Sunny too shuddered. Is my wink really that disturbing? Yes. Asher glared at Sunny. You know what else is disgusting? Sending you shadow to the girls do. Sunny pounced onto Asher, chuckling awkwardly. Haha. Asher must be quite tired. See, he is blabbering some random stuff. He clamped a hand over Asher's mouth. Instant regret. His palm met something wet and squishy. Sunny's eye twitched. Mucus. Again. But this time, he didn't let go. If Asher finished that sentence, his reputation would be irredeemably destroyed. Yuck. Asher flailed helplessly, muffled beneath Sunny's grip. Nephi watched the struggle, completely deadpan. Cassie giggled softly at the chaotic noise. Asher. He couldn't breathe. This is an assassination attempt. Nephi's help. Chapter 26-26, changing. After Asher's near-death experience, Cassie patiently began to explain the details of her vision. It wasn't what he expected. He had assumed he'd be in it. After all, he thought he was doing well. Yet, he wasn't mentioned at all. With a pensive expression, Asher stared at the ground, his mind elsewhere. Is it because I'm an outsider? No, that couldn't be it. He was there. He was certain of it. But the vision Cassie described was different from what he remembered from the novel. Not radically so, but enough. One detail stood out. She mentioned a mangled corpse in golden armor, and before it stood a black-haired figure. His eyes shifted subtly toward Sunny. If his guess was right, Sunny had somehow been the one to kill Gunlag in this version of events. Not Nephi. He didn't know how it happened or what led to it, but that small change hinted at a larger shift in the chain of causality. There were other tiny differences in her vision too, slight, but meaningful. The butterfly effect was real, and he was the butterfly. And then Cassie's voice became more hesitant. In the end, I saw a colossal, terrifying crimson spire. At its base, 7 severed heads guarded 7 locks. And at the top, a dying angel, being consumed by hungry shadows. When I saw the angel bleed, I suddenly felt as though something precious, something beyond words, was being torn away from me. Her voice trembled and fell to a whisper. But that wasn't it. Cassie's voice broke as she shivered, cutting herself off. Sunny sighed and looked away. Nephi gently placed a hand on Cassie's shoulder, then turned to Asher. That's where she stopped for us too. I suspect it'll take time before she's ready to share the rest. Asher nodded slowly. He was deeply curious, of course, but one glance at Cassie told him she wasn't ready. Pushing would only hurt her. Still, his thoughts raced. My presence changed things, affected how Nephi and Sunny behave. That's the only explanation that makes sense. The vision diverged slightly, because I exist here. That was the only logical explanation. He hadn't been there with Sunny and Cassie when they reached the gate. He hadn't appeared in her vision. And yet, the vision was different. Something had shifted. How troublesome, Asher finally muttered, his gaze drifting toward the night sky, dotted with unfamiliar stars. At the same time, Sunny exhaled with frustration and muttered, those two carapace monsters, they were heading west. My shadow followed them. A heavy silence fell over the group. West. The same direction they were traveling. Everyone's expression turned grim, except Asher's. He didn't need to guess what lay ahead. He already knew. And that made it worse. It was morning. Nephi sat cross-legged, deep in meditation, her presence calm and centered. A soft aura pulsed around her like the breath of a sleeping blade. Nearby, Sunny and Cassie were locked in quiet conversation, their voices mingling in with the atmosphere. Asher, meanwhile, found himself with absolutely nothing to do. His fingers itched for distraction. After a brief internal debate, he strolled toward Nephi with a grin. It's rare to see those two chatting, he remarked casually, nodding toward Sunny and Cassie. Nephi opened her eyes slowly, exhaling through her nose. You interrupted my meditation, she said flatly. Asher let out an awkward laugh. Oops. My bad. Her pale eyes met his with a cold flicker. Do you want something? Nothing in particular, he said, still grinning. Then leave. That was blunt. Asher stepped back, dramatically wiping imaginary tears from his cheeks. Ouch. You want me gone that badly? Nephi hesitated. Her expression shifted, subtly, but enough. She turned her face slightly, her eyes dropping to the ground. And no, I just prefer solitude, she muttered. Asher tilted his head at her, a warm smile tugging at his lips. Solitude, huh? He murmured. All right, I'll go. He turned, waving a hand lazily over his shoulder. But before he could take a full step away, he felt a firm hand clamp down on his shoulder. He froze. Turning slowly, he found Nephi standing there, her eyes cool but her lips curled a bit upwards. 2,000 sword swings, she said evenly. Asher paled. Wait, what? Her gaze sharpened. Now. 1462. 1463. His eyes flicked to the side. Nephi was no longer holding a training stick. She now had a full-blown sword. Noticing his glance, she offered him a calm, serene smile. Asher flinched. Yuck. Scary. Asher started to quicken his pace. That Nephi was back. Asher had to get rid of her quick, and the quickest way of doing so was finishing his task. 1998. 1999. 2000. Asher finally let the sword slip from his trembling fingers and collapsed to the ground with a gasp. Cassie. Water. He croaked. Before Cassie could respond, Nephi knelt beside him, holding out a familiar bottle. Asher took it without hesitation, greedily gulping down the water. He wiped his mouth, chest rising and falling, and turned to stare at the setting sun. Hey, Neph. She replied, her tone softer now. Were you serious earlier, when you said you preferred solitude? He asked, resting his chin on his knees. Nephi followed his gaze toward the glowing horizon, her expression unreadable. I don't know. She sighed. In all honesty, what she said was in the heat of the moment. But now that she thought about it, she didn't know. I see. His gaze drifted down. Personally, I think no one prefers solitude. Nephi brought her eyes to Asher. His eyelashes are long. She thought absent-mindedly. Asher looked down to see a lonely, injured scavenger seeking refuge in the shadow of the statue. Few people were simply forced to go into solitude due to circumstances and simply refused to come out. Nephi also followed Asher's gaze and stared at the scavenger, haggard and wounded, dug itself into a shallow hole, seeking safety from other scavengers. She understood that feeling all too well. Assassinations. Betrayals. The blood of loved ones soaking into the floor. There was a time when stepping outside her room meant risking her life, but that wasn't the only reason she stopped going out. No, the real reason was. They are scared. Nephi's pupils narrowed as Asher continued. They are scared that if they come out, they will have to carry responsibilities. If they come out, they won't be able to escape reality again. Asher's eyes narrowed as he gave a wry smile while staring at the sunrise. If they come out, people may hurt them again. A period of silence ensued between them. I see. Nephi finally said as she got up. Her lips curled up a bit as her gaze lingered on Asher. We really are similar. Asher continued to stare into the bright sun. He looked distant, thoughtful. Nephi's opened her mouth to speak, but the words faltered. She knew what she wanted to say, she just didn't know how. Asher broke the silence with a sheepish chuckle. Sorry. I kinda killed the mood. Wanna get something to eat? He stood and began to walk away, but paused as Nephi's called out. Hey! He turned. She stepped closer, expression awkward but sincere. Then, with a slight twitch in her fingers, she raised a shaky thumbs up. Her voice was steady, even if her eyes betrayed a deeper emotion. I'll protect you. Asher froze. For a moment, the world tilted. A shadow flickered behind Nephi's, an old, blurred memory rising unbidden from the depths of his mind. It was a woman, deep cuts and gnashing blood, laying on the floor. She was clutching a child, his tiny stature trembling in her grasp. A trembling voice then spoke, a voice he thought he had long forgotten. Asher, don't worry. Mom's going to protect you. His hand trembled as the past clawed its way back to the present. It's fine, he muttered, forcing a smile. You don't have to. But Nephi shook her head. I will, she repeated simply. Then, turning toward where Cassie stood, she added, in a quiet, firm voice filled with something unspoken. Because I want to. A/N, thanks for 400 collections everyone. I am very happy with the rate of growth and sorry for the late chapter upload, I was asleep tongue sticking out. This is the extra chapter, I will post the daily chapter later. Chapter 2727, Leaving. You freeloader. Sonny's voice pierced the air, causing Asher to pause mid-swing with his sword. Asher furrowed his brow. What do you mean? He asked innocently, as if he hadn't just been caught red-handed. I'm paying Nephi's all the soul shards I get just so she could teach me. Sonny's face was flushed with righteous indignation. Asher shrugged nonchalantly, resuming his sword strikes. And? Sonny practically erupted like a volcano. You eavesdrop on Nephi's explanations and do the same training routine as me. So basically, Nephi is teaching you for free. A light bulb seemed to flicker on in Asher's mind. Yeah. He said, tilting his head in mock confusion. You're not paying her, while I am. Sonny practically spat the words out. I am though. It was Sonny's turn to tilt his head in confusion. With your soul shards. Sonny stood there, mouth agape. Then he shouted, bastard. In truth, Sonny didn't care much if someone piggybacked off his efforts. As long as he got stronger, whatever. But this guy, this smug, infuriating man-child, was a different matter entirely. After training, the squad ate up the last of our crab meat and slept while taking turns to watch. When the morning came and the dark sea retreated, they prepared to leave the giant statue. Nephi was the first one to climb down. Before that, she had a few words to say. Today will be different from before. There will be many more scavengers roaming in the labyrinth. We might not be able to create an ambush or avoid fighting several of them at once. She looked at Sonny. If anything happens, your job is to bring Cassie away. We can retreat by using passages that are too narrow for the scavengers. If we get separated, proceed to the high point by yourselves. Don't wait for me. Do you understand? With a somber expression, he gave her a nod. Nephi returned it. She then looked at Asher. Can you fight? She asked as she assessed his injuries she still hadn't healed. Asher simply smiled as he replied, I think I can, but don't be too confident with your student. I barely know the sword. Just then, a scavenger sparked into existence behind him as he continued, I should be able to help though. Sonny clicked his tongue while Nephi simply nodded. Good. Time is of the essence, so let's go, Nephi said as she began to climb down. Oh yeah, one more thing, Asher added with a thoughtful expression. A few of the crabs that chased me 2 days ago are still down there, in the sand. That brought the squad to a halt. Nephi paused, her hand resting on the stone edge. Sonny cursed under his breath. Cassie paled. No monsters though, Asher added quickly. But I can sense 4 scavengers nearby. One of them's missing an arm, I think, based on the shape of its aura. Nephi took that in, her voice calm and resolute. We can handle it. Sonny muttered something under his breath but nodded. Cassie said nothing, her face pale as she clutched her staff a little tighter. Then, without another word, they began the descent into the waiting maze of coral. As they made their descent down the rope, Sonny suddenly turned to look at Asher. Wait, how did you even detect those scavengers? It had slipped through everyone's mind sheerly due to the amount of absurdity he spewed the day before. Asher chuckled awkwardly. Hee, I forgot to tell about my innate ability. Everyone stopped going down the rope for a second, looking at Asher, well, besides Cassie. Who forgets such an important thing? Sonny was the first to speak. Asher sighed, my bad. Okay. He paused as everyone continued climbing down. Anyway, I can feel the weight of other creatures within 5 kilometers around me. No one responded. It was like that till they got all the way down. He looked around him and immediately put his hand on his nose. Since about 30 crabs followed him. After he escaped by the rope, the monster crabs undoubtedly massacred almost all of the crabs. The lucky few that escaped the wrath of the monsters were hiding below the ground. Holy shit, it smells here, Sonny said while the rest of the squad nodded in agreement. Asher summoned his echo as he looked around him. The area was painted in azure blood with random legs and pincers lying all around. The crab corpses were already starting to decay, and the stench was unbearable to Asher. He held his urge to vomit as his echo began collecting the soul shards. Where are they? Sunny frowned. He couldn't detect them when they were underground. Asher summoned the azure blade, enhancing it with gravity. Then, without warning, he hurled it into the earth with a sharp flick of his wrist. The impact shook the ground, cracking the surface and sending a tremor through the sand, causing Sunny to immediately take a few steps back by instinct. "Fool! You scared me!" he yelled. Cassie yelped as well and tripped backward, landing on her rear with a soft oof. Nephi's didn't flinch, but her frown deepened ever so slightly. Asher raised both hands in mock surrender. "Come on, I'm sorry. I had a good reason." Sunny opened his mouth to argue but didn't get the chance. Two scavengers suddenly burst from the ground, right where the blade had struck. Asher gave a satisfied smirk and glanced back. "See?" Sunny clicked his tongue, already drawing his weapon. "Whatever." Nephi's turned to him. Sunny nodded once, and together, they surged forward. His echo lunged at a wounded scavenger, its missing pincer leaving it wide open. Asher immediately augmented the creature with gravity, increasing its weight. Since the echo's body was sheathed in chitin rather than flesh, he could push the limit without shattering it. The added mass made its strikes heavier, more devastating, while only slightly slowing it down. The sturdy limbs could bear the load. Meanwhile, Asher clambered up a jagged coral outcrop, preparing to hurl the azure blade at a third scavenger. But something felt wrong. His eyes widened. "Wait!" His instinct screamed. He jerked his arm back and threw the azure blade away in panic. Sunny, with Neff covering for him, screamed, "Asher, get Cassie!" He didn't need to scream twice. Sprinting forward, Asher reached Cassie and tackled her out of the way, wrapping an arm around her as they hit the ground together. A moment later, the air split with a thunderous crash. A massive pincer slammed into the ground where they just stood, exploding coral and stone, leaving behind a crater large enough to bury them both. Asher's heart pounded, breath shallow. He looked down at Cassie. Her clothes were streaked with azure blood, a few bruises blooming on her arms. He wasn't in better shape, but they were alive. He pushed himself up, not gently, and pulled Cassie behind the thick shell of a fallen carapace. Then he turned to face the new threat, and froze. The scavenger before him was entirely unscathed. Asher's gaze narrowed on its core. The soul essence inside was pulsing, growing, threatening to spill out with violent potential. His stomach dropped. "It's close to evolve into a monster," he whispered, voice tight. Behind him, Cassie trembled, curled behind cover. Asher sighed. There was no way out of this one. He couldn't run and abandon Cassie. Asher summoned the stone blade into his hand, tightening his grip. The scavenger charged, and Asher stepped forward to meet it. Chapter 28 Leaving 2. So, I kinda imagined the stone blade to be like a semi-great sword, so yeah. Asher raised his blade, aiming at the scavenger in front of him. He had nothing but his sword and himself. The creature lunged, its massive claws tearing through the air with terrifying speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Asher staggered back, barely evading the first strike. He swung his sword in a wide arc, aiming for the scavenger's chitinous shell. The beast, driven by instinct alone, charged again, a claw sweeping toward his head. Asher met the attack head-on. His blade collided with the scavenger's left claw and shattered it completely. Fragments of chitin flew in every direction, few cuts appearing on Asher's face. It was only natural. The Stoneblade's enchantment allowed it to deal explosive damage despite its dullness, and Asher's augmentation doubled its already terrifying power. The scavenger was but a beast and lacked the intelligence to dodge, and its only focus was to attack. "You have slain an awakened beast, carapace scavenger." "Huh." Asher blinked, caught off guard by the familiar voice of the spell. Then he realized his echo had finished off the injured one. But the distraction was fatal. A searing pain exploded in Asher's side. Crack. His vision blurred as the scavenger's right claw struck him with brutal force, launching him through the air. He smashed into a jagged coral outcrop, which shattered on impact. His armor absorbed most of the blow, but it couldn't stop his ribs from fracturing. A cloud of dust rose from the crash site. Across the battlefield, Sunny and Nephi's paused mid-clash with a third scavenger, finished with the second one. Another scavenger burst in from the side, tackling their opponent to the ground. Nephi's clenched her jaw, eyes narrowing as she stared at the settling dust. "Sunny, go," she said curtly. "I'll handle this one with Asher's echo." A beat passed. Asher might be strong, but he still lacks clarity in battle. Plus Nephi's hesitated as she paused. Plus, Cassie might be too much of a burden for him to protect. Sunny nodded and sprinted towards the commotion. Asher coughed up blood, each breath a struggle. "Fuck. I definitely broke a rib," he wheezed, summoning an azure blade into his left hand. His stone blade lay 20 meters away, battered and useless for the moment. "If it wasn't for my armor, I'd be dead," he muttered, coughing up more blood. He glanced at the scavenger, its right arm a mangled mess, and saw it moving dangerously close to Cassie. She stood paralyzed, her blind gaze fixed on the approaching footsteps. A fresh wave of fear surged through him. "I was naive," Asher admitted bitterly. Then he raised his voice. "Hey, dumbass. I'm right here." The scavenger froze. Its head snapped toward him. With a piercing roar, it charged. Asher steadied his breathing, forcing down the panic clawing at his throat. "It's now or never," he whispered. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. His foot played along the ground. His hands trembled, but his feet moved, showing a path. A stance. The first form of the immortal flame sword style. It was complex, demanding, lethal, but it was all he had. Asher surged forward. His blade became a blur of motion, striking with precision. Each movement was deliberate, controlled. His weapon found the gaps in the scavenger's armor, slicing into its joints and soft spots. A claw raked across his cheek, leaving a searing cut. He gritted his teeth, tasting blood. But he didn't stop. He saw his opening, and drove his blade straight into a narrow seam in the scavenger's chest. The monster shrieked, thrashing violently. Asher leaned into the thrust, pouring gravity into the strike. The blade sliced deeper. With a final push, the scavenger's body gushed a lake of azure blood. The beast collapsed with a loud crash. Asher stood over it, swaying on his feet. His breaths came in ragged bursts. Then, finally, he dropped to his knees, staring up at the sky. A breathless laugh escaped him. "You have slain an awakened beast, carapace scavenger." "I did it," he whispered. Then louder, voice shaking with disbelief. "I did it." This was his first real battle, fought head-on. It was hard, brutally so. "You have slain an awakened beast, carapace scavenger. Looks like my echo is done as well." Sunny was sprinting toward the dust cloud when something caught his eye, a petite girl with blonde hair, drenched in azure blood, stumbling through the battlefield. Her pale skin was mottled with bruises, and her hands trembled as they reached into the empty air. "Cassie, are you all right?" Her head snapped toward the sound of his voice, tear-filled eyes wide. "Sunny, is that you?" She gasped, reaching out blindly. Sunny didn't hesitate. He closed the distance in a second and gently grasped her shoulders. "I was so scared, I thought I was going to die." She sobbed. He frowned, his hands steady as he held her. For a moment, his shadow sense stretched outward, brushing against something faint in the distance. He hesitated, then stood. "Give me a minute," he said quietly. Cassie nodded, still trembling, as he stepped away and moved toward the faint signal. Not far off, sprawled in a bed of shattered coral and blood-stained sand, lay a boy. His navy blue armor was warped slightly around his side, bulging as if something had swollen beneath it. His white hair was streaked with red and azure, plastered to his forehead. Yet when Sunny approached, the boy looked up and smiled weakly. "Took you long enough, bastard," Asher croaked. He winced, raising one shaking hand. In it, he clutched a soul shard. With effort, he crushed it between his fingers, letting the essence flow into him. "Your soul grows stronger." Asher sighed, leaning back against the broken coral. "This is my substitute for copium, I swear." A/N The remake surpassed the original in collections Loudly Crying Face. This is the extra chapter for hitting 250 PS. I'll publish the daily chapter later. 1. Those who are wondering how Asher, a regular guy, learnt the immortal flame style so quick. It's 'cause of nimble intellect. I mentioned this in the explaining chapter. Since his brain processes information so quick, he learns faster as well. The issue being the imbalance between mind and body, so no muscle memory. Chapter 29. Fun. One of those scavengers. The one I fought was on the verge of evolving into a monster. Asher muttered, wincing as he sat up. "So don't you dare laugh." Sunny pressed a hand over his mouth, visibly struggling to hold back a grin. He looked seconds away from bursting when Nephi's arrived. "Asher," she said calmly, kneeling beside him, "can you walk?" Asher turned toward her, his echo mirroring the movement. "Yeah, just need a minute. I'm drained. Also, help my echo collect the soul shards, would you?" Nephi sighed softly and knelt beside him, placing a hand gently on his chest. "Don't try to act tough around me, Asher. I know your pain tolerance. I was there during your training. Now stay still." "Wait, what are you?" Before he could finish, warmth spread through his body as a soft white flame ignited under her palm. His wounds began to mend. It wasn't a full burst of healing, she was holding back to conserve her strength, but even still, her lips trembled as she bit down on them, a thin trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. I told you I could heal," she whispered between shaky breaths, trying to mask her own strain. Sunny watched quietly, his curiosity piqued. Asher groaned, a pang of guilt tightening in his chest. "I feel bad for her. Neph," he said, as the sharp pain in his ribs faded to a dull ache. "I'm good now. You can stop." Nephis didn't argue. She simply nodded, pulled her hand back, and sat down beside him, her shoulders rising and falling as she tried to catch her breath. Her hands were trembling slightly. Neph, here," Cassie said softly, appearing beside them and holding out the endless spring. Nephis accepted it with a grateful nod and drank deeply. Asher let out a long breath as the tension drained from his body. Asher, feeling the tension ease from his body, looked around at his companions. Despite the pain and exhaustion, he felt a swell of gratitude. "We all are like a family." Asher looked at the sky as he murmured under his breath with a smile, "Family." Cassie looked in Asher's general direction with a sad face. Asher's eyes scanned her, and realization hit. She was drenched in crab blood. Right. He'd shoved her straight into a pool of it when he tackled her to safety. He scratched the back of his head, letting out a sheepish chuckle. Hey, Cassie. Sorry about that. Before he could finish, Cassie suddenly threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his torso and sobbing into his chest. Asher. I'm sorry. You got hurt because of me. I'm a burden, I shouldn't be here. Asher blinked, caught completely off guard. His body stiffened. A blank expression slid over his face. Then came the panic. Little Asher is stirring. Oh no. No. He cast a pleading look at Sunny. Sunny met his gaze, then promptly turned his head and began to whistle innocently. Traitor. He shifted his eyes to Nephi's, silently mouthing help me. Nephi's, eyes averted and a faint blush on her cheeks, was suddenly very interested in the ground. Asher screamed internally. His lust was growing. Damned flaw. I just called her family. Yes. She is family. He didn't know what to do. The body he currently had was suffering from the grace of all kinds of hormones. It's going to be dangerous at this rate. Hey Cassie, what do you mean you were a burden? You distracted the scavenger by crying, which gave me a chance to catch my breath. He said, trying to be as cheerful as possible. Sunny and Nephi shot him disapproving looks while Cassie, once again, was on the verge of tears. Asher's face turned pale as he realized what he just said. He could think straight due to panic. His damned flaw was only making things worse. He looked at Cassie, whose tears were flowing freely again. What the hell do you want me to say? He thought, raking his hand through his hair in frustration. He grimaced as he could feel the wetness building up. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If I did my math right, she should get off me when I say this. He winced dramatically and groaned. Ugh, Cassie, my body's still hurting. Cassie immediately pulled back like she'd touched a hot stove, gasping, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it worse. Asher exhaled a long, blessed breath of relief. Crisis averted. He turned and shot a scathing glare at Sunny and Nephi's, who had resumed their impeccable whistling routine. Nephi's even had the gall to squint at him, like he was the problem. Unbelievable. Clearing his throat, Asher stood up a little straighter and tried to sound professional. Ahem. Anyway, we should move. My little scuffle probably made a lot of noise. Wouldn't be surprised if something nasty's heading our way. Nephi's had a thoughtful look on her face and nodded in agreement. Asher grinned as he sensed his echo nearby. He turned around to see it holding over a dozen soul shards. Asher's eyes lit up, practically drooling as he reached for them. Suddenly, a pale hand stopped him. Asher narrowed his eyes at Sunny. Hey, flower boy, what are you doing? He said in a deep voice. Stopping you from touching these. Sunny replied in an equally deep voice, his face darkening. Asher looked at Sunny with a deadpan expression. Sunny, you're going to give them to Neff anyway. Why the hell are you stopping me? Sunny returned the expression. Because it would be better for the group to strengthen Nephi's instead of wasting these soul shards on a pussy like you. Asher's face twisted into a grimace, a vein popping on his temple. He increased the weight of his arm, causing Sunny to flinch. Asher was extremely mad because, frustratingly, Sunny's words rang true. Sunny physically couldn't lie. You bastard liar, you don't care about Nephi's strength. You're simply sadistic. Who are you calling a liar? I am the most honest man in the world. 2 worlds even. Asher smirked, adjusting his imaginary glasses. Sunny, you didn't deny the second part of my sentence. Sunny flinched as his flaw forced him to speak. Why yeah, I am sadistic in circumstances. Time to have some fun. So, Sunny, you admit you get happy from seeing me suffer. Sunny shrugged, a grin spreading across his face. Well, yeah, it's entertaining. Asher's grin widened. In that case, how about we test your honesty a bit more? How many times have you secretly wished I'd trip over my own feet during my spar with Nephi's yesterday? Sunny gritted his teeth, his flaw compelling him to respond. 15 times, and once I actually put a rock in your path to make it happen. Asher's eyes widened. You little. Nephi's, unable to hold back anymore, interrupted. Guys, enough. We have bigger things to worry about than your petty squabbles. She sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose as she saw Asher and Sunny give each other death stares. Then Asher turned to Nephi's, his eyes widened. Petty. Why is everyone calling me petty? Nephi's shook her head, exasperated. Why am I stuck with these idiots? She thought. But a small smile tugged at her lips. Chapter 30 Travel. 1. Asher looked at his soul fragments and cried while biting his thumb. Soul fragments, 104/1000. Asher whined dramatically as he lounged on the back of his Echo alongside Cassie. It's not fair that Neff gets 7 while I only get 5. His voice had the whininess of a toddler denied a candy bar, which was enough to make Sunny's eye twitch. You got 6. Sunny snapped, glaring daggers at Asher, clearly irritated by his antics. Asher frowned, before remembering the one he killed. Well, yes, but I still got 6 while Neff got 7. Sunny gritted his teeth, planning on another retort when he suddenly turned to Nephi's. 2 scavengers coming our way, he said firmly. Nephi's considered their options for a few seconds. There was a scowl on her face. Finally, she said. If there's only 2, we can take them. Sunny looked at her with uncertainty in his eyes. But there's no time to set up an ambush. Asher squinted his eyes. Didn't we just kill 4 of those crabs? What is another 2? Sunny glared at Asher. Killing 1 made you cocky. Asher cleared his throat. Ahem. I killed 2, thank you very much. He held up 2 fingers smugly, conveniently including his echo's kill as his own. Sunny snorted as he looked at Nephice. Hey Neph, forget this bastard and tell me the plan. Nephice went on to explain a suicidal plan where she and Asher's echo would charge at the 2 scavengers and Sunny would ambush one when presented with the opportunity. Asher was tasked to protect Cassie as he volunteered for it himself. Sunny and Nephice looked at him with a deadpan expression, fully aware that was simply being a coward and didn't want to fight. Cassie, meanwhile, looked ecstatic and grateful for Asher's concern. Asher sat alone with Cassie. As one would expect, it was extremely awkward. Thank you for worrying about me, Asher. Cassie broke the silence with a smile. Asher's face twisted into a grimace as he wasn't worrying about her in the slightest. He was simply scared to fight the crabs. Protecting Cassie had been the perfect excuse. Besides, he had far bigger things to worry about. Like tonight. The Carapace Centurion. Asher's legs began to tremble just thinking about it. He even tried to stall them in the statue but they had run out of food due to him. No matter what he tried, wasting the day by walking slower. Deliberately making his echo walk slower. It didn't work. Asher sighed. It was fate. Fate that Nephice will get the Starlight Legion armor. Fate that Sunny will gain clarity in the battle. Asher couldn't fight fate. Then he suddenly remembered that Cassie existed as he chuckled at her gratitude. Oh, it's no biggie, he stuttered, his voice cracking like a cheap mirror under pressure. Just doing my knight in shining armor duty, you know. Cassie's expression darkened, her self-awareness casting a shadow over their conversation. But those 2 are out there risking their lives while we're just sitting here talking. I feel so useless. You are useless, Asher wanted to reply but seeing the blind girl's teary eyes made him frown. Why the hell does she cry for everything? I trust that they will come back, Asher said with a twitching smile but a reassuring tone. Cassie looked in the direction of the voice and gave a sad, but heartwarming smile. You are really kind, Asher. Asher physically blocked his sight from Cassie by putting his hands between them as he thought, his inner monologue running faster than a hamster on a caffeine high. This succubus is scary. I almost fell for her innocent charm. In the novel it was repeatedly said that Cassie looked like a doll. Asher did not object this statement. He peeked between his fingers. She was still smiling sweetly at him. Oh ahi. He squeaked, twisting away like he'd been burned. Asher, are you okay? Did something happen? Cassie asked, panicked. Her hand shot to his shoulder. I just got a cramp. Yup, a really bad cramp. He stammered, trying not to combust on the spot. He sucked a deep breath, turning to her again. Cassie relaxed slightly. Oh, don't worry. It'll go away soon, she said gently, smiling at him. Eck. He yelped again, twisting further away. How did such an angel turn so psychotic in the future? He refused to believe it. It was scary. Am I also going to turn out like that? He didn't want to. Why would anyone lose sight of their original self? Just then, footsteps crunched, breaking Asher's thoughts. It's me Sunny. A voice resounded. Asher instantly relaxed. You done? Sunny nodded. Nephi's clothes ripped mid-battle, she needs some time to fix it. After that, we should be going. Asher nodded in response. In battles like these, where they don't need his involvement, it was better to stand back. Wasn't it only logical? If something is going well, why would he stick his nose in it? Oh and... Sunny grinned. I got this. A scavenger sparked into existence. Asher grinned, we are matching now. Sunny grimaced, the face clearly showed that he felt insulted. Ouch. All of the members of the cohort were riding on Echo's as it was faster. Nephice and Cassie sat on Asher's Echo, while Sunny and Asher cramped up on the other. Asher noted that their pace was probably much faster compared to the novel but was also sure that it simply cancelled out the delay of the fight below the statue. Asher sighed as he thought, if I push my Echo, we might be able to make it before the storm hits, but that means we can't ambush the monster crab. So I shall let this go on the same. Suddenly, Asher felt a chill and looked around to see Sunny staring at him. Sorry, I am not interested in men, Asher said with a deadpan face. Sunny grimaced, his face contorting in disgust. I am not into men either. Sunny wanted to insult him, but every possible insult about his face would be a lie. Then why the hell are you staring at me? Asher snorted. Sunny, caught off guard, fumbled for a response. I was just thinking, how someone can be so. Asher raised an eyebrow, grinning. So devilishly handsome. I know, it's a curse. Sunny rolled his eyes. No, I was thinking how someone can be so annoyingly full of themselves. Asher chuckled. Ah, Sunny, you're just jealous because even the monsters find me irresistible. More like they want to kill you first, Sunny muttered under his breath. Asher leaned back with a satisfied smirk. Well, as long as they're not into me, that's all that matters. Sunny sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. How do you even function with that ego? Asher shrugged. It just happened. Sunny finally snapped as a vein popped into his temple. Why don't you just shut up for once? You bastard. Asher looked thoughtful for a moment. You know, Sunny, I've considered it. But then I remember how boring life would be without my charming commentary. Sunny groaned. I would find peace. Asher winked. Admit it, Sunny. You'd miss me if I wasn't here. Sunny grumbled. I don't know. Asher grinned. Ah, so you would miss me. Sunny threw his hands up in defeat. I give up. Nephice, can you trade places with me? Nephice looked at him with a deadpan expression. I'd rather fight 10 more scavengers. Asher felt as if numerous boulders had fallen on his head due to Nephice's comment, but before he could respond. Stop. Cassie said. Both the echoes stopped as the gang looked at Cassie with frowns. What is it? The blind girl let go of the reins. Do you hear anything? Nephice and Sunny shook their heads. I heard it, Asher said with a dark face. What do you hear? Sunny asked as he looked at Asher. It's murmuring, Cassie responded. Cassie suddenly scowled. Help me get off this thing. Nephice moved to assist her, but Asher raised a hand. Don't. She paused, confused. Asher's eyes flicked to the sky, then to the horizon. He gave her a casual smile, but his voice held weight. We should probably sprint. Why? Sunny asked. Asher turned his gaze toward the rising wind and darkening clouds. A storm's coming. A/N, thanks for 500 collections. This is the extra chapter. I'll upload the daily chapter later. The other extra chapter methods still stand. 375 PS, 15 reviews, and now, 600 collections. Once again, thank you. Chapter 3131, Travel. 2. Both the echoes began to sprint. Nephice looped the golden rope around herself and Cassie, securing them firmly to the echo. Asher and Sunny, unfortunately, had no such luxury. As the wind howled and the echo below them accelerated, Asher clung awkwardly to Sunny, trying to balance the ride with subtle shifts to his center of gravity. It didn't work. At this breakneck speed, the two were practically embracing, Sunny using his shadows to stabilize himself, while Asher increased his own weight to help anchor them. It was awkward, and stupid, and kind of working. Things would have been fine if Asher could adjust Sunny's center of gravity, but he couldn't. There seemed to be a thin membrane around Sunny, or any person having a soul core/shadow core. Asher couldn't control the gravity around it. At least not fully. He could still do it, but it was minimal, downright useless. Due to the increase in weight, Sunny's echo was about 20% slower than Asher's echo. Dark, churning storm clouds gathered in the sky with unnatural speed, twisting above the crimson forest like a curse made manifest. Sunny paled and clutched Asher tighter. Don't grab me like that, you gay bastard. Asher yelled through gritted teeth. Now's not the time for your dumbass jokes. Sunny snapped, his voice almost lost in the rising wind. Nephice gritted her teeth as she saw them falling behind. We are going at 30 to 35 kilometers per hour, and it will take us at least 6 minutes to reach the nearest cliff. Looking at the clouds, it might take less than 3 minutes for the downpour to fully begin. Me and Cassie may reach the cliff in time, but Asher and Sunny, the scavengers ahead. Sunny shouted as Nephice focused forward, ready to fight. Fortunately, the scavengers were also scrambling for their lives as well, not paying attention to the sleepers passing through. The rain quickly turned into a pelting downpour, each drop becoming a torrent. The winds grew in strength, striking against their bodies with enough force to make them stumble. The light dimmed even further, reducing visibility to almost zero. Sunny gritted his teeth as he looked at Asher and shouted, @% and @. A blinding bolt of lightning split the darkness, followed almost immediately by a deafening thunderclap. Asher couldn't hear Sunny over the cacophony, making Sunny's face turn even paler. Suddenly, Sunny's echo grabbed both Asher and Sunny with its pincers and sprinted. The sensation was worse than anything they had experienced. Water droplets hit them like arrows, and the winds tossed them around like ragdolls. Asher and Sunny winced in pain as the echo sped up. Asher reduced his weight while Sunny augmented his echo with his shadow, allowing it to close some of the distance to Mr. Crab. But they were still far behind. Asher couldn't augment his echo due to the distance. A blinding light from another lightning strike revealed the imposing cliff looming ahead. For a brief moment, Asher was struck by the scene's stark beauty, like something out of Uncharted 4, despite the dire situation. Turning back, Sunny and Asher saw a colossal, crushing torrent of black water rushing through the crimson forest. The sight was utterly terrifying, a wall of death bearing down on them. Shit, we're slower than they were in the novel. Asher's mind screamed in panic. The cliff seemed impossibly far, and the approaching torrent promised only doom. Each second felt like an eternity, the hopelessness of their situation tightening around them like a vice. The storm was a monstrous, living thing, and it was coming for them, relentless and unforgiving. As they pushed forward, the wind howled with a ferocity that made every step a battle. The rain was a curtain of liquid steel, obscuring their vision and battering their bodies. The roar of the approaching water grew louder, a deafening crescendo that drowned out everything. Asher regretted everything. If he didn't make their travel so slow, they could have escaped this. If they hadn't wasted those precious moments near the statue that morning, they might have made it. If only. Shit. Asher grit his teeth. Sunny and Asher finally reached the cliff, dismissing their echoes and scrambling up the rocky face like desperate ants. Sunny wrapped his shadow around him for protection, while Asher could only grit his teeth, feeling his skin tear against the jagged rocks. The icy water lapped at his feet, sending shivers up his spine. He watched Sunny struggle alongside him, both knowing they were racing against time. If they hadn't wasted those precious moments near the statue that morning, they might have made it. Desperation clawed at Asher as he shouted Sunny's name. "Sunny, we're not going to make it in time." Asher's voice was raw with fear and exhaustion. "I know, but I need to try until the end." Sunny's response was equally strained as the rising water began to submerge Asher's torso. Asher took a deep breath and a leap of faith. "Sunny, do you trust me?" he asked, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "Of course not, you stupid bastard," Sunny retorted instantly. Asher shed a tear, pretending not to hear. "Sunny, you need to trust me this time." Sunny hesitated, then nodded, swallowing his fear. Asher summoned the stone blade with a flick of his hand, twisting it sideways before hurling it out into the storm. The flat of the blade faced skyward, suspended in midair as gravity warped around it, holding it steady. He knew it was only momentarily. He exhaled sharply, steadying himself. Then he reached out and grabbed Sunny's hand, reducing his weight to a maximum while strengthening his feet. Muscles screamed, fibers tearing under the strain. "Streamline yourself," Asher roared. Then they jumped. The cliff vanished beneath their feet as Asher landed hard on the blade, his balance wavering, barely holding. The rain hammered them, and Sunny's weight dragged them down like an anchor. Asher had seconds, less than seconds, before they fell. His eyes narrowed, when he saw something glimmer. There. Gravity flipped, up became down, and Asher became weightless. His body surged with raw strength as he leapt, forcing every last ounce of power into the jump. They soared through the rain, wind shrieking past them. Then his fingers found it, a golden rope, slick and shining in the storm. He caught it. Sunny caught it. They swung violently, crashing into the cliffside. "Your memory has been destroyed." The whisper came and went. It didn't matter. His body was failing. Asher couldn't feel his legs. His hands burned, skin shredded by the rocks. His vision dimmed. "I want to sleep," he thought numbly. Sunny was yelling, he could hear him through the static in his brain. "Asher, we both will die if you don't move." He wanted to move all right. But, his hands they hurt. It hurt so bad. "We are so close, damn it." Right. He couldn't give up. Not when his is so close. He clenched his teeth and forced his weight down again, giving himself just enough lift to keep climbing. Blood mixed with the rain, running down his face in hot streams. "I can't," he whispered. But his body moved anyway. He pulled himself higher. "I won't give in." The rope jerked upward. Nephi's must have started hauling them up. Each movement was agony. His hands were torn, his lungs felt like fire, and every breath was a battle. But still, he climbed. Just a bit more. His vision blurred. The storm, the cliff, the rope, it all dissolved into haze. Then, a hand. Strong, steady, gripping his wrist. Everything went black. A/N to clarify how the stone blade broke. Asher reduced its weight to keep it afloat and used the blade as a stepping stone to exert his entire force to jump. The blade can't take that. Chapter 32. Pushing. Pain. That was all Asher felt as consciousness returned, blinding, overwhelming pain. He blinked against the haze, each flutter of his eyelids sending sharp stabs through his skull. A migraine split his head, making him dizzy, and even the effort to lift a hand was beyond him. All he could manage was to clench his jaw. It was still raining. His breathing was hoarse and shallow, every inhale felt like needles through his lungs. Through the crash of thunder and downpour, voices cut through the storm. "Are you crazy, Neph? We need all the help we can get." Sunny's voice, frantic and frustrated. "Good, he is safe." "Asher simply cannot fight," Nephis replied, calm and firm. Whatever he did to allow his body to jump that high, it pushed his body beyond its limits. His muscles are torn throughout, and his legs are shattered. Forcing him awake could give him a concussion, or worse. Nephis answered with her arms crossed. "Of course I know that." Sunny snapped, exasperated. "I'm not asking him to fight. I'm asking you to wake him so he can summon his echo." "No," she said without hesitation. "I do not want to take the risk." A soft exhale escaped Asher's lips. He didn't need to be woken up, he was already here. With a spark of will, a cyclone of light erupted beside him, coalescing into his echo. Sunny and Nephis jerked back, startled. "Before either of you say anything," Asher rasped, blood flecking his lips, "I am aware of the monster on this island as I have already sensed it." He sucked a shallow breath, coughing blood. Sunny frowned while Nephis tried to reach out her hand, presumably to heal him. Asher shook his head firmly. "Take the echo," he said, panting. "And please, don't die." Sunny exhaled slowly, composing himself. They had already discussed a plan while Asher was unconscious. Cassie tried to put on a brave face. She turned to Nephis and forced a smile. "Go and kill that thing. Maybe you'll finally get something decent to wear and stop making me feel so guilty." A corner of Changing Star's lip curled up. "Okay." Asher gritted his teeth and sat up straighter, a lance of agony shooting through him. Cassie just jinxed it, didn't she? Sunny laughed, seeing the absurdity of how they were joking in a situation like this. But the fear lingered. Asher was terrified. Things were already diverging too far from the novel he knew. Sunny was far more injured, his body had collided with jagged rocks during their escape. Nephi's was hurt, too, she'd been in worse shape since her fight that morning with the scavengers. And mentally, she was unraveling faster than she had in the story. She'd already used her power to heal him earlier that day, and it had taken a toll. To make things worse, she had insisted Asher consume one of the scavenger's soul shards to relieve some of his injuries. He had refused her healing but accepted the shard. It wasn't enough to fix him, but it dulled the pain just enough to breathe. Sunny and Nephi eventually left, and soon, sounds of battle came not far away. Asher strained to sense the distant fight, his brow furrowed in concentration. Though he couldn't discern the specifics, he could feel the positions of everyone involved, their movements like ghostly whispers in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened as the spell announced, "Your echo has been destroyed." And then, "Your echo has been destroyed." Asher's breath caught. His echo had one command: protect Nephi and Sunny. Always. Its destruction wasn't random, it was a warning. "They're in danger," he whispered, cold dread seeping into his bones. He turned to Cassie, urgency sharp in his voice. "I need your help." Cassie blinked, startled by the sudden shift in his tone. "Did something happen?" "My echo's gone." Cassie's eyes widened slightly, before her face turned serious. "What should I help with?" Everything had went wrong. Nephi turned her head, eyes scanning the wreckage of the battlefield. Sunny lay slumped against a jagged rock, his chest rising and falling in shallow, uneven gasps. Blood clung to his skin like a second layer. He was barely conscious, barely alive. The monster, a massive 5-meter crab with 2 pincers and 2 bone sides, was damaged significantly, yet, the situation was grim. A bolt of lightning struck the carapace monster, causing it to screech monstrously. Dazed, the monster gathered its limbs and tried to stand. It had already begun to recover. But Changing Star was quicker. Grabbing the hilt of the longsword, she grimaced as the heat burned her hands. Then, she twisted the blade, making the slayer's body twitch, and pulled it out, breaking apart a small portion of the monster's lower torso armor. Dashing to the side, she lashed out with her sword. The glowing, white-hot blade caught the creature's arm right below the joint and almost cleaved through it, sending the terrifying bone scythe flying in a rain of azure blood. Or that was what was supposed to happen in the novel. Nephi did indeed almost cleave through the monster's scythe, but it wasn't enough. The creature was a terrifying sight, its carapace gleaming in the lightning flashes, its pincers and sides glistening with deadly intent. It was a behemoth, its massive pincers capable of snapping boulders in half, and its bone sides, sharp and menacing, could slice through steel. The monster roared, the sound reverberating through the battlefield. It kicked Nephi with one of its legs, sending her hurtling into one of the many protruding rocks. She winced in pain but didn't have time to catch her breath as she saw a bone scythe descending toward her. All she could do was shift to the left and hope she would only lose her right arm. And then, boom! The monster jerked violently to the right, the scythe missing Nephi by inches and carving deep into the earth beside her. Something had slammed into its upper torso with incredible force. Nephi blinked through the rain, heart pounding. A few seconds earlier, Asher drew a shallow, painful breath, fingers tightening around the hilt of his azure blade. Every movement burned, every breath stung, but he focused, narrowed his gaze, and with a burst of strength, he hurled the blade with lightning speed. The force created a small shockwave, and Asher heard several cracks in his bones due to augmenting his hand. He augmented the blade mid-flight, coating it with his power, then accelerated it using gravity. As it broke the sound barrier with a deafening boom, Asher winced, lips pulling into a grin despite the pain. Guess all those FPS games finally paid off. The blade slammed into the monster with devastating precision, striking its side and sending the beast staggering backward 5 meters. The blow shattered part of its cracked carapace, exposing raw, pulsing flesh beneath. Nephi turned toward the source, eyes wide. Despite the agonizing throb in his arm, Asher allowed himself a faint smile. He could barely stand, his legs trembled like brittle sticks beneath him, but Cassie stood at his back, holding him upright with her arms around his waist. Sunny's echo seized the moment, attacking the monster while it was dazed. The creature retaliated with a vicious swipe of its pincer, catching the echo and slamming it into the ground with a bone-crushing force. The echo barely managed to avoid being completely pulverized, rolling to the side and striking back with its own fierce attacks. The monster, now enraged, lunged at Nephi with its remaining bone scythe. She dodged with agility, her movements a blur as she parried and struck, trying to find an opening. The creature's pincers snapped dangerously close to her, each miss sending tremors through the ground. He shouted toward the fight, voice raw. "Nephi, heal Sunny, he might actually die." Nephi hesitated for only a heartbeat before nodding. She darted toward Sunny's crumpled body, even as Asher summoned his azure blade once more. Sunny, already gravely wounded, would not survive much longer without help as he was already injured before this fight due to Asher slamming him into rocks. Asher took another deep breath, before coughing once more. Sucked in too much, he mumbled to himself, resummoning the azure blade. Then, gritting his teeth, he focused. "Cassie, hold me from the front." Cassie simply nodded, turning her figure to his front, grasping his chest with her delicate fingers. Asher shifted his weight and raised his left arm. It was his weaker hand, but he didn't care. His eyes locked onto the exposed weak point in the monster's brain. He inhaled sharply, once, deeply, and hurled the sword with every last ounce of strength he had. A ragged scream tore from his throat as his frame collapsed forward, caught only by Cassie as she steadied him. The azure blade flew like a comet, a streak of radiant light piercing the storm. And then, impact. The blade struck true. It buried itself deep in the creature's exposed brain, triggering a high-pitched, inhuman screech. The monster convulsed violently, limbs flailing in chaos. Its movements grew erratic, unstable, then desperate. Sunny's echo lunged, its pincers sinking deep into the exposed flesh. With a final, decisive snap, the echo finished the beast off, the monstrous body collapsing in a heap. Asher, his body trembling from the exertion, watched the scene unfold. He let out a weary chuckle, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "That kill-stealing bastard," he murmured, a tired but triumphant smile playing on his lips. But the smile didn't last. The pain came crashing in. Both of his hands were mangled. His legs shattered. He couldn't support himself, even now, without Cassie. His chest began to rise and fall too fast. His vision blurred. Rain pelted his skin like needles, and every drop was a fresh wave of agony. He was hyperventilating. He cried out, the sound ripped from him involuntarily. His body was breaking. His mind was fraying. It wasn't as bad as what Nephi's had endured, the feeling of being burned alive, but to him, it was torture. It was too much. Cassie's voice cut through the haze. "Asher, are you okay?" But he couldn't answer. He couldn't even breathe. Everything around him dulled, muffled by panic and pain. The world dimmed at the edges, his vision warping with tears. The last thing he heard was the rain. The last thing he felt was terror. "Please, help." He was dying. He knew it. He could feel his own mind slipping, his consciousness unraveling like thread in a storm. "Save me, someone." And then, UEH. A harsh, ragged breath tore from his throat, blood-tinged and desperate. He collapsed further into Cassie's arms, vision tunneling. The iron taste in his mouth returned. And with the last flicker of awareness, Asher's final thought echoed in his mind. "Fuck. It hurts. A/N guys, I'll be on trip from today. So this might be the last chapter for a while." Chapter 33 Morning. A/N I kept my promise. By the way, this is the extra chapter for 500 collections, but seeing how things are going, I'll reach 600 collections TMRW, so, y'all are set. Fatigue. Asher was very fatigued. He slowly opened his weary teal eyes. The world around him came into hazy focus, his body heavy with exhaustion. He lay on wet, mushy sand, his fingers instinctively caressing its cool, gritty texture as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. The remnants of yesterday's storm were evident in the damp earth beneath him, the scent of rain still lingering in the air. Turning his head to the side, Asher's gaze landed on a silver-haired girl sleeping peacefully beside him. She looked as beautiful as ever. Asher's eyes involuntarily went to her clothes. Damn it. His eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly averted his gaze, feeling a flush of embarrassment creep up his cheeks. He turned to the other side, seeking a distraction. There, Sunny lay in a deep, yet troubled slumber, his face contorted with discomfort even in sleep. The sight made Asher grimace, the memories of their harrowing ordeal flooding back with unsettling clarity. With a groan, Asher lifted his head and stared up at the clear blue sky. The storm had passed. He took a deep breath before bringing his torso up, the weight of fatigue still pressing down on him. Huddled together for warmth and slept as though they were dead, too tired to make someone keep watch, he muttered under his breath, reciting the exact words from the novel that seemed eerily similar to his current situation. Turning back, he saw Cassie gripping Nephis like an oversized teddy bear, while Nephis slept on her side, her hand stretching out in Asher's direction. Sunny, on the other hand, had his right arm beneath his head as a makeshift pillow, his left arm extending toward Asher as well. Asher blinked, clearing the haziness from his eyes. He noticed Nephis and Sunny's hands on top of each other, forming a surprisingly large and flat area. This was where Asher had laid his head, using their hands as a pillow. A smile tugged at his lips as he remembered Nephi's concern about him having a concussion and Sunny's kind agreement. His expression slowly shifted to a frown as he continued to stare at their intertwined hands. He nodded with a smirk. Long live Sunfis. But Asher realized something. My hands are healed, he whispered, staring at his hands in disbelief. Of course they are, you idiot. If Nephis healed Sunny, it's only logical she would heal you as well. Asher walked up to the cliff nearby, letting out a tired sigh as he yawned and stretched his arms toward the sky. The morning light cast long shadows over the crimson labyrinth below, the intricate patterns of coral-like formations glowing faintly in the early sun. He felt the cool, damp air on his skin. Oh, you're awake. Asher turned around, startled, to see Sunny yawning and scratching his disheveled black hair. Yes, I am, he said in a deadpan tone, trying to mask his emotions as he continued to stare out at the labyrinth before them. Sunny simply nodded, his expression mirroring Asher's blank stare. He got up and walked over to join Asher, both of them gazing at the horizon in silence. The sky was a blend of pastel hues, the remnants of the storm clouds still lingering in the distance, casting a moody atmosphere over the scene. Nephi's will take some time to wake up. She exhausted herself after healing the both of us. Sunny finally broke the silence, his voice carrying a note of concern. I see, Asher replied, his voice flat, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Both boys stood in awkward silence, each aware that the other was trying to start a conversation but struggling to find the words. Sunny, socially inept and severely lacking in communication skills, found it difficult to express himself. Asher, on the other hand, was terrible at handling serious conversations, always preferring to deflect or downplay his emotions. Eventually, Sunny sighed, breaking the silence. He continued to look at the sun, its light reflecting off his thoughtful expression. About yesterday, he began hesitantly. Asher gave him a side glance, waiting for him to continue. I don't really remember the details well, but you saved both me and Nephi's yesterday. Your point. Asher replied flatly, his eyes reverting to the horizon, not wanting to delve too deeply into the emotions tied to those events. Sunny turned his face towards Asher, his voice low and a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Thank you. Asher's face immediately contracted with disgust as he took a few steps to the side, away from Sunny. Sunny, I'm sorry, but I am not gay. Sunny's eyes widened in shock before narrowing in fury. Who are you calling gay, you bastard? I will have you know that I am the straightest man in the world. 2 worlds even. Really? Asher snorted, maintaining a deadpan expression. And why the hell are you acting deadpan like Nephi's anyway? Sunny demanded, pointing his finger at Asher, who responded with a quizzical look. I was. Yes. That was when their eyes met. Nothing really changed, no lightning struck, no profound silence fell, but something fluttered in Asher's stomach. He burst out laughing. You look so stupid. Sunny's expression didn't change for a second, but seeing Asher laugh, Sunny began to chuckle. You look stupid laughing like that. Asher suddenly stopped laughing, looking at Sunny with wide eyes. Sunny couldn't lie. It was Sunny's turn to laugh as he held his stomach. Pfft. Asher couldn't hold back his laughter either. They collapsed onto the wet sand, the damp grains cool against their skin as they continued to laugh uncontrollably. The remnants of the rain from the previous night had left the sand moist and slightly sticky, clinging to their clothes and skin. The laughter eventually subsided, leaving them breathless and lightheaded. Hey Sunny. What? Fuck you. They began to laugh once more. Chapter 34. What? Your soul grows stronger. Asher sighed as he felt his very being strengthen. He grimaced, looking at the azure blood in his hands now. He left the other one for Nephi's. They were currently moving all their stuff towards the opposite side of the island just in case something gets attracted by the monster meat. Well, of course Asher knew what would come, but what he didn't know was would happen. Sunny had never seen anything like it. The creature loomed in the dim light, its grotesque form casting shadows that twisted like nightmares. Its pale, corpse-like flesh gleamed faintly, stretched taut over a body that seemed unnaturally strong. It had a body of a lion's, with 2 muscular hind legs and 6 grotesque forelimbs sprouting chaotically from its broad chest. Each ended in talons so long and sharp they could carve through stone. As they crouched behind jagged rocks, the creature tore into the lifeless centurion with a brutal efficiency, its talons crunching through the carapace as if it were paper. The sound echoed, wet, crunchy, and nauseating. Asher winced at the sight, his stomach churning. That's when it happened. The spire messenger froze mid-motion. Then, jerked her head like a marionette jerked by unseen strings. Its hollow, black eyes seemed to pierce through the terrain, its gaze sending shivers down Asher's spine. Sunny tensed immediately, his hand gripping the edge of the rock with white knuckles. Nephi's remained perfectly still, her expression unreadable. But in her narrowed eyes, something cold and lethal stirred. Cassie, unaware of the looming danger, clung to Nephi's arm, her breath warm against her sleeve. The messenger moved. Each step cracked the earth like a hammer to stone, sending tremors through the ground. Dust sifted down from the rocks above. Asher's breath hitched, panic surging in his chest. This wasn't supposed to happen. Time stretched. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum. The rasp of cloth against stone, Sunny's ragged breathing, the faint whisper of Cassie shifting, all deafening under the crushing weight of silence. It had found them. Shit. It knows. Asher glanced at the others, all of them looking back at him. Don't look at me like that. The hell am I supposed to do? They needed a plan. But all Asher had was fear, thick, suffocating, gnawing at his resolve like rotten wood. Clenching his jaw, he shut his eyes and reached out with his senses, feeling for the subtle pull of gravity around him. The messenger was massive. Every footfall was a loud drumbeat, pounding against the edges of his awareness. Then, suddenly, it stopped. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, as if listening to something the others couldn't hear. Then it let out a shriek, high, shrill, and splitting the air like glass. Asher bit down hard, stifling a cry as pain lanced through his skull. And then he moved. Drawing on his limited control, he nudged the gravity near a tree just beyond their hiding place. Leaves trembled, a whisper of motion in the otherwise dead air. It was barely noticeable, but it was enough. The messenger's head snapped toward the sound. Its eyes narrowed, black, endless pits of fury. Then it roared. Asher felt his very ears split as the launched toward the tree with terrifying speed, its talons rending bark and branches like they were tissue paper. Trees cracked and fell, rocks shattered beneath its weight, and the sky filled with choking dust. Every crash hammered into Asher's bones. That was what would happen if they were found. They would become tissue paper. Frantically, Asher gestured to the others, mouthing the only word that mattered, move. They hesitated, unwilling to leave him behind, but Nephi's eyes met his, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Slowly, reluctantly, she nodded and began guiding Cassie and Sunny away. Nephi lingered for a moment longer, her expression tight with conflict, before she followed. Asher's muscles screamed in protest as he remained frozen, his powers straining to stir another distant branch. Each second felt like an eternity as the messenger continued its rampage, clawing and howling at the empty air. Finally, when he was sure the others had reached safety, Asher began to crawl backward, his movements agonizingly slow. Every shift of his weight, every scrape of his clothing against the stone felt loud. Sweat poured down his face, dripping onto the ground below, each drop echoing in his ears like a death knell. The messenger suddenly stopped. Its head snapped up, its ears twitching. Asher froze, his heart pounding so loudly he feared it would give him away. For a moment, the creature's black, empty eyes seemed to stare directly at him. Then, with a low growl, the monster grabbed a few scavenger carcasses with its grotesque talons and stretched its massive black wings. The force of the takeoff kicked up the wind, blasting dirt and debris in every direction. Asher clung to the ledge, his fingers hold on tightly into the stone as he was nearly thrown off by the sheer force. He watched, trembling, as the creature became a black dot against the horizon, heading west. Asher let out a shaky breath, collapsing onto the ground. His chest heaved as he gulped in air, the adrenaline draining from his body. The silence that followed was uncomfortable, his ears still ringing from the creature's piercing cries. Random splinters and rubble fell from the sky. Asher held his chest, his heart finally calming. Just as he thought he could finally rest, a soft, familiar voice whispered in his ear. Your attribute has evolved. Asher blinked as the notification hovered in his vision. A sense of unease settled over him, its weight far heavier than the words themselves. His frown deepened as he pulled up his stats. Name, Asher. True name, Singularity. Rank, Dreamer. Soul Core, Dormant. Soul Fragments, 108/1000. Memories, Second Skin, Azure Blade. Echoes. Attributes, Spectral Sight, Spark of Anomaly, Nimble Intellect, Soul Veil, Dreamspawn. Aspect, Falling Star. Aspect Rank, Sacred. Aspect Description, you are a fragment of a boundless force, a fallen echo of the realm's law. Gravity bows to your presence. Your existence is defined by descent, into ruin, into power, into truth. Innate ability, Event Horizon. Ability Description, the weight of the world hums, and you listen. Where mass gathers, where space trembles, where silence bends beneath unseen force, you feel it. Nothing heavy moves unnoticed. Nothing immense hides from your gaze. Aspect Ability Name, Unbound. Aspect Ability Description, the force around you seems more malleable. Aspect Legacy. Flaw, Emotional Amplification. Flaw Description, every feeling, from joy to sorrow, is amplified twofold. His eyes stopped on the change. Mark of Anomaly had evolved into Spark of Anomaly. What? Asher murmured, his voice barely audible. A tight hand held his chest, something was spreading. Spreading like ink seeping into water. He looked at his chest. It was his hand, clutching tightly against his heart. Spark of Anomaly, every fire starts from a spark. Somewhere deep within your soul, a blighted spark shines with accursed darkness. A chill ran down his spine as he glanced back west. Anomaly. A/N, I'll tell you something evil. Something I always wanted to say. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Shit, that felt good. Anyway, yeah, this is Daily Quota, TMRW, the 600 collection chapter, the 500 PS chapter and the Daily Quota chapter. Chapter 3535, Resting. 1. Asher held his head as a sense of nausea took over. Every color twisted, the hues blurring and mixing. For a moment, the world seemed distant, the noise of his surroundings dulled by the strange pulse within him. It was as if something unknown to him stirred inside of him. The air around him felt heavy, thick with something he couldn't name. He could almost see it, a faint image at the edge of his perception, like a memory trying to resurface. Like an invisible hand holding him by the shoulder. A hand. Asher suddenly remembered the hand that tried to grab him in his appraisal. That hand was probably the first anomaly that happened to Asher in this world. No. Asher's thoughts were quick. The hand came out of a portal created by a memory he had before the nightmare started. The first anomaly was that he had a memory before the start of the nightmare. That would mean, Asher, breathe you fool. Sunny's shout yanked him back to reality. He snapped his head toward the sound, his heart pounding before he inhaled deeply, his chest heaving up and down. He had forgotten to breathe. Are you okay? Sunny's voice betrayed his worry. Yeah, Asher called back, his voice steadier than he felt. His breathing still uneven. Sunny let out a relieved sigh as Asher approached. Nephi, standing close to Cassie, let her cold mask falter for just a moment, a flicker of concern passing across her face. Did something happen? Asher shook his head. Nothing too big, I hope. As they regrouped, Asher stole a glance at his surroundings. The trees lay broken, splintered into jagged fragments, while massive rocks were reduced to rubble. The ground itself was cracked and barren, as if life had been violently ripped away. The messenger didn't spare anything. The other said nothing, their silence weighing heavily on him. It wasn't just exhaustion or shock. It was the kind of quiet born from an unspoken agreement to not ask questions. Not now. But Asher couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. It wasn't just his attribute evolving. It was something bigger, something deeper. He felt it gnawing at the edges of his consciousness, whispering of things he wasn't ready to understand. What do you think that thing was? Sonny asked, his voice strained as he panted, his hands on his knees. Asher, equally breathless, clutched his knees and shot a glance at Sonny. A fallen monster. At his words, Sonny and Nephi's visibly tensed. Asher frowned, noticing their expressions. What? Did you both forget about my eyes? Sonny shook his head. No, you fool. It's a fallen monster. I was shocked on how we escaped it. Nephi sighed. I was beginning to wonder if this is a death zone. Cassie's knees buckled as she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A death zone. Nephi crouched beside her, trying to reassure and failing too. No matter how talented Nephi was, she simply lacked skill to communicate. Asher finally gave in, letting himself collapse to the ground with a groan. He turned his head to Sonny. Hey, flower boy, get some food. I did way too much work for this team today. Sonny glanced at him briefly and nodded before walking off without a word. Asher's jaw dropped. He blinked in disbelief, sitting up slightly. Wait, what? You're not gonna bicker with me. I called you flower boy. That's your trigger word. A clever rage bait of mine. Sonny paused, looking down at his hands. He opened and closed them slowly, as though testing their weight. Last night. He trailed off, his voice subdued. Last night, I felt like I finally got some clarity. And it hasn't gone away. His lips twitched upward, but there was no humor in his tone. I'm too preoccupied with other thoughts to give a shit about you right now. Asher sighed in exaggerated relief, falling back onto the dirt. Thank the gods. You didn't change after all. Nephi turned her gaze toward Asher, her voice soft but deliberate. No, Asher. You're the only one who doesn't change, no matter the situation. As she rose to her feet and began walking off, any situation. Asher raised an eyebrow. Was that a compliment? Nephi didn't even glance back. Take it however you like, she said, her tone dismissive. Sonny followed behind her, leaving Asher behind, confused and staring at their retreating figures. Did they want him to change or something? Asher didn't want to. He didn't want to turn into cold-blooded killers like them. He turned around, walking the other direction. Why the hell should I change? Cassie sat there, on a rock. Left behind. She put her hands on her face as she trembled from her lips. A death zone. Lying on his back, Asher stared at the empty, broken sky above. His thoughts churned like storm clouds, disjointed and relentless. Last night had brought pain unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was the kind of pain that carved itself into his soul, making him pray to never face it again. But this was the world of Shadow Slave, and praying didn't get you far here. Especially when the gods are dead. He had lost a lot yesterday as well. His first usable memory, and his echo. Asher. Cassie's voice broke the stillness. He glanced back to see her crouching, searching the ground. What is it? I dropped my spoon. She simply said. Rolling his eyes, Asher trudged over. He immediately found it, quickly dusting it off before handing it to her. Wash it first. Who knows what kind of nightmare creature microorganisms are crawling on this thing. Cassie nodded weakly, clutching the spoon tightly. Asher, wait. He sighed, his patience wearing thin. He turned, but the words caught in his throat. Cassie was standing now, trembling as she looked at him with hollow, empty eyes. She took a step forward, her voice barely above a whisper. Void. Asher tilted his head, confused. Cassie looked at him, directly in the eye, her blind sight raising the hair on his body. In the vision, I saw the void. Chapter 36, Resting, 2. Asher's face turned a bit stern. Whatever the void was, it sounded serious. Cassie frowned. No, that's not right. It looked like a void. Cassie shivered again. When the shadows consumed the angel, it was embraced by the void. Asher frowned. This was new. What could have embraced Nephi? In the forgotten shore. Asher suddenly shivered, looked at the crimson labyrinth. He gulped. Did Sonny fail to seal the dark sea? The sea, it certainly looked like the void, right? But, something else popped up in his mind. Cassie, but why did you tell this to me? Like before the others. Cassie didn't flinch, but a frown showed up on her face. It was intuition. She paused. So, any idea what that means? Asher sighed. I'm not sure. He shivered again. But, the angel might have been consumed by the dark sea. Cassie flinched. Then she chuckled a bit. Maybe that's why this place is a death zone. Mumbling to herself. Before Asher could respond, Nephi's voice rang out behind them, sharp and clear. Hey, guys, guess what? Cassie turned in the direction of the voice, her smile widening. You finally found an armor-type memory. Simultaneously, Nephi said, I found something decent to wear. Asher wanted to laugh how fast the witch could change her persona. He turned around. She stepped out from behind the coral tree, clad in the Starlight Legion armor. The polished plates gleamed faintly in the dim light, casting her in an otherworldly glow. Asher's breath caught for a moment. Nephi's looked incredible, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. So much for his one chance to see her as she was. Don't influence my thoughts, you damned flaw. You look good, he managed to say, his tone sincere but awkward. Nephi glanced at him, her gaze lingering as if expecting him to say more. You look manly. Nephi frowned. Nephi frowned deeper. Thanks for the first part, she managed to say, but turning away. Then, the two girls began talking about the armor, their voices blending into the background. Asher felt a faint tap on his arm. He turned to see Sunny standing beside him, his expression unreadable. For a fleeting moment, Asher thought Nephi might pout, like some cliché heroine from a novel. But, of course, this was real life, and she was far too composed for that. Asher shivered for a second, imagining Nephi's pout. Whoa. Asher sat cross-legged on the cliff, his face scrunched in concentration. The coral beneath him felt alive as he stretched his senses, trying to map the contours of objects by tweaking the gravity around them. It was, sort of working. Except now his brain felt like an overheated engine with too much data streaming in at once. Asher, a voice called from behind. Startled, he lost focus. The coral splinters hovering in the air around him crashed down in a messy heap. He turned to see Nephi standing there, her expression calm but her eyes carrying something heavier. You saved our lives yesterday, and today. Asher blinked, tilting his head. Yeah, I guess. Nephi gazed at the horizon, her pale hair catching the light as if she were lost in thought. Then she turned to him, her voice soft and uncharacteristically tender. Thank you. For a moment, Asher froze. And then tears welled up in his eyes. Not because he was moved, no, absolutely not. Pfft. His damn flaw just wouldn't let him hold back the laughter bubbling inside him. Nephi frowned, clearly thrown off by his reaction. What's so funny? Asher began with a few giggles. You copied Sunny, didn't you? Nephi's stoic mask cracked for the briefest moment as a faint crimson blush crept across her face. She quickly averted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Why, you heard that? He couldn't hold it in anymore. He clutched his sides, laughing hard. This wasn't even the first time she'd done this. She did the same with Castor too. Nephi's eyes turned cold, but it was clear she was more embarrassed than angry. If it had been anyone else, Asher was sure they'd have been reduced to tears by now. But this was Nephi's. She stood tall, her icy stare boring into him as he struggled to catch his breath. Finally, Asher wiped a tear from his eye, still grinning as he walked over to her. He placed a hand on her shoulder, ignoring the frost radiating from her glare. Nephi's, it's fine, really. Trying to copy others isn't a bad thing. Huh. Nephi's appeared to be caught off guard. Asher gestured to his sword. Okay, think about fighting styles. Let's say I combine your precise, calculated strikes with, let's say, Castor's chaotic speed-based technique. It might seem cool at first, but it would create an unnatural battle style, Nephi's interjected, her tone thoughtful. Asher nodded. He had to connect his analogy with battle for Nephi's to understand, and he felt as if it was working. Exactly. And it's the same with personalities. If someone keeps copying others without understanding the deeper context, they end up seeming fake, like a weird social Frankenstein. People notice that, and it makes them uncomfortable. As an introvert, he noticed these kinds of things in clichés. It was weird how people copied ones cooler than them and thought they would get similar recognition. Nephi's frowned, her gaze sharpening. So, what should I do? Asher smiled, his deep blue eyes glinting. Simple. Keep copying, but only to learn. Right, you're just repeating what someone says, and use it in contexts that make sense. He paused. Sure, it seems to make sense on the surface, but your expressions come out too robotic. Understand how emotions and interactions work, then let go of the traits once you've got the hang of them. Eventually, your own unique personality will shine through. Nephi mulled over his words, her brow furrowing. Asher added, his grin widening, or, just ignore me. I'm kind of a yapper to people I am close with. Either way, you've already got a pretty cute personality if you ask me. Nephi blinked, caught off guard. For a moment, she said nothing. Then, a faint smile curved her lips, so fleeting that Asher almost missed it. He couldn't even celebrate the smile, causing he was busy dealing with his own issues. The hell? Did I just call her cute by mistake? Why did he roll of my tongue so easily? His brows twitched as he did his best not to grimace. He began to walk away. He glanced back over his shoulder, calling out, and hey, about your thanks, don't sweat it. We're friends. He turned around immediately to not allow Nephi to see his grimace. Nephi froze, her eyes widening. Friends. When Sunny had thanked her, she had replied with a, we're allies. But now, with Asher, the word felt different. She bit her lip, glancing at her shoulder, the same one he had touched. His warmth still lingered there. What a naive guy, she murmured under her breath, though there was no malice in her voice. Her fingers brushed her shoulder as a small, genuine smile crept onto her face. I don't dislike it, though. A few seconds later, Asher repeatedly banged his head to a tree. Why did I say cute? Bang, why? Bang, why? A/N. This is the 600 collection chapter. Thank you. Chapter 3737, Resting, 3. A/N. This is for 500 PS, so thank you for the support. I appreciate it. A lot. YMMM. Asher moaned, biting into yet another chunk of roasted crab meat as the campfire crackled beside him. It wasn't night yet, so they could risk a fire. He looked at Sunny, pointing his half-eaten crab meat. Stop looking so stupid. Sunny's expression twitched. Are you looking for a fight? Asher grinned. No, not particularly. They began to eat in silence again. Cassie took small bites in her meat, while Sunny didn't hold back in his, mostly afraid that Asher was going to steal his fill. Nephi's ate like princess. That's it. No other description. Asher would rather not stare at Neph for too long. Neph. Suddenly, Asher froze mid-bite, his eyes wide. Guys, I just realized something. Sunny immediately choked, sputtering crab meat into the fire as Cassie stopped eating in with concern. Nephi whipped out her dream blade, scanning her back for any nightmare creature. What is it? Cassie asked, worried. Asher, completely ignoring Sunny dying and Nephi sweating as he said, raising his hand. I am the only one in the group with no nickname. I wanted the author say. Thick silence fell over the group, but Sunny was actively dying and wheezing, so it wasn't exactly silent. Asher frowned as he thought, what the cough's hell? Nephi blinked, dismissing her sword without a word. Cassie chuckled a bit. Well yes, he doesn't. See. Asher waved his half-eaten crab leg like it was a wand. Kasha gets Cassie. Sunless gets Sunny. Nephi gets Neph. But me. Nothing. Nothing. He slumped dramatically. Sunny's eyes were widened. His jaw dropped. He faced Cassie and Neph, pointing at the idiot in the group. I'm sorry, but can we talk about how this bastard was talking about wanting a nickname while the person in front of him was choking? Asher wanted to roll his eyes. Come on, stop being dramatic, you weren't choking to death. Sunny, jaw remained slack. Cassie and Nephi exchanged glances before falling into deep thought. Then Nephi raised a hand, her tone cold and decisive. How about Ash? Asher squinted at her, clearly insulted. You think I'm a girl? Nephi gave him a flat stare. You act like one. Asher frowned, then I guess you're a man. Nephi froze mid-chew, her spoon hovering in the air. She made a face akin to someone who got punched in the gut. Sunny, now terrified of choking again, set his plate down and mumbled, yeah, I'm done eating for tonight. Cassie lifted her finger up. Isn't Ash good? Like it's simple. Asher nodded, finally satisfied. Alright, Ash it is. You guys can call me Ash now. Everyone gave varying levels of agreement. Sunny muttered something about still being alive, Nephi stayed silent to avoid further insults, and Cassie just smiled. With that out of the way. Nephi looked at the rest. Let's move at dawn. The monster we encountered earlier today might come back. No one rejected the idea. Tomorrow morning, to the west. Asher declared, standing and pointing his crab leg toward the sunset. Nephi didn't even look up. Asher, that's east. Asher blinked, lowering the crab leg. Oh. Cassie's shoulders started shaking as Sunny face-bound. Nephi, as usual, said nothing, but the subtle twitch in her eyes said plenty. Tomorrow morning, to the correct west. Asher corrected himself with a grin, standing up proudly like he hadn't just ruined the moment. God help us, Sunny muttered. Asher pointed the crab leg at Sunny, but the gods are dead. Weeks later. Your soul grows stronger. Ah, sweet copium. Essence seeped into him once more. This feeling was one of the few pleasures in life he had. Ash. You idiot. Those centipedes will melt your face off if you stand there doing nothing. Sunny held a golden rope tightly while his echo ran through the crowd of centipedes. Wait, guys, don't leave me behind. Asher screeched, frantically stuffing his arms with soul shards and a few sacks of oil. Using his absect, the sacks slowly floated to the echo. Asher grinned. SHKKK. A centipede screeched, causing Asher to flinch. Yuk. A sword whistled past him, hitting the centipede square on the head. Of course, the centipede didn't die, but it was enough to slow it down. Asher took the chance. Looking up, he saw Nephi throw the golden rope. Reducing his weight, he pulled himself up quickly. Asher heaved a sigh of relief upon his feet touching the echo, only to feel a sharp bonk landing on the back of his head soon after. Ow. Bastard. I told you not to do that stupid trick again. We lost 10 soul shards because of your idiotic antics last time. Sunny roared, before clutching his head. 10 soul shards. Asher, rubbing his head, stuck his tongue out. That was because I couldn't control my aspect well. You still can't. Sunny interrupted, looking at Asher's neck. He clicked his tongue. TSK. Useless bastard doesn't even have a collar to hold on to. Asher grimaced. Huh, neither do you. I at least have something to clutch onto. You're wearing a damned skin-tight bodysuit. Nephi glanced back, releasing a sigh, and shook her head. Cassie giggled softly. I'm starting to get tired of their nonsense, Nephi's muttered, adjusting the Starlight Legion armor on her shoulders. But you have to admit, it's impressive. Even in the middle of this death zone, those two have stayed exactly the same since the academy, Cassie said, smiling. Nephis nodded solemnly. Yes, like cockroaches. Immune to change. Nephis. Sunny called from behind. We're smack in the middle of Flat Hill and Bone Ridge. Do we head back or push on to the ridge? Nephis paused for a moment, then made her decision. We push to Bone Ridge. Jumping down the echo. Everyone except Cassie followed suit. It was too crowded. Hey, what about my opinion? Asher piped up indignantly. It doesn't matter. Sunny didn't bother looking back, sending his shadow forward. Asher grumbled, muttering something about democracy and unfair treatment while kicking at a rock on the ground. Except, the rock stopped falling. It started to float instead. Now spinning around Asher like a tiny moon, the stone occasionally veered off course to smack Sunny in the back of the head. Will you stop that? Sunny growled. Asher grinned. He found something fun. No. A/N, from here, the story will be a bit faster in pace and not to mention, Crazy Eye. Chapter 38 Ridge. The dark sea began to return. Sunny unstrapped the saddlebags from the echo before dismissing it, the creature vanishing in a wisp of shadow. The top of the ridge immediately felt more open. All four of them were filthy, their skin caked with grime and dried blood. Nephis and Cassie walked off to wash, leaving the boys to take a moment for themselves. Sunny and Asher walked a short distance away and collapsed onto the ground, their tired bodies grateful for the rest. Sunny's eyes glazed over as he stared into the sky, his mind thinking. Asher realized he was reading his runes. A sly grin spread across Asher's face as he summoned his own. Soul Fragments, 173/1000. Not bad. Progress slowed down, defiantly, but it was going better for the cohort as a whole than the canon timeline. That was because they fought so many nightmare creatures due to Asher antics, it frankly surprising none of them lost even a limb. Finally, Sunny stood and wandered off to wash, leaving Asher alone beneath the infinite expanse of the black sky. He tilted his head back, staring into the dark sky above. It was strange. Most people, if thrown into a nightmare like Shadow Slave, would be consumed by despair. The knowledge that death was waiting for them would paralyze them. But for Asher, the thought of dying didn't stir the same terror. He had toyed with the idea of death before, entertained it, even. In his past life, the thought had come and gone like an uninvited guest, lingering long enough to whisper its temptations before he pushed it aside. Social bonds had tethered him to life back then, a flimsy anchor at best. But fear of death, he'd never truly felt it. Not until now. He didn't want to let go of this life. He laughed. It felt strange saying it, but at the same time, he didn't have so much fun in a long time. What are you laughing about? The question startled him. He turned his head to see Nephis approaching, her silver hair damp and her expression as plain as ever. She sat beside him, her gaze on his face. Nothing, Asher said with a faint smile, turning back to the empty sky. Just, thinking about how dying wouldn't be so bad. Her frown deepened, her eyes narrowing. Why would you say that? She asked, her voice low. Dying is horrible. Asher leaned back on his hands, his gaze distant. You wouldn't get it, he said, his tone light. You're ambitious, Nephis. You've always been moving towards something, fighting for something. For someone like you, life has purpose. For someone like me, dying feels like a relief. Better than living in. You're wrong. Her voice was sharp, cutting him off. Asher turned to look at her, her eyes igniting in a little white spark. Dying isn't relief. It's surrender. It's giving up. It's letting every nightmare, every scavenger, every force that ever wanted to see you broken, win. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze burning into his. Living in pain is hard. But dying? Dying is letting them take everything from you. Do you really want to give them that satisfaction? Asher stayed silent, looking at her with a shocked face. Then, he chuckled. You sound like Sunny you know. Nephis frowned. Perhaps I'm copying him too much. She muttered to herself. Before he could say more, Sunny's voice rang out, breaking the tension. Hey, Ash. I'm done. Go wash up while we figure out dinner. Asher stood, brushing himself off as he grabbed the endless spring. He glanced back at Nephis, a toothy grin playing on his face. Let's leave this conversation here for now, he said softly. Nephis nodded, watching him walk away. Nothing. Asher stood in empty space. No light. No sound. Nothing. Everything was black. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. His throat constricted, threatening to choke him. He tried to move, but his legs were leaden, frozen in place. A cold, sinking sensation twisted his gut. He wanted to puke. He wanted to gag, but his body didn't allow him to. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he felt something. A touch. It was a hand, no doubt. It gripped his shoulder, light at first, then tightening, each finger slowly digging into his flesh with unnatural pressure. Then came a voice. A low, raspy voice. You're here. Asher jerked his head around, his heart threatening to jump out of his chest. There was nothing but the void at his back. He felt his heart grow quicker. His breathing quickened. Panic clawed at him as he scanned the void, his eyes darting wildly. Where was he? He looked down. His legs were trembling. No, melting. Dissolving into the darkness. He was sinking. Slowly, the void dragged him down, swallowing him inch by inch. He tried to scream, to cry, to beg, but the void stole the sound from his lips. Then, a voice, echoing throughout the void, rang into his ear. I'm coming for you. And then Asher woke up. Asher's eyelids felt heavy. A sharp, splitting pain shot through his skull, forcing a groan from his lips. The world around him swam, disjointed and unfocused, as faint voices filtered through the haze. Don't show him your hands. I'm pretty sure that was the trigger, a woman's voice hissed, hushed but urgent. Do you think he's lost it? A man replied, his tone uncertain, laced with unease. Highly doubt it, the woman said curtly. He mentioned having some attribute that lets him think fast. He'll piece it together soon enough. Asher blinked slowly, the voices sharpening as the haze began to lift. His head throbbed in protest as he turned toward the source. Oh, he's awake. Sonny looked at him with his usual frown. It was weird to see him nice and clean. Great, Asher muttered, his voice hoarse. How is your face the first thing I see after a nightmare like that? Asher sat up slowly, his muscles stiff and aching. Something was wrong. He could feel it, he felt as if he overworked himself. What happened? He asked, though the words felt hollow. He already knew the answer wasn't going to be simple. Sonny hesitated, glancing at Nephi's, who stood nearby with her arms rigidly tucked behind her back. Asher's gaze flickered between the two of them, the dissonance in their expressions unsettling. Where's Cass? Asher asked, a pit forming in his stomach. We moved her somewhere safe, Nephi said flatly, her tone as sharp as the ache in his head. In case you attacked again. Asher's brow furrowed, his thoughts stalling as he tried to process her words. Attacked? What are you talking about? Sonny sighed heavily, but Nephi's cut him off with a nod. So you really don't remember? Before Asher could press further, another spike of pain lanced through his skull. He staggered, clutching the side of his head as the world around him tilted. Allow me to explain what happened, Nephi said. A/N. With this, we almost caught up to the original. This is the daily chapter. Chapter 3939, Asher the Idiot, 1. A/N. The 125 PS chapter. Thanks, Asher. His eyes snapped open. He shot upright, chest convulsing as violent coughs tore through him like barbed wire. Every breath seared his throat. It felt like he was inhaling smoke and ash. Dry, cracked lips parted in a desperate gasp. He clawed at the bone-littered ground, frantic, searching for something, anything, to hold on to. K-kook, ugh. A retch twisted through him, his body lurching forward uncontrollably. His blurred eyes scanned the room until they locked onto a small crevice in the floor. Without thinking, he crawled to it and collapsed to his knees. His stomach heaved, twisting violently. He vomited, over and over, until he thought his lungs might come out next. His throat burned raw, eyes stung with tears. Each cough felt like it scraped away more of him. When it finally ended, he slumped against a protruding bone, panting. His breaths came in ragged gasps, his chest rising and falling like a dying flame, but at least, he could breathe. Asher, are you okay? A voice called. He turned his head sluggishly and saw Nephi's. Her face looked confused and concerned. Behind her, Sonny stood tensely, his eyes darting between Asher and the others. Cassie lingered further back, her small figure almost trembling. Asher forced a weak smile, his lips cracking as he whispered, I'm fine. But Nephi's grimaced. She stepped closer, her hand extending hesitantly toward him. Don't lie. You're shivering. Do you want to get up? Asher's gaze fell on her hand. It was not her hand. The jade-white skin flickered, no, morphed, into something grotesque. Bulging veins, malformed fingers, and jagged claws. That thing from the void. It was here. It had followed him here. No. The word slipped out, his lips trembling uncontrollably. The flickering intensified, the grotesque hand reaching for him. Get away from me. Fear exploded from him. A azure blade flared to life, lashing out to Nephi's hand with imperceptible speed. Nephi's, caught off guard, barely dodged the sword. Nephi's eye got a cold glint as she summoned the dream blade, point at Asher in a defensive stance. Sonny, however, was less forgiving. He summoned the azure blade in a flash, its light sparking into existence as he stepped in front of Cassie. Bastard, what's wrong with you? He barked, his stance rigid. Have you lost your mind completely? Asher didn't answer. He couldn't. Asher dropped his blade to the side, burying his head in his knees, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. His voice, muffled and trembling, slipped through the cracks. Stay away from me. Cassie's small voice broke through the tense silence. Neph. Sonny, what's happening? Nephi's frowned, her expression softening as she dismissed her dream blade with a sigh. He's not going to attack us. Sonny's grip on his blade didn't waver. Are you insane? He just attacked you. Nephi's turned to him, her expression was unreadable. Sonny, look at him, she said quietly. He's protecting himself. Sonny frowned but didn't lower his weapon. I can't trust it. Nephi shook her head. He is hallucinating. Sonny's grip around the blade tightened. He looked at Asher again, except, he was not moving anymore. He's unconscious. Asher sat in silence, his thoughts racing as he processed everything Nephi had told him. Even with the help of nimble intellect, the words made his face frown deeply. He didn't understand. People can't dream in the dream realm, so why? Eventually, he reached a conclusion. Exhaling deeply, he forced his nerves to steady before looking at Nephi. Nephi, he said quietly, show me your hand. Nephi hesitated, but she complied. Slowly, she extended her hand toward him. The moment Asher's eyes landed on her outstretched hand, a searing pain ripped through his skull, as though a sledgehammer had crashed into it. Her jade skin flickered violently, shifting in his vision to that grotesque, malformed hand from before. He gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palms as he fought to suppress the fear clawing its way to the surface. It's an illusion, he muttered to himself. Just a hallucination. But knowing didn't make the fear vanish. Please, remove it. His voice was strained, almost a whisper. I can't take it. Nephi silently pulled her hand back, and the pressure in his chest lifted. He could breathe again. Asher forced a smile. Sorry for worrying you. I think it's best I avoid people for a bit, at least until I can look at hands again. Sunny nodded, a little too quickly. Asher narrowed his eyes and tossed a rock at him. You bastard. You were waiting for an excuse to kill me. Sunny flinched, then glared. I was trying to keep everyone safe from you. So, he stopped himself, eyes dropping to the ground. Never mind. Get some rest, you idiot. Asher blinked, caught off guard. For a moment, words escaped him. Then, slowly, a smile crept onto his face. Thanks. Sunny clicked his tongue. TCH, bastard. A few days later, with Asher stable enough to be left with Cassie again, Sunny and Nephi finally ventured up to the top of the Bone Ridge to scout their next path. Asher had been waiting for this moment. He walked over to Cassie and crouched in front of her, face unusually serious. Hey, Cass. I had a dream about the void too. Cassie finched. You mean the Dark Sea? Asher shook his head. Cassie, I believe our dreams are interlinked. Cassie frowned. Wait, do you have the ability of divination? Asher gave a half smile, but there was no humor in it. No, but call it intuition. I believe the void is something worse than the Dark Sea. He leaned closer. Are you hiding something from me, Cassie? Cassie flinched a little, her expression was mixed of various emotions. I don't know. Asher's hand clenched. Be honest, Cassie. She hesitated, then finally let out a shaky breath. Remember when I said I can't see your attributes? Asher frowned. How could I forget? Cassie slowly raised her hand, pointing at Asher. You. Asher tilted his head. When I try to use my aspect on you, I do see something. She gulped. Emptiness. Nothing. Her voice was tremoling, like a void. A/N, finally, exceeded the original. Woohoo. Remake. Well anyway, enjoy the foreshadowing. Chapter 40 Asher the Idiot 2. Asher furrowed his brows. What else could you possibly see? Asher muttered, then paused. No offense, Cassie, but you're blind. If you can't see my attributes, you can't see anything. He winced due to how insulting it sounds. You literally see the void. Cassie visibly took a step back, trying not to show the pain. And no, like, it's a different void, like the ominous kind. She inhaled deeply. How do I explain? Asher scratched his head. Forget it. This void, that void. We'll figure it out later. Stupid riddles. They are just like poems. Cassie glanced at Asher's direction before looking down. I see. You know, I actually quite like riddles and poems. Asher looked at Cassie with wide eyes. His face turned ashen before he grimaced, turning his head around. Don't talk to me today, I need to rethink our relationship as friends. Cassie frowned. It's not that serious. It's serious. Asher said, his eyes growing cold. Very serious. Cassie blinked, hearing the footsteps go further and further. Aren't I the one who should be offended? Seriously, his insult almost made her cry. Asher groaned, looking at the distance. There was a giant tree. The soul-devouring tree. It was what hooked him to Shadow's slave and something that he found extremely disturbing. He didn't think of a way to deal with and there was no way he could kill it, so Asher's conclusion was, kill the demon and tell these idiots to move before the tree can enthrall them. And even if the plan failed, Sunny could take care of him, though he would rather not do that. He didn't want to owe him one. Nephi stopped walking, looking at Sunny. Has your shadow noticed anything? He shook his head. No. There are some irregularities here and there, like small knolls or shallow pits, but nothing is moving. Mostly, it just seems flat and lifeless. He turned to Cassie and asked hesitantly, do you hear anything? Cassie shook her head. He finally turned to Asher with a grimace. What about you? Asher frowned. Yes, it's hard to ask me. But yeah, I do. Sunny clicked his tongue while everyone listened. I sense a giant presence near that tree. Not as big as the tree, but close to a house in size. Sunny sighed. So these wastelands aren't empty after all. Asher's eyes narrowed as he looked at the tree. 7 giant dark orbs floated in it. Fallen Titan. But no way he could tell the others that. If they knew, they might avoid the tree completely, and then Sunny would miss the Midnight Shard and the Blood Weave. Still, His knees trembled. Knowledge, it's heavy. Let's continue. However, she did change the direction of the group slightly, aiming to approach one of the knolls that Sunny had noticed. Asher's eyes widened. Of course. He was an idiot. The time from the canon timeline had deviated. They were actually faster. Hide! He shouted. Sunny was the first to react, dismissing his echo. Suddenly losing her mount, Cassie flung her hands up and fell. Catching her in the princess carry, Sunny darted toward the knoll and lowered himself to the ground, placing the blind girl between himself and crouching Nephice. Asher frowned. He didn't have place. Activating his aspect, sand grains flew upwards as Asher made a small hole in front of Sunny. He jumped in it. It was only enough to fit his knees, so he crouched. He didn't have time to cover himself, so he could only pray the knoll was high enough. Changing Star put one hand on Cassie's shoulder and looked at him with a silent question in her eyes. Danger. Asher nodded repeatedly as Sunny began to sweat bullets. The creature was as large as a house, with its 8 segmented legs resembling tall pillars. Its form was similar to that of scavengers and centurions, comprised of a crab-like carapace and a protruding, somewhat humanoid torso. However, this was where the similarities between them ended. Everything else was horrifying. That was what Sunny saw. The demon passed them by the skin as Sunny looked at the gang. We have to run. He mouthed, afraid the demon will come again. No, it definitely will. After all, it came from the tree. We need to return to the Bone Ridge. I'll explain everything once we're safe and sound, back at the camp. No one rejected the idea. HAAA. Ragged breathing resounded in the labyrinth. Asher sighed as he looked at Sunny. I don't think it will leave the Ashen Barrow, Sunny. We can stop sprinting. Sunny frowned. What makes you think that? He took a deep breath. Maybe it will. On what basis do you think it won't? Asher raised his index. Call it intuition. Sunny ignored him as his echo started walking again. Asher sighed. He was tired. Nephice frowned. She still didn't know what they were talking about. Hay looked up at Cassie with self-pity. Must be nice. He sighed, to not having to walk. He stared at her idly, then something slammed into his senses. A strong gust of wind hit his face. Time slowed. Sand whipped into the air. A flash of azure light burst to life in his hand. Sunny, dismiss your echo. Sunny noticed it too. The echo vanished in a storm of sparks, and Sunny summoned his own blade in the same breath. Nephice looked up, feeling the air shift. All of them saw it at once. A monster they were familiar with. With a loud guttural screech, Asher stared into its abyssal eyes. His body moved on reflex as he ran towards Cassie, who was still falling down, not even having the time to yelp. Its black talons unclenched and its black wings spreading quick. Asher gritted his teeth. He wasn't going to make it. A flash of white. Nephice. She darted in, faster than thought, slamming into Cassie and shoving her aside. The two of them hit the ground hard, rolling out of the Spire Messenger's path. Asher felt a wave of relief crash over him. Then the sky darkened again. His head snapped front. A shadow. A giant shadow loomed on top of him. Its eyes locked on him. Asher froze. His blade trembled. The target was never Cassie. No, it was him. A/N guys, next chapter is like a turning point episode from Jobless Reincarnation, so stay hyped. Chapter edit. Working on a phone is so ass. This is the first draft when I completed the final draft. I'll change the chapter when I get my laptop. Chapter 4141 Asher the Idiot 3. Gook. A searing pain tore through Asher's shoulder, his stomach lurching violently as his body jerked upward, lifted into the air like a ragdoll. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Asher couldn't think. All he felt was pain. He screamed loud enough for his throat to hurt. But that pain was nothing compared to what he felt on his hands. He looked to the side, his lips trembling. Blood. So much blood. His blood. He'd never seen this much before, never thought it was possible for a person to bleed so much and still be conscious. Slowly pain was replaced by an unfathomable amount of fear. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Asher. A voice cut his thoughts for a second. For a second. It was futile, his entire being drowned in fear. He couldn't think straight. Where was he? How was he losing so much blood? He saw 6 claws embedded into him, 3 in each shoulder, buried deep into flesh. He dangled like a puppet. There was a scrawny man along with a gray-haired woman, running towards him. A blonde-haired woman sat below, her features trembling. Then she screamed, Asher. She summoned a staff, desperately walking towards the footsteps of the running. She started crying, throwing her staff away as she began to run. Run with the footsteps. Aren't you a hypocyte? She shouted at the top of her lungs. Weren't you the one who said it? Asher's gaze fell on the shouting girl. Dying is for idiots. A spark lit in Asher's mind. Small, but enough. Something clicked. Asher's eyes gleamed as a strange feeling of clarity washed over him. His mind never felt this clear. He was undoubtedly in pain. He was in fear. He was panicking. But his mind was clear. A rock caught her foot. She slammed face first into the dirt. Her body was already littered with bruises, but she pushed herself up on shaky arms. She lifted her head to look at a figure in the air. You are not an idiot, are you? She muttered. Asher's eyes darted around, frantically assessing the situation. He was bleeding quite a lot. In fact, he would die in no less than an hour if it kept up. He was in the air, about 90 meters from the ground, clutched tightly in the Spire messenger's talons. Not good. But then he noticed something. The messenger hadn't truly taken off yet. It was still rising, slowly, wings straining against the pull of gravity. This was his only chance. He increased his weight to the maximum. The messenger, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden weight, went a bit lower. Now, he was about 50 meters above ground. Asher summoned the Azure Blade, the weapon falling straight to the ground. Sonny, throw my blade at this thing's wing. Sonny's eyes narrowed. He caught the falling blade. Nephice. He barked. Without a word, Nephice wrapped the golden rope around the blade's hilt, hands steady despite the chaos. Sonny took a deep breath, augmenting himself with his shadow. And threw. Asher immediately augmented his own blade, and pushed it fast with gravity. The blade broke the sound barrier, a small shockwave rippling throughout. The blade, much to everyone's horror, missed, hitting the wing that is. It slammed into one of the messenger's talons, biting deep into the joint with a metallic shriek. The beast growled, its claw spasming for a second. Just a second. But that was all. The grip tightened again. The wound was shallow. The golden rope fell to the ground. The beast kept rising. Asher's heart sank. They had failed. Sonny stopped running, his chest heaving as he clenched his fists. Nephice, he said, face darkened, stop. Nephice didn't stop. Sonny clicked his tongue in frustration. Neph, it's useless. His voice cracked under the weight of desperation. You know it too. He grabbed her shoulder, forcing her to face him. Even if we save him, that thing will only turn around and come for us again. Nephice jerked of his hand. I know. We are lucky that thing only took him. If it returns, we all are dead. I know. Sonny clenched his jaw. What you're doing is illogical. What do you want to do? Kill a fallen monster? Nephice didn't even glance at him. Why not? Sonny froze. His mouth parted slightly. Neph, you're crazy. I know. And she increased her pace. But Sonny, I have a word to keep. I will. Guys run. Asher shouted. The sounds drawn too much attention. Flee to the ridge. Sonny's senses extended. They were coming. Scavengers. Dozens of them at that. He cursed, turned back toward Cassie, sparing a single glance at Asher. He gritted his teeth. Nephice didn't turn. She was still chasing after Asher. Nephice, please. Asher's voice was cracking now. Leave me. Nephice didn't respond, continuing to run. Asher gritted his teeth. This idiot. He pretty much understood there was no hope for him. There was nothing she could do. There was nothing he could do. Neph. Damn it, Neph. He growled, tears blurring at his eyes. You're the leader. You're responsible for the cohort. If I die, fine. But you can't risk everyone else too. His voice didn't seem so loud anymore. His throat was sore. Nephice stopped in her tracks, looking up at Asher. She had the same blank expression she always had. Asher smiled weakly. Thanks, for trying. A frown pulled at her lips. Her jaw clenched. Then she turned away. He was right. She couldn't save him. Not without dooming the others. But still. Her fists clenched. It was just, so frustrating. Asher saw both Sonny's and Nephi's retreating figures, a single tear running down his face. Then he laughed. I really am a hypocrite. Sonny was a bit further than Nephi's and Asher could see several scavengers coming their way. His laugh died down, but a smile still played on his face. A smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Asher the idiot. He muttered. His grin widened, as he closed his eyes, his consciousness slowly slipping. Has a nice ring to it. End of Volume 1. An Idiot in Shadow Slave. A/N. I am aware that I am yet to post the 700 collection and 250 PS chapter. I will do it. But, I want feedback, thoughts on the plot so far. The jokes. How was the first volume for you? I personally liked writing it. And the second half of Forgotten Shore is only better, don't worry. 2 reviews away from a 15 review chapter as well. So yeah, by the way, guys, let's aim for top 20 in the fanfic ranking. It sounds far-fetched, but the past 2 weeks, we ended at rank 26 and rank 23. So, if we try, I'm confident we can do it. Anyway, thanks for the support. I appreciate it, a lot. And, happy reading going forward as well. Chapter 42. A Weird Woman. Asher clutched his head. A wave of dizziness hit him. Which side was up, which was down? He didn't know. He frowned. His hands were wet. All around him, darkness. A shallow sheen of water rippled beneath his feet, reflecting nothing. A chill pricked at his spine. No, not again. The panic rose, clawing its way up his throat like a forgotten nightmare resurfacing. The void. He was here again. But this time, it wasn't just fear he felt. It was anger. What the hell? He snapped, his voice echoing strangely across the emptiness. He stood up quickly, swaying for a moment before steadying himself. I can't even rest in peace. He looked around him. He remembered how Nodix once mentioned about the Shadow Realm. The dead are cleansed in the Shadow Realm. Am I in the Shadow Realm? Somehow, he was doubtful. Asher looked at the ground. He couldn't tell what it was. Normally, thanks to his eyes, he could easily tell the difference between darkness and shadow, but the ground beneath him, if it could be called that, was neither. It wasn't shadow. It wasn't darkness. It was nothing. His heart skipped. Wait a second. He pulled his cheek, pinching it tight. He sighed. As expected. He didn't feel pain. He narrowed his eyes, looking around him. Meaning, this area isn't real. That is true. A quirky voice resounded all over him. Asher flinched as the world around him quaked. He spun around just in time to see the still water beneath him begin to swirl violently, rising into a spiraling column before erupting in an explosion of droplets. Rain fell from the black sky, splashing down in ripples, and from the center of it all, a figure slowly floated into view. Suspended midair. Long, light blue hair drifted around her like silk in water. Asher squinted through the mist. It was a woman. Her porcelain white skin sparkled under a sudden burst of light. A white orb descended into the void. With the orb came stars, scattering around the sky. The world around him no longer felt unfamiliar. No, that would be inaccurate. It felt as if it was a part of him. That was when the realization dawned on him. His breath caught in his throat. He looked at the woman again. A translucent black gown fluttered around her, the fabric rippling as the orb drew closer. His expression twisted. No way. He muttered, is she? Her eyes opened, revealing two vibrant vermilion eyes. Bringing my soul sea to this place. Indeed, Asher found himself in his soul sea once more. But it was different this time. It felt different. The woman walked on air, towards the bright orb as Asher watched. Then his jaw slackened. Crack. The soul core cracked. Asher ran towards his soul care while shouting, you Fisco woman. What the fuck are you doing? He instantly felt a wave of heat hit him. A pain broke in his solar plexus and he felt his very being shake. He collapsed to his knees, wheezing. The woman remained still, her hand now sunk deep into the pulsing core, her expression deadpan. The pain, it felt unbearable. He rapidly lost strength as he realized, I'm losing my soul fragments. Forget that. She was going to kill him. His vision blurred as pain gnawed at every part of his existence. He was going to die. Again, all of a sudden. The woman frowned, her eyes narrowing. Something began to spill into the cracks of the core. A black, inky substance poured into the fractures, coating them in a glistening obsidian sheen. Asher screamed, his body thrashed, convulsing on the ground, hands clawing at his chest as if he could rip the pain out. He struggled to glance upward. He was terrified seeing the black obsidian seep into his core. The bright part of the core remained but the space where the cracks were had the black ooze pulsating through them. Is that corruption? Asher gritted his teeth. It wasn't. Asher could feel it. It definitely wasn't. It was something else entirely. The woman's eyes widened as a sharp force pushed her down. Squawk. Something slammed the woman into the ground, flattening her in an instant. Blood sprayed, her limbs bent at abnormal angles. Asher, finally being able to breathe again, looked front, eyes wide. He stood up, his legs trembling in pain. The woman. She was quite literally squashed by that force. Blood and guts everywhere. Asher wanted to puke. But there was nothing in his stomach. I see. That's a problem. A melodious voice spoke behind of him. K. Asher flinched as he turned back to see the woman that just died. She tilted her head, studying him. Then, she gave him a funny smile, proceeding to wiggle her fingers in a wave. Hi. Asher didn't hesitate. With a flash of blue light, the azure blade appeared in his grip. He lunged, slashing straight at the woman without a word. She stepped back effortlessly, obsidian glass heels tapping lightly against the watery floor, sending ripples outward with every movement. Calm down and listen, would you? She said, her voice airy and laid back. Why the hell would I listen to you, bitch? Asher snapped, jabbing a trembling finger at her. You tried to kill me. The woman giggled, bringing her palm to her lips. Hee. But you just listened. Asher felt a vein pop on his jaw as he rushed at her. The woman giggled, steeping to the side, her gown fluttering behind her. His blade sliced cleanly through empty air. Okay, no more jokes. She said quickly, dodging backward with a fluid twirl. Just hear me out. Asher paused, blade still raised. He narrowed his eyes. She didn't seem hostile. For now at least. He stood still, looking at her. What? The woman sighed, exhaling loudly. Finally, now, how about to put the sword down? You don't want to point it at a damsel, do you? She sighed. Fair enough. Who are you? Asher cut in, trying to sound as calm and cool as possible. The woman blinked, then tilted her head thoughtfully. That's a hard one. It's been so long, I'm not quite sure anymore. Then, as if remembering something, she lifted a finger dramatically. Yes. A playful smile returned to her face. I'm what my largest fragment's little trinket calls. She struck a mock grand pose. Unknown. A/N. Wait, don't drop the FIC. I feel as if some of you will drop it if the dream god looks like this. Things may seem weird now, it will make sense the next chapter. This is the 700 collection chapter BTW. Chapter 43. My dream girl tried to kill me. Asher frowned. Unknown, like Weaver's mother. Is that what you are? His brow furrowed deeper. He didn't just look confused, he looked completely unconvinced. The woman grimaced. I think there is a misunderstanding. This, Weaver, you speak of is a part of me. Her perfect brow arched as she regarded him. Why do you look so skeptical? Asher let out a sigh, his expression still guarded. I thought an unknown would be some kind of terrifying monster. You know, claws, tentacles, 100 eyes. Not some. His gaze drifted downward, then quickly snapped back up. His cheeks flushed. She grinned. A cute girl. Asher pursed his lips, slowly nodding. The woman giggled, stepping close until her lips were just inches from his ear. Well, of course. This body was crafted specifically to match your tastes. Asher flinched, his face turning crimson. He looked her over again in disbelief. Her hands remained folded behind her back as she turned and walked a few slow, deliberate steps away, casting a smirk over her shoulder. That's right. I'm your perfect woman. Don't lie. Asher spoke, pointing a finger at her. He scanned her once again. And D-cup, perfect ass, decently tall and pretty red eyes. Fuck. It matches. He clicked his tongue. Who has light blue hair, red eyes, and wears a black gown? What even is that aesthetic? She gave a small shrug. I don't know. It's your taste, apparently. Asher felt like a boulder had just dropped on his chest. He gave a strangled, disbelieving laugh. My dream girl would never have such a shitty personality. She looked at him for a second, pursing her lips before holding a laugh behind her hand. You know, pfft. I copied part of your personality. Thought we'd get along better that way. Another boulder, right to the head. This time, he couldn't even get up. Why? Why would you even do that? So I could seduce you into a deal, obviously. Asher choked. Since when was he so honest? She came closer to Asher. So, tell me. She leaned closer, making Asher take a step back. Should we make the deal? Sonny clenched and unclenched his fists. It felt strange. Asher wasn't here. No smart remarks. No loud, obnoxious laughter. No chaos buzzing around like a everyday routine. It was quiet. Too quiet. So peaceful that it felt so. Shit, Sonny muttered, standing abruptly. He was still in shock. The bastard was actually gone. He licked his dry lips. Admit it, Sonny. You'd miss me if I wasn't here. I don't know. Ah, so you would miss me. His fist clenched again. Across from him, Cassie stared straight ahead, her pale eyes locked onto nothing. Her tears had dried long ago. Nephi stood silently, unmoving, her jaw tight. Sonny could see the faint smear of blood at the corner of her lips. She'd been biting it too hard, too often. She hadn't forgiven herself. Not for breaking her promise. Something warm slid down his knuckles. He looked down, he was bleeding. His fingernails had cut into his palm. He didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he laughed. A quiet and bitter laugh. The bastard's actually gone. He did maybe miss him. Huh, what did you just say, woman? The woman sighed, twirling her hair in her fingers. Because of your soul making a crack through the outer realms, a very tiny part of my consciousness was able to escape the void. That piece, latched onto your soul, taking the form of a memory. She paused. That memory holding me broke when you completed your trial made by that trinket and I was able to escape. But I was still tethered to your soul. Her lips curved downward. I could briefly sense you but you were flickering in and out due to your weak presence. Using what remaining power I had in my own soul sea, I searched for you through the defiled's eyes. She smirked. Then came my little payback. I tortured you for a while before pulling you away from those people. She then looked annoyed. I was trying to capture your body to make you into my avatar. She sighed, shrugging her shoulders. Alas, one of your attributes was too strong for me to overcome. I couldn't take over your soul and now I'm stuck here, in your soul sea, cut off from my domain, my soul sea, and everything else. All that's left of me is this sliver of consciousness. She finished, leaving Asher blinking, stunned. There was a lot he didn't understand, but all of it was eclipsed by one glaring realization. Wait, did you just admit you tried to kill me? The woman shrugged, casual as ever. Well, yes. Though it was necessary. To stop my main body from. She stopped herself, narrowing her eyes. She stopped, looking at Asher with narrowed eyes. I don't think I can tell you more, the void might take you. Asher didn't register that part. His jaw had already dropped. She was so honest about it. Who admits something like that so casually? He shivered. What would have happened if she did take over? What would happen to him? But more than this, a part of him was psychologically hurt. My dream girl tried to kill me, but he wanted to cry. Anyway, she continued, voice sharpening, the deal is simple. In a blink, she was in front of him. So close their faces nearly touched. Asher blushed, causing the woman to smile more. She leaned in even closer, nose brushing his. For both of us. Asher barely had time to breathe. Her hand touched his chest, lightly, and gave a push. He didn't stumble, didn't resist. He simply fell, as if the ground beneath him had vanished. Cold water swallowed him whole. He didn't swim, didn't hold his breath. He simply sank, deeper and deeper, eyes drifting shut. And then, just before the last light vanished, he heard her voice again, sweet and angelic. Oh, by the way, I'm genderless. Asher choked underwater. Huh. End of Volume 2 Prologue, Shadows That Don't Fade. It begins. A/N, it's only getting better guys. This is the 250 PS chapter. Chapter 4444, 3 Con Artists. A/N, guys, this chapter is supposed to be disorienting, cause it's a time skip. I'm aiming for the same thing that happened with G3's time skip. So like, yeah, this chapter will be confusing. What? A man slammed the table, eyes bloodshot as he glared at the boy across the table. Why you? The boy, his face hidden beneath a helmet, let out a sigh and casually put his feet up on the table. What? With a flurry of sparks, a jian materialized in the man's hand, the blade pointing straight at the boy. You cheating bastard. The boy chuckled. Cheating. He leaned back, shrugging nonchalantly. His voice echoed in the man's mind, not spoken aloud, but clear as day. My aspect lets me speak telepathically. How exactly would that help me cheat at dice? The man's face darkened to a deeper shade of red. Don't mock me. Your rolls are always one higher than mine. Pfft. With a shout, he raised the sword, going in to strike. The boy flinched and tumbled from his chair, landing hard on the ground. His limbs trembled. No, wait. I swear, I didn't do anything. Audio player, starting. A robotic voice crackled to life outside the building. Everyone in the room, previously disinterested, in the commotion perked their ear. Eyes gleamed as they turned toward the door. It's him. No way, I get to see it again. 2 days in a row. This is it. He's coming. The door flung open. A blinding light from outside framed the silhouette of a man, his features lost to the light, but no one needed to see his face. They all knew who he was. The man who had been threatening the boy dropped him instantly, his sword clattering to the floor. His face drained of color. TUMP. The door slammed shut. The figure stepped inside. Not overly muscular, not too lean. He wore a dark leather suit lined with white fur. A mace hung loosely in one hand, while a floating speaker orb drifted behind him, glowing faintly. But what struck everyone most was his mask. Birchwood. Simple. 2 ink-black circles for eyes, nothing more. Someone whispered, awestruck. The musical manhandler. Tuck. The mace hit the stone floor with a dull thud. Saint Zire. Audio playing, Honeypie, JWNNY. The crowd erupted. The man who'd accused the boy began to tremble, backing away, his lips quivering in dread. It's. Ooh girl, don't you stop. Don't you stop till you get enough, honey. The honey beat down. Cheers exploded as Zire vanished from his spot, only to reappear inches from the terrified man's face. Oh, honey, honey pie. Honey, honey, honey pie. A fist smashed into the man's jaw. He flew backward like a rag doll, crashing through tables in a flurry of splinters and broken wood. Till you're mine, girl. And I won't stop it until you're my girl. Another punch. Then another. Teeth scattered across the floor like dice. The man screamed and tried to crawl away, sobbing. Stop, please. I'm sorry. I won't ever accuse anyone of cheating again, so. Crack. Another blow silenced him. His sobs were muffled by blood. Pound, pound, pound. And you can't stop that until you're my girl. The crowd, unbothered. They danced and cheered like it was a festival. And then, silence. The music stopped. The beating stopped with it. Zire straightened up, brushing a speck of blood from his shoulder. A few people flinched at the mangled mess on the floor. Audio ended. Whoa. Everyone screamed in joy. Saint Zire, thank you so much for saving me. The boy from before cried, holding on to Zire's foot. Zire nodded calmly as he began to walk out in silence. The boy dramatically got on his knees as Zire left as he shouted, Saint Zire did it again, saved a man who feared the stronger. He delivered justice. He turned to the crowd, raising his arms. Long live Saint Zire. Long live Saint Zire. The crowd echoed back in unison. Long live Saint Zire. Creak. A door at the back of the room slowly opened. The cheers died instantly. A petite girl with jet black hair stepped into the room, her expression cold as she scanned the scene. Silence descended in the room. All eyes turned to the man still lying amidst the rubble, Levino. His already bruised face drained of what little color remained. A shadow loomed over him. He looked up. She was already standing above him. Hunter Levino, the girl said with a small smile. I believe you know why I'm here. She leaned closer, her smile turning disturbingly cheerful. According to your membership contract, destruction of guild property requires payment at 3 times the value of said property. She looked at the man, and smiled warmly, extending her palm. Now, pay up. Levino jaw dropped. Wait, Aiko. I didn't break the furniture though. It's that bastard Zire. Oh please. Aiko cut him. All this, bastard, you spoke of did was defend. She pointed toward the boy, still loudly singing Zire's praises. This boy's life. As the scum responsible for threatening his life, I hope you can cover your expenses. Levino's shoulders dropped. Even pathfinders and hunters like him had no hopes of challenging Zire to a duel. The only ones that can even manage to even compete with him are the captains and the king himself. Aiko, looking at Levino's resigned expression, smiled. Okay, let's see. She looked around the room. It was certainly a mess. She glanced back at Levino, maintaining her smile. You should only pay about 18 awakened soul shards. Levino looked like his soul left his body. Clank. The door creaked open as Aiko stepped inside, a hefty sack slung over her shoulder. The room was small, bare bones. Just a single table, and 2 men seated at it, both instantly familiar. One was the boy from earlier. The other, Zire. Did you get it? Zire asked, pulling off his mask. His voice was calm, but anticipation laced his words. The boy removed his helmet too, eyes gleaming. So, how much did we rake in this time? Aiko looked between the 2 of them. One was a plain-looking young man in his early 20s, light brown hair, hazel eyes and a decently built body. The other, ugh. Aiko squinted, visibly annoyed at what the author was clearly about to do. The second man was the opposite of forgettable, absurdly, unfairly gorgeous, with long, snowy white hair and eyes like polished pearls, glinting blue under the lamplight. She shot him a flat stare. Asher. Then her gaze slid to the plain-looking one. Ho. With a sly grin, she tossed the sack onto the table. It hit with a satisfying thud, the clinking of soul shards inside like music. We scammed them. A/N. This is the daily chapter. By the way, recommend playing the said song while reading. It's funnier that way. Chapter 45 Growth. Whoa huh. Asher hastily pocketed some of the soul shards, grinning like an idiot. Ho laughed. Boss, you can go easy. The soul shards won't run away. Aiko felt a vein pop on her temple as she glared at Ho. Hey, I'm the boss here. Ho chuckled, putting his feet on the table. Of course, of course. Asher exhaled, satisfied, and stood up. With a subtle motion, his leather armor faded away, revealing a sleek black bodysuit beneath. This armor makes me feel so stuffy. Aiko shrugged. You have no choice. Zire is supposed to be this big intimidating guy. She sized with her fingers. Not some. She clicked her tongue, looking at him. There was no need to give an explanation. Asher groaned, cradling his head in melodramatic despair. What a cruel fate. His eyes drifted toward Ho. If only I could swap faces with you. Where'd that come from? Ho frowned, glancing between them. Aiko started patting his head with pity, pretending to wipe away a tear. It's okay, Ho. What? No, seriously, what's happening? Ho grimaced. Asher placed a solemn hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. Once you awaken, you'll blow up. It's inevitable. Ho tilted his head, puzzled. Of course I will. That's a given. Asher just sighed and gave him a couple of sympathetic pats on the back. I'm heading home. A gust of black wind spiraled around him as a long windbreaker materialized, fluttering behind him like raven feathers in the breeze. Wait, Asher. Aiko called out, grabbing the hem of his coat before he could open the door. We need a new helmet for Ho, so go to Stev's place later. Asher nodded. Sure, tomorrow. He turned the doorknob. And don't forget, okay? Aiko insisted. Ho raised a hand. And get me an apple from Keto's. Asher waved over his shoulder with a tired grin. Yeah, I got it. He walked out the door, finally sighing. He was tired. Putting his hands in his windbreaker, he sighed. He looked around. He was in the bright castle. He didn't know where he was exactly in the canon timeline, but 4 months had passed since that day. He came to the dark city about 1 month back. He had grown a lot. He gazed down, summoning his runes. Name, Asher. True name, Echo of the Abyss. Rank, Dreamer. Dream Core, Dormant. Soul Fragments, 637/1000. Memories, Second Skin, Azure Blade, Spire Wind Mantle, Cicada's Cry. Echoes, Boomlet. Attributes, Spectral Sight, Flame of Divinity, Nimble Intellect, Soul Veil, Dreamspawn, Within the Unseen. Aspect, the 8th Exile. Aspect Rank. Aspect Description, 7 were born of, unknown dash. Fate, Destiny, Imagination, Repose, Oblivion, Dread, Desire. But the 8th was never written. There is no title for what you are. You were an avatar that couldn't be possessed. Yet, the unknown tried. Exile is not your punishment, but your freedom. Innate ability, Event Horizon. Ability description, the weight of the world hums, and you listen. Where mass gathers, where space trembles, where silence bends beneath unseen force, you feel it. Nothing heavy moves unnoticed. Nothing immense hides from your gaze. Aspect ability name, Unbound. Aspect ability description, the force around you seems more malleable. Aspect legacy. Flaw, emotional amplification. Flaw description, every feeling, from joy to sorrow, is amplified twofold. Asher sighed. Most of his runes changed after that day. That thing explained him a bit, but what Asher's conclusion was simple. Half his core had been fundamentally altered by its interference, changing his very soul and giving him a weird core called the Dream Core. The most noticeable change to his runes was his true name. It changed. Asher wasn't sure why, or how it's possible, but his true name always gave him unease. One word in particular made his stomach knot, Abyss. The implications were obvious. The name clearly referenced that void. The void. He frowned. And that wasn't even the most shocking part. Within the unseen, you have inherited the forbidden lineage of unknown . When Asher first saw this, his expression twisted, glancing at it again, his expression twisted even more. Since it was hard to believe that the unknown the spell spoke of was Dahlia, he muttered under his breath. People turned to stare. He ignored them, instead glaring down at his fluttering coat. "Could you stop fluttering my windbreaker?" The windbreaker didn't listen, continuing to flap dramatically. "We're inside the bright castle. There's no wind. People are going to think I'm weird." The coat stilled. Asher sighed in relief. Since unknown, or Asher called it, Dahlia was stuck in his soul sea. Due to having an independent consciousness, she could just place her consciousness in memories. That basically meant all his memories were echoes of sorts. Though only one memory could be an echo at a time since Dahlia had a single mind. Anyway. Of course, he got the flame of divinity attribute, but the spark of anomaly disappeared. Then there was his aspect. It was strange. He had retained all his old abilities, but the name, rank, and description were entirely different now. At first, the new name and description just made him tilt his head in confusion. But then, Asher blinked. He wasn't stupid. Crap. Asher wasn't that stupid. He understood what it meant. He was like the eighth demon of sorts. But the description was very contradicting. Like it mentioned that there was no title for him. But he had a true name. Wasn't a true name a sort of title? His rank was weird as well. It simply showed, for some reason. Asher hoped it meant he was beyond divine, but he wasn't sure. That uncertainty gnawed at him. Which is why he reached into the sack of soul shards and crushed them, one after another. Your soul grows stronger. 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 He was trying to fully saturate his core. Chapter 46. Familiar. The castle guards shifted aside, parting to open the gates. Asher stepped out of Bright Castle, lifting his gaze to the sun overhead. A small smile tugged at his lips. Already time, huh? He walked along the outer wall, watching the sleepers below, laughing, chatting, alive in a way few inside the castle ever were. He smiled again. Few, it felt as if the ones outside were happier than the ones inside. It was all thanks to Saint Nephi's is back from the hunt. One of the sleepers yelled. Soon everyone grouped together at a fireplace. Asher paused, squinting through the swarm, but couldn't catch sight of them. With a quiet sigh, he kept walking along the perimeter. He'd wait for the noise to die down. Eventually, he came upon a small, shabby hut tucked between storage sheds and ivy-covered stone. His hut. He hadn't lived there in a long while, only in the early days. But it still held a few of his things. Slipping inside, he retrieved a simple robe, shaking out the dust before pulling it over his clothes and raising the hood. Without it, he stood out like a sore thumb. He sighed. Beauty really is a sin. The windbreaker draped over his shoulders gave a dramatic flutter in agreement. Asher frowned. Don't do that. The fluttering stopped immediately. Dahlia always knew when to behave, and for that, he was grateful. Still, she could be incredibly annoying. Line up everyone. We will be handing out food. There was a shout. It came from a tall, muscular woman with a braid like a whip and arms strong enough to crush barrels. Asher stood quietly in the slow-moving line, eyes trailing toward the woman as she chatted with a group of outer hunters. She was grinning, again. He found it oddly unsettling how often she smiled. That's when her eyes landed on him. Asher stiffened. Hey, you. She called, jabbing a finger in his direction. Dozens of heads turned. Asher shrank slightly under the attention. The woman stomped toward him, face twisted in theatrical annoyance. Listen here, chump. How many times do we gotta say it? No hoods. What if you're sneaking in for seconds, huh? Asher grimaced. I wasn't told that the first 4 times. He cleared his throat, mustering his politest tone. Oh, I apologize, Lady Athena. I only just arrived from Bright Castle. I wasn't aware of the local rules. Effie, Changing Star's infamous bruiser, gave a dismissive nod, already motioning for one of her people to verify. Asher glanced around, scanning the crowd. No sign of her. He hesitated, then pulled his hood down. Effie blinked. An "oh" slipped out of her as her eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected that face. A slow, dangerous grin spread across hers. Asher shifted uneasily under her gaze, blush threatening to betray him. She leaned closer, voice honeyed and far too amused. Hey, poster child. Hiding that kind of face should be a crime. Asher flinched. He knew he was good looking, but this woman's teasing was nuclear. Poster child. You're the one with her face plastered all over the outer settlement. Of course, he couldn't say that. Instead, he stepped back, flustered. I am honored to receive such words from someone as esteemed as you, Lady Athena. Too much stuttering. He wanted to bury himself. 2 months of solitary wandering in the dream realm hadn't exactly helped his social game. Effie burst out laughing. Hey Sid, is this the Stammer Prince's first time through today? Stammer Prince. That's way worse. Sid, momentarily pulled from her trance, blinked at Asher and checked the tally. It appears to be so, Lady Athena. Effie nodded with mock solemnity, then clapped Asher on the back hard enough to knock the wind out of a mule. Sorry for the delay, flower boy. Go on ahead. Asher's brow twitched. That was officially the worst nickname yet. Thank you, Lady Athena. Just like that, Effie went on to mind her own business. Asher sighed with quiet relief and shuffled forward. His turn. Here. A strip of roasted meat landed in his outstretched hand. Asher looked up and paused. Golden hair. Familiar face. Cassie. His lips pressed into a line. Thankfully, she can't see me. But he dipped his head. Thank you. Then turned to leave. Cassie froze. That voice, she knew it. Her hand twitched. She reached with her dormant ability. But there was nothing. Her heart dropped. It wasn't the same nothing she got from him. There was no one there anymore. Shim, she whispered, trying to steady her breath. Is there anyone there? She pointed to the spot Asher had stood. Shim, checking his clipboard, barely glanced up. No one, my lady. Cassie nodded slowly, swallowing hard. Of course. This was the 5th time she heard it. The awakened creatures living there have an incredibly sharp hearing. Attacking them in large numbers won't be easy. Nephis looked at the map they recently made of the Forgotten Shore. Lady Nephis, but, if we attack here, I'm confident. They were planning the next hunt. That would be. They were deep into planning the next hunt when. Princess. The tent flaps burst open as Effie stormed in, hand raised like she was claiming victory in a tavern brawl. Everyone turned to look at her. Slowly, her arm lowered as realization dawned. Oh, you guys already started. A wave of laughter rolled through the hunters. Classic Lady Athena. Someone called, drawing louder chuckles. Effie frowned a little before, striding straight to Nephis and slinging an arm around her shoulder. Okay, hear me out. I have to tell you this. Effie, Nephis said, her tone calm but firm. We're in a meeting. I know, but this is super important. Nephis sighed, then looked toward a familiar man with emerald eyes and neatly combed brown hair. Castor, take over. We'll rejoin you shortly. Castor nodded and smoothly returned to the tactical discussion. Once outside the main group, Nephis gave Effie a patient look. All right, what is it? Effie lit up. So, I was handing out food, yeah. Same old, until this guy shows up in a hood. He's all mysterious and broody and stuff. Nephis' expression sharpened. A Gunlong spy. What? No, actually, maybe, I don't know. Effie blinked. Anyway, that's not the point. Don't interrupt me. Nephis raised a brow but gestured for her to continue. This guy, princess, listen to me, he's absurdly good-looking. Like, jaw-droppingly. We're talking storybook prince levels. And he's got this shy little stammer that's just, ugh. She pressed a hand over her heart. Nephis stayed quiet, but her gaze dropped to the ground. Incredibly good-looking. A familiar figure came into her mind. An unlikely thought came to her mind. Effie, she said slowly, what did he look like? Effie grinned like she'd been waiting all day for that question. So the princess is curious. Nephis didn't respond, but her shoulders stiffened. Well. Effie leaned in. Long white hair, super flowy. And his eyes, these pearl blue dreamlike things. Just standing there, he looked like someone from a painting. Nephis' knuckles tightened around the edge of the tent table. Her heartbeat spiked. Without another word, she turned and started striding toward the exit. Lady Nephis, Castor called out, confused. We haven't finalized the second sweep. Continue without me, she said without turning back. Something urgent's come up. She disappeared through the tent flaps, her pace brisk. Effie blinked, then slowly smiled. Oh, she's very interested. A/N guys, my summer has ended. That would mean, I return to boarding school. Sigh. This is a hiatus announcement. It's my last year and I need the time to prepare for competitive exams, so yeah. Sorry, but I need this year. I hope some of you understand, and thank you for your patience. With that, there might be spontaneous chapters, so look out for them. Chapter 47, a brisk. Asher bit his lip and glanced over his shoulder. He had failed again. No sign of her. Dahila, please. He muttered, exasperated. His clothes were acting up again, specifically, the windbreaker layered beneath his cloak. Your timing is getting worse. Of all moments to interfere, this was not the time. He grit his teeth in frustration as the garment tugged at him, stubbornly pulling him back. It's so persistent. But then he paused, eyes narrowing. It wasn't just pulling, it was pointing. He turned. There, standing across the square, was a woman clad in silver armor. Her hair had grown, brushing past her shoulders, but otherwise, she hadn't changed. His windbreaker fell slack. The hood behind him fluttered in the breeze. A soft spark lit the air beside him, an orb phasing into existence. Audio playing, #1 party anthem, Arctic Monkeys. The woman seemed to be searching for someone. She's a certified mind-blower, knowing full well that I don't, may suggest there's somewhere from which I might know her. Her head snapped toward the sound. In fact, everyone turned. Asher's eyes widened. Time slowed. Dismiss. Come on, #1 party ant. The orb vanished in a blink. One of the armored men shouted, it's music. Asher didn't look back. He just cursed under his breath. Damn it, Dahila. What had just appeared was the only echo Asher owned, Boomlet. And it just so happened to be the signature item of Saint Zire is here. someone yelled. Nephis narrowed her eyes as the shadowy figure fled into the crowd. She took one step forward to pursue but hesitated. Please, Saint Zire. A voice called. Just one song. Sir Zire, I was there in today's honey beatdown. Too many people were crowding in now. She couldn't waste time. Not when she was looking for him. Asher clenched his jaw. Boomlet, in essence, was just an audio player. It could play back any recordings in his mind. And since memories in truth are always stored somewhere in the brain, he could play any audio that came to his mind. He most used Boomlet for songs, but there were times when the Gila took over Boomlet, allowing itself to spark into existence and playing whatever it wishes. This was precisely one of those scenarios. And since people in the Forgotten Shores can't listen to music normally, listening to his music was a luxury. A big one at that. Asher smiled. He darted down a narrow path, then cut sharply left, pushing himself upward as he took a small leap, scaling half the wall. And then he jumped. The wind carried him. He grinned, looking below. It was his windbreaker. Memory, Spire Wind Mantle. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory tier, 2. Memory type, Utility. Memory description, Frowny face. The sky weeps for the fallen, but the wind knows no grief. Drift, and the earth shall not claim you. Burn, and the flame shall pass like a whisper. Freeze, and the frost shall thaw away. Memory enchantments, Climbable, Whisperglide, Stillborn Tempest. This was the memory he was awarded by the spell for killing the Spire Messenger. Whisperglide allows the bearer to glide silently across distances, carried by unseen currents. While airborne, motion generates no sound. This was the enchantment that made his current predicament possible. Saint Zire disappeared. Ah, come on, I wanted to hear the rest of that song. As expected of the elusive saint, he only shows up when someone's about to get stomped at the gambling den. Asher's lips twitched a bit as he caught that last line. The chief of the artisans, Keto, stared at the strange plant in front of her and sighed. It had been a while since Sishan requested this creation, and honestly, it was a pain. Unlike the usual fruits she crafted with her aspect, this one was different, complicated, annoying. She had to design a plant that used raw bone as fertilizer. Keto rubbed her temples. Concentration was hard enough, but it didn't help that he kept dropping by at the worst times. Now that she thought about it, it was weird he hadn't shown up yet. Keto. She groaned. There he is. Without looking up, she reached under the table, grabbed a sealed canister, and placed it on top of her workbench. Then calmly resumed transplanting a strange sapling. A second later, the door slammed open. A white-haired boy stumbled in, panting slightly, one arm braced against the wall. Don't shout, Asher, she muttered. If Gemma catches you in here like this, he might get the wrong idea and kill you. Asher grinned. You wish. I don't go down that easy. He flopped into a nearby chair, wiping the sweat off his brow with a random cloth. I just got chased by like 30 people, he muttered. For music. Keto's face twitched. I still don't get it. He blinked. Get what? How you even find my room? Outside of a few artisans, no one should even know this place exists. Asher gave her a sly grin and swiped the canister off the table. It's a secret. He patted his pockets. His grin vanished. Keto. She didn't look up. What? I might have left my soul shard somewhere. Can I pay you later? Her gaze snapped to him, eyes narrowing like a predator's. 100% interest. Per day. Asher shivered. That's a bit extreme, don't you think? If you don't pay in 10 days, she continued sweetly, I'll send Gemma and the entire hunters and artisan unit after you. The shiver grew worse. Hee, no need to go that far. I just took a canister of wine. Keto's mouth curled into a dangerous grin. On the Forgotten Shore, that's a luxury. You do understand supply and demand, don't you? I'm from the outskirts. I barely understand indoor plumbing. Thunk. An apple smacked him in the face. He blinked and looked down at it, dazed. Was that necessary? Your common sense seems to have been stolen by that apple, Keto said flatly. Asher held up a finger. Actually, can I get a few more? Ho asked me to bring some BA. Thunk. Another apple hit him. Thunk. Then a third. Thunk. A fourth. Thunk. A fifth. He gave up trying to dodge by the sixth. Chapter 48. Shock. Crunch. Ho bit into his apple as they walked, drawing longing stares from half the people around them. I'm surprised no one's jumped you for that apple yet, Asher muttered, eyeing the crowd warily. Ho chewed slowly. We're not in the outer settlements. People still get food here. Asher sighed. Apples are still rare, though. Ho shrugged. Sure. That was it. Conversation over. Again. Asher gave him a look. Ho had a gift for killing conversations, worse than Asher himself, and that was saying something. Ho, for once, just try to talk like a normal person. Ho raised a brow. I did talk. Asher groaned as they rounded a corner and ducked into a narrow alley. Both pulled up their hoods before slipping into a side entrance of the castle. Ahead stood a portly man with a wide grin, Stev, the memory hoarder. Asher lit up. Stev, tell me you kept the meat safe. The meat he'd got in from the outer settlement was stashed here, tucked into one of Stev's storage-type memories. Stev nodded proudly and summoned a small basket. Not just safe, I cooked it. Asher grinned, already pulling the wine canister from his cloak. Then it's a trade. With a flourish, he handed over the canister. Stev passed him the meat. Both men exchanged gleeful smirks as Asher sank his teeth into the hot, seasoned meat and chased it down with the last of the wine. Ho quietly stepped aside and handed Stev a few soul shards. Helmet, he said, curt as ever. Still grinning, a slightly tipsy Stev reached out and transferred the requested memory. Ho inspected the helmet, then glanced at the other suspiciously. Hey, did you ask Keto to spike this wine with more alcohol? Stev and Asher exchanged a look and matching idiot grins. Whoa, Asher said, eyes wide. Did you just start a conversation, Ho? Ho sighed, already regretting it. Guess that answers my question. Stev's expression turned mock serious as he turned to Asher. Why do you always eat here? This is the memory market, not a bloody canteen. Asher pointed at him, feigning betrayal. Is it wrong to eat with friends, you fat bastard? Stev's glare cracked. It's not. You're so key. Slam. The door behind them burst open. Without a word, Ho yanked Asher's hood up and pulled his own tighter. Two figures entered the room. One was a tall, charming man with tousled auburn hair and sharp emerald eyes. The other was a boy of small stature, his face mostly obscured by a hood. Asher didn't bother to look back. He simply stabbed another bite of meat with his silver fork and brought it to his mouth. He shivered, eyes closed in bliss. The auburn-haired man glanced toward the odd scene and raised an eyebrow. Ho let out a nervous laugh. Sorry, they're a little drunk. The boy beside him tilted his head slightly, confused. He'd seen people get drunk before, mostly in the outskirts, where synthetic alcohol was common. But here, this felt different. He tugged lightly at the man's sleeve. Is it possible to get real alcohol on the Forgotten Shore? His voice was low. It wasn't that he wanted any. Getting drunk meant letting your guard down. He had no intention of doing that. He was just curious. The man shrugged. I don't know. A pause. Then he shook his head again, as if dismissing the thought, and pointed at the plump man standing near the back. That's Stev. He runs this place. Stev's eyes narrowed at the boy with narrowed eyes. The boy shifted slightly and gave a polite nod. Nice to meet you. I'm Sonny. Asher's ears twitched. Sonny. The name echoed in his mind. He'd heard it before, somewhere important. Stev's drunk eyes rolled as he looked at the man, and said in a strange voice. Knight, my dear friend. Are you sure this dirty vagrant is a customer? Sonny frowned. Hey, fat bastard. Are you sure that this dirty vagrant won't break every bone in that fat blob you have for a body? In the dead silence, both Kai, Stev and Ho stared at him with wide eyes. Then came a sharp click of a tongue. Asher turned away with an annoyed grunt and flung his whip, at the boy. It missed by inches, burying itself deep into the wooden wall behind him. Hey, brat. Asher barked. Only I get to call this pig fat. Got that? Sonny's scowl deepened. The fork had torn through his cloak, revealing his face. But something else burned hotter. Who the hell are you calling a child? I'm 16, you drunk bastard. Asher's expression contorted. Interrupted during a meal and disrespected? He launched forward, foot swinging in a wide arc. Sonny ducked low, eyes flaring as he twisted his body, fist snapping toward Asher's ribs. Asher, drunk, didn't see it coming, going in for another attack. Sonny saw an elbow barreling toward his face too late. Realizing too late that he couldn't dodge, Sonny instinctively wrapped his shadow around himself. Whump. The blow landed. Asher coughed, spitting half-chewed food. Sonny staggered from the force, head spinning. He's fast. Faster than he should be. His core is more saturated than mine. Sonny realized. Neither hesitated. They both surged forward for a second strike when. Stop, Sonny. Enough, Asher. Kai and Ho leapt in, grabbing both combatants by the arms. Breathing heavy, fists clenched, Sonny stopped himself, exhaling sharply. That was immature, even for him. Geez. Ho stepped back from Asher, bowing his head repeatedly. I'm so sorry. He's drunk, and, well, he gets like this when someone insults his friends. Asher stood stiffly, eyes locked on Sonny. He swallowed. Sonny. That's when Sonny processed what Ho had said earlier. His eyes flicked to Kai, who still held his arm. Sonny, please, Kai said quietly. Sonny pulled free. Relax. I'm not going to hit him. Asher let out a breath and pulled down his hood. Sonny's eyes widened in disbelief. Hick. Asher hiccuped, scratching his head awkwardly. The alcohol's hold was finally fading. Sleepers like him couldn't stay that drunk without a constant flow of liquor. Heh, sorry, Asher muttered, gaze shifting sideways. Didn't catch your name properly earlier. Sonny's expression didn't budge. And then, how? Asher blinked. Where do I even begin? Chapter 49 Change. The winds howled as Asher slowly opened his eyes. Pain washed over him as a hazy picture entered his vision. He was in the air. Memories crashed into him like a storm. An hour ago. Right. That damned woman, no, thing, sent a spire messenger at him. He tried to look up, gritting his teeth to suppress a scream. The clarity he had received earlier still lingered in his mind, but it did nothing to quell the fear clawing at his chest. How am I going to escape this? Asher thought for a bit. He had no idea. And then, everything changed. The air shimmered strangely. The spire messenger, until now silent, let out a guttural, broken howl, like its very mind was tearing itself apart. Its eyes rolled wildly. Its body convulsed mid-flight. Asher's stomach twisted. And then, the messenger vanished, shooting off like a crazed comet, leaving him completely from its grasp. He looked down. 4,000 meters, easily. Maybe more. Nimble intellect kicked in. 7 minutes. Roughly. A/N, it's not that hard. 40/110/60/23, this does not include acceleration. Asher gritted his teeth as he commanded gravity to slow his fall. Asher's body immediately began to twitch. A warmth ignited in his core, gentle at first, then blistering. Pain bloomed. Then fire. He screamed. A miniature sun had erupted inside his soul. The heat spread fast, devouring him from within. He writhed, thrashing in open air. Above, through blurred eyes, he spotted the spire messenger falling too, its head snapping in every direction, as if some unseen force had shredded its mind. Panic surged, but Asher couldn't move, couldn't think. His body wasn't his. His eyes slammed shut as something ancient and alien took over. Every muscle fiber tore, then rebuilt itself, denser, stronger. First his chest, then his limbs. Then finally, a silent, shattering scream echoed inside him as even the deepest muscle chains in his thorax were reborn. His mind shattered next. For a fleeting moment, he felt everything, grief, rage, joy, love, fear, shock, all at once. Then, the next second, nothing. Blood crashed in his head like a smith's hammer, throbbing and paining. His head pulsed with memories, some familiar, some foreign. Faces he didn't know, names he couldn't place. He lost his grip on gravity. The fall resumed. A gust of wind tore past him. He forced his eyes open. The world was a swirl of shifting colors. Hues bled into one another, sky, land, and sea blurred into a kaleidoscope. I'm changing. He definitely was. His mind finally relented as he tried to command gravity again, except, it didn't work. His aspect wasn't working. He tried to summon his runes in all the chaos but even that didn't work. It seemed as though his mind changed before everything else in his body. The change was subtle, but he could feel it. Nimble intellect, evolved. Or a similar attribute hastened his mind. The pain receded at last, leaving him in eerie silence. Even the wounds on his shoulders had sealed, as if they'd never existed. And in that strange silence, as the sky around him turned dreamlike, the world felt almost welcoming. He felt strong, stronger than ever despite losing every last soul fragment. But that moment of triumph ended the instant he hit the ground. Or rather, something on the ground. The impact sent a jolt through his body. Pain flared everywhere. He groaned, opening his eyes through the haze. He was surprised that none of his bones broke but felt a headache creeping through. He shifted slightly, and felt it. Coarse, thick fur beneath him. He looked down. It was the spire messenger. Still alive. The beast twitched beneath him, disoriented and struggling. Asher didn't hesitate. He summoned the azure blade. A loud shriek was let out as Asher's ear throbbed in pain, yet, no blood was let out. It helped, though. He spotted the head. The messenger was clearly in agony. Its claws gouged furrows into the earth, wings flapping erratically, as if its nervous system was short-circuiting. What happened to it? Asher wasn't clueless. That thing, the woman, must have done something. He glanced at his blade. Could it cut deep enough to kill this monster? He doubted it. But he tried anyway. Reaching inward, he commanded gravity once more and this time, it responded. Power surged through him. He infused the sword with weight until it strained his grip. He stepped forward and locked eyes with the creature. And saw his reflection. Not the one he remembered. His expression was eerily calm. His hair, now streaked with fading strands of black, and his eyes, shifting from an unknown color back to their usual blue, made him look like a stranger wearing his own face. He raised the sword, and drove it into the creature's eye. A spray of vermilion blood exploded across him. He gagged but held it down, twisting the blade deeper as the messenger writhed. It flailed, trying to rise, but its muscles failed it, as if it had forgotten how to move. Asher gritted his teeth, pushing harder. Minutes passed. Then, a soft chime whispered in his ear. You have slain a fallen monster, Spire Messenger. Memory acquired, Spire Wind Mantle. Asher collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling. He was safe. For now. The growl from earlier should have scared away most of the scavengers, Asher thought. After all, which prey would voluntarily come to its predator? He leaned back, eyes fluttering shut against the exhaustion. The world around him dimmed into abstract contours, edges outlined in his mind like phantom shapes, a byproduct of the clarity still lingering. But then, he felt something. A subtle vibration. Far away. The gate. His eyes opened. Around a month's travel, he muttered. Still, he didn't rise. There was too much to check, his runes, the new memory, the effects of his transformation. But for now, it could wait. He closed his eyes again and opened them within his soul sea. The familiar woman stood there, cloaked in starlight, playing idly with shimmering motes of star dust in her palm. What did you do? Asher asked bluntly. No point in hiding the question. The woman smiled a bit, playing with bit of star glitter in her palm. I used whatever residual effect I had over my domain to fry the monster's brain. She let the stardust drift away and sighed. Though I can't do it again. I'm cut off from the realm, thanks to your soul sea. Her scarlet eyes met his. Hope that clears it up. Asher frowned. Domain. He'd read of the term in the novel, but his understanding was vague at best. So, he asked, why are you helping me? The woman tilted her head with narrowed eyes. Come on, my epigone can't be this dumb. AP, what? If you die, that would mean, this fragment of mine would also be destroyed. And I would stuck again, in that place. Plus. Asher flinched as the woman teleported beside him. Didn't I say I need you to do something? Asher blinked, staring blankly at Sunny in the present. Yeah, no way I can explain any of that. Chapter 50-50, Long Live Saint Zire. Asher narrowed his eyes at Kai, sighing. But I can't lie. The Spire messenger dropped me mid-flight. Asher said slowly as Ho and Kai's eyes widened. You survived an encounter with a Spire messenger. Ho asked, shocked. Why didn't you tell this to me? Asher didn't respond as Sunny narrowed his vision at Kai, who reluctantly nodded. Ho shook his head, keeping whatever he heard in the back of his mind for now, while Kai came beside him. So. Ho began. You both know each other. Kai finished. Asher simply looked at both of them with an awkward chuckle while Sunny glared at Asher. Bastard. Sunny's words died in his mouth. He didn't know where to start. Should he explain their experience with that damn tree, or should he explain what all happened since he reached the Dark City? Where should he start? But first, he stepped forward and gave Asher a slow, shaky punch to the chest. Glad you're alive. Asher couldn't help but smile. Yeah, glad I'm alive as well. Sunny's black eyes glanced at his face. He frowned slightly. Between Asher and Kai, it was genuinely hard to tell who was better looking. Both were in a league of their own. He didn't know when Asher had arrived in the Dark City, but since Sunny had left Bright Castle, he'd heard nothing. With Asher walking so freely here, though, naturally, Nephice must have known. Where were you? Asher cut into his thoughts. Sunny closed his eyes, his expression a bit solemn. In the Dark City. Nephice didn't say anything to you. Ho's eyes instantly went up as he looked at Asher, but remained silent. Asher's face twisted slightly. He looked at Kai, who stood awkwardly beside Ho, clearly listening. No, she didn't. Sunny closed his eyes. He expected as much. Of course Nephice hadn't shared what happened that night. Before he could respond, a loud slam echoed through the hall. Hey, kid. Asher jumped and turned. Stev stood at the stall, bloodshot eyes locked on Sunny. Do you want to buy a memory or not? If not, get lost. Asher slowly walked to Stev with a defeated expression. Stev, you fat bastard. Stev glanced at him, holding an empty canister of wine. You completed my share of the alcohol. Asher whacked Stev in the head. Ho sighed. He finally stopped calling that overly concentrated thing wine. Kai looked at him, a bit concerned. He looks underaged. He is 17 like me. Sunny mouthed, sighing while looking at Stev. Kai here is the one who'll be handing you the shards. I'm just here to point him at the right ones. I have an eye for good memories, you see. He looked at Asher, mouthing, we'll talk later. Asher, still whining about his alcohol, didn't respond, but Sunny knew Asher got the message as he began perusing through the market. Asher wiped his tear, being escorted out by Ho. Ho looked at Asher with narrowed eyes as Asher understand the meaning. I'll explain later. His eyes suddenly narrowed. We have business to do for now. Ho matched his expression. We do indeed. Asher slowly grinned as Ho touched his shoulder. You have received a memory. You have received a memory. Asher summoned a familiar stuffy armor as he got of the alley. Ho threw him a mask as Asher caught it, wearing it. They were about to pull of their biggest scam yet. The saint's mercy awaits you. Aiko shouted as she pointed to a large, ornate will standing beside a small raised stage. It was in the gambling den, a throng of people looking at a figure next to it. Zire sat on a chair, his hands crossed as he silently looked at the crowd. Step right up. Just one shard, and give yourself a chance to win a memory. Personally donated by our benevolent Saint Zire. Aiko called. Zire turned his head slightly, watching her with an unreadable expression behind the mask. Aiko is very good at advertising. The crowd, stirred by her words, surged forward. Soul shards clinked into a wooden box one after another. Aiko's assistant swiftly scribbled numbers on slips of parchment, one copy handed to the participant, the other carefully dropped into a draw box along with a torn piece of an old memory scroll she'd bought from Stev. The bigger the pot, the better the memory. Aiko added. And donations increase your chances of winning. That tipped the scale. Several people who had already paid in one shard donated more, their expressions tight with hesitation and hope. Zire's brow twitched. Very good at advertising, he thought again. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd cut through the noise. Saint Zire. A hush fell. Dozens of eyes turned toward the speaker, then to Zire. Out of curiosity, why are you doing this? Silence. Even Aiko blinked, curious how he'd respond. Zire stood up, causing everyone to hold their breaths. A below-average memory in the memory market costs around 7 to 9 soul shards. Zire started. Everyone nodded their heads. The amount of people who died due to having mediocre memories or no proper equipment at all is unreasonably high. He raised his voice a little, gesturing to the floor beneath them. You, all clawed your way into the bright castle, fought nightmare creatures, risked your lives, just to stay here for a week. Murmurs passed between people. Some looked down, others nodded grimly. Zirei turned to the back half of the room. Castle, guards, hunters, pathfinders. Do you truly believe the Bright Lord, with all his wealth, can provide each of you a quality memory? He paused. Can any of you guarantee your next hunt won't be your last? A quiet wave of agreement passed over the crowd. His words rang true. You might have the potential of a lieutenant, maybe more. But talent without resources is nothing. And so, he looked at Straight, raising his hands. I believe everyone deserves a chance to fight back. The crowd was silent. One person whistled. Then came claps. Deafening claps followed as people cheered for Zirei. Long live Saint Zirei. Long live Saint Zirei. Long live Saint Zirei. A chant took over as Zirei turned and stepped off the stage, disappearing through a door as the crowd roared behind him. Aiko remained behind, clapping with the crowd before raising her voice again. The winner will be announced tomorrow. And remember, this event repeats every other day. So enjoy. As the den burst into celebration, Aiko slipped through the door, closing it behind her. She sighed, looking at Asher. Since when were you so good with speeches? Asher removed his mask, rubbing his nose with a smug grin. I always was. Ho, seated at the table, deadpanned. I wrote that for Hai. An apple was suddenly jammed into his mouth. Asher shoved it in deeper, laughing. Didn't you say you wanted an apple, Ho? Here, take it all. Ho flailed helplessly, muffled protests filling the room. Aiko face-bound, expression flat. Idiots, she muttered.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.